A boy runs in a field and tries to catch up with his older brother Heng, and he stands by the tree with a sincere smile and waits for Rud. He reaches out, but Rud is upset because he can't be on his brother's level. He quietly hated him because Hyung was always better. But now that he's fighting the dragons that killed his brother, Rud realizes that he's been awful. He chastises himself and does not understand why he hated the only person in his life. At the last moment, Rude realizes that he loved his brother and was just trying to get even with him, but now Hong died protecting him. The flying dragons have smelled the blood and are approaching the boy. He is the only survivor. He has an arm and a leg torn off, so he doesn't have much chance of surviving, but he can take out a few more critters before he dies. With maddened anger, Rude draws his sword and is ready to begin his fight, even if he doesn't survive it. But suddenly, a creature in human form with wings and horns appears in front of him, illuminated by white light. The dragons stopped fighting and bowed their heads to the creature in respect and submission. Rude froze for a moment in surprise and incomprehension of what was happening. He had never seen anything like it. It can't be the Dragon King because all the kings were killed, and his friends and his own brother died in that battle. The winged man spoke, wondering if Rude was the only one left alive after that fight. But the boy is in a panic. It seems to him that this creature is very dangerous and must be killed at any cost. Instead, the secret man doesn't like the fact that Rude is left alone and thinks about how to fix it. But the boy prepares to attack, gathers all his strength, and takes one more step, which is very difficult for him. The winged man has other plans, emitting a blinding light and a sound wave that makes Rude's ears ring. White light filled everything around, and the young man felt as if his flesh was leaving his bones. Rude finds himself in front of an extremely majestic building and realizes that he has returned to the past. He remembers how the recruits were sitting in a huge hall, and the president of the student council told him how important and responsible the work of dragon slayers is. They will destroy monsters that kill innocent people, and it will be their task, calling, or even entertainment. And now he's here again, welcoming all new recruits to Arathium Academy, which was founded about 700 years ago and is the best training institution for dragon slayer training. Rude realizes that this is the day of his entry into the academy, but he does not understand where the battlefield and the dragons have gone. Maybe it was a dream, but he remembers how they fought dragons, how his best friends died, and how his brother died. The boy still can't believe that he has gone back in time. There is no magic like that. Dragons can't do that. And maybe this winged man wasn't a dragon. It doesn't matter who he was, a dragon or some mutant. They all must be destroyed. Rudd mutters to himself, thinks this is his chance to kill all the dragons, save his friends and brother. Suddenly, his thoughts are interrupted by someone's voice from behind. The boy turns and sees a beautiful red-haired girl. She twirls her finger at his temple as if he's crazy and asks if he's in pain. But Rude immediately recognizes her as Hennis, his friend who fought with him against the dragons. The boy calls out her name, Hennis Halfley, with surprise, but this confuses the girl a lot, because they did not know each other at that time. Hennis is very surprised that this guy knows her because this is their first meeting, and Rude will have to come up with some excuse. To be convincing, he says that he knows her because she has the best grades among freshmen. The girl feels very confident and agrees that she is the best. And about Ruda, I thought that he had some kind of mental disorder because he was talking to himself. Hennis notes that for her everything here is very mediocre, and madmen rarely enter Aratium, and she is seeing a psycho for the first time. Rude smiled and fondly recalled his years of friendship with Hennis and her sense of humor. But the girl took it differently. It seemed to her that Rudo liked to be insulted, and it looked like a pervert, so he had to apologize. The induction ceremony at the Arathium Academy has begun, and Rudd is very confused by everything that is happening around him. These long speeches have tired Hens very much, and she wonders if Rude agrees with her. The red-haired girl persistently waits for an answer from the young man, so Rudd briefly agrees with her statement. But Hennes enthusiastically convinces him that she can stay as long as necessary, because patience is the basis of all magicians' skills. The girl notes that it is very simple for the Halfley family, who are famous magicians, and wonders which family Rudd is from. The boy explains that he is Rude Donatos from the little-known and unremarkable village of Desol. Hennes has never heard of his village and such a surname. She is very surprised how this young man managed to enter the academy. He probably does not know anything. The girl immediately regretted what she said, because her mother taught her to treat all people with dignity, even if they are complete idiots. She wants to fix the situation, help him, and tell him a little about the academy if he doesn't know something. Her hand points to the people standing on the second tier. These are the leaders of the famous guilds. They are already looking closely at new recruits and choosing the most talented of them. But Rude knows perfectly well what kind of people these are, and what success they will achieve in the future, and even how they will die. The girl explains that in the 3rd year you can get a referral to the guild, but she has already decided that she will be in the Sacred Fire. Rude understands her choice since this guild is ranked number 1, but the main reason is the guild leader Liana, who is Hennis' idol. Empress Liana Blackberry is a high mage who wields white flames. Rude knows the future. When Liana will be killed by the Dragon King, Hennis will take her place and avenge the death of her leader. But to do this, she will have to set herself on fire. Therefore, the boy confidently assures the redhead that she will definitely get into the Sacred Fire Guild. The beauty thanks him and confidently assures that she has no doubts about it. Next, Hennis is called to read the oath, and Rude realizes that everything is happening with him as it was in the past. Next up should be his brother, Student Council President Aris Donatos, who is an exceptional genius, the best warrior, and Rude's only relative. But something went wrong, because Jeremy DeVille came out and announced that he was the president of the Student Council, which shocked Rudd. The boy does not understand what is happening, because Jeremy is reading the same speech that Aris used to read. Aris was the president, and Jeremy was his best friend in a past life. Rude jumps up and catches up with Jeremy to find out where his brother is, much to Henna's surprise. Why is this guy taking his brother's place? Because Aris Donatos nominated himself for this position. But Jeremy looks a bit confused, apologizes, and notes that this is the first time he's heard the name. Rude was speechless because the information shocked him. He doesn't understand where his brother is if his best friend doesn't know about Aris's existence. A terrible thought crept into his head that Aris is not here. The best warrior does not exist in this world. At that, the entrance ceremony ended, the bell rang, and the freshmen went to their classes. But Ruda can't believe that he doesn't have a brother in this world, or that Aris returned to the past with all the memories of the future and simply didn't come to the academy. He wants to believe that the second option is correct and that his brother still exists in this world. Hennis saw Rudd and was very surprised that he was so thoughtful and serious. Rude said that he had to find one person, but Hennis advised him to contact the Information Guild instead. But if there is a chance that he studies at the academy, then you can ask the library for a list of participants. Rude immediately went to the library, angering his new friend Hennis as much as possible. They only have 15 minutes before class, and Rude has no desire to be late on his first day. The guy notes that he did not ask her to go with him, but the girl is very interested in what he has come up with. For a redhead, he looks very strange and for an inexplicable reason attacked the president of the student council. He just wanted to ask Jeremy something, but Hennis accuses Rudd of being a psycho with an attention deficit. And then the girl notices that they are going in the wrong direction, so she points the right way. Once in the library, the recruits are enchanted by its beauty and majesty. Hennis notes that she really wanted to come here, but it confused the boy because if the girl has not been here yet, then how does she know where the library is? Instead, she remarks to him that before entering, it is better to learn in advance where everything is. Such comments do not encourage him at all, but he thinks about the fact that in the past he did not look here. Rude gets to work and quickly enough finds a book in which all the former students of the academy are recorded. Instead, Hennis examines the books and a very rare herbal guide catches her eye, and it really impresses her. At that time, Rude persistently searches for his brother's name in the lists, but there is no such name. If Aris is not in this world, then it can only be because of the ancient dragon Sartnin. He is the Dragon King who controls time and space, and in the last battle he disappeared along with his brother's body. If the dragon did not die, but moved to another space, then there is a possibility that his brother is also alive. Rude has nothing to do here, so he is going to leave and look for Hennis to go back to class together. He finds her near the librarian, where the girl is indignant that it is forbidden to take 17 books at once. The woman explains that you can take a maximum of 3 books and reminds them that it is time for class. The boy runs to class, and Hennis hastily chooses 3 books and catches up with his friend. Fortunately, they made it to class, and the girl wonders if he found who he was looking for. But Rude replied that he was not on the lists. The redhead wonders who he is looking for, and the young man sadly replies that he is looking for his brother. Meanwhile, a martial arts teacher named Daniel Gould enters the class and will be their homeroom teacher. The teacher suggests that the students sign up for the weapon study, or battle club, in order to see him more often. The students in the class are very impressed because their teacher is a higher ranker, which is really cool. In the third year, they have to do an internship in the guild, and in the fourth, they have to write a diploma and pass exams. While the students gossip, the teacher tells them that learning will not be easy, but with effort and a little talent, everything will be possible. Rude understands those words to mean that if you don't have an iota of talent, then you have nothing to do here. He remembers how much he had to endure and survive during these 4 years of study to prove that he had this talent. In the meantime, Daniel Gould wishes everyone to have many wonderful memories during their studies at the academy. While all the students go to live in the dorms, Rude has other plans, but Hennis is very surprised. The main task of dragon slayers is to kill dragons, so there are many training halls on the territory of the academy for the development of their powers. Rude went to one of these halls and remembers how he often visited it in his youth. The boy is interested in what level his strength is now, and to understand this, he will pull himself up on the horizontal bar. After doing 30 pull-ups, he collapsed exhausted and frustrated with his level of training. His body is too weak. Classes start tomorrow and the combat training subjects start in a week. In order not to make the mistakes he made in his past life, he needs endurance and great muscle strength. He is determined to do a good job. Here he meets another friend from his past life, Bellac. In the future, this guy will carry the title of King Without Weapons. But here they have never met. He started going to the hall only after the midterm exam, and he met Bellac in the new building. The boy is alarmed by why everything is different this time. Leaving these thoughts, he goes to exercise, but Bellac repeats every exercise after him, and even with more weight. Rude got really angry and yelled at his friend. He asks why he would do that. But the young man, with an impassive expression on his face, apologizes and says that Rude does everything just perfectly. So he repeated. Rude stands with his hand on his waist, extremely surprised at this answer. But the young man explained that no one in his family manages to perform all these movements so perfectly, and suggests that Rudd is the god of sports. So they introduced themselves to each other and admitted that they were both freshmen. Bellac asks Rude to be his teacher. He mocks the boy because his body looks much better than that of the 17-year-old Rude. Such applications made the guy very angry because it looks like mockery of his weak body. The action takes place in the academy in the open stadium number 3, and the weapon study lesson has already begun. Professor Daniel Gould invites students to choose a weapon for training. Hennis asks the professor if she should learn to practice with weapons if she plans to become a magician, but he assures her that this knowledge will definitely help her in the future. Rude decides to help his friend with the choice and offers a dagger, arguing that it can be made larger or smaller with magic. In her past life, Hennis was well trained with a dagger and used it in close combat when conserving magic. The girl considered the offer and agreed to learn dagger fighting. Rude chose a sword for training, and to try it out he only swung it once. The professor noticed this movement and thought that such skill with a sword was unbecoming of a student, and the boy asks Professor Daniel if he can choose another weapon. The teacher points out that he can choose as many as he wants, but it will be more effective to focus on one thing. Rude still has the desire to choose several basic weapon options. The professor is surprised and somewhat amused by this behavior of the student, and he allows him to choose. In addition to the sword, Rude examines the spear and the greatsword, and confidently declares that he will take all three. Daniel was interested in this guy. He was different from the others, and his weapon-handling technique is fascinating. The teacher became curious about what Rudd's life was like before entering the academy, so he asks the young man about it. Rude replies that he worked as a hired laborer to earn a living, and that he lost his entire family to the dragon. When he returned to training, Hennis noted that he was doing well, but that it was driving her crazy. The girl was impressed by what Rudd told about his family, and she asks if he lost 2 parents. The guy doesn't look her in the eye and sadly replies that they all died. The girl feels sorry for her friend and apologizes for asking, because it must be difficult for him. Rude points out that it was a long time ago and she shouldn't feel embarrassed about it. The red-haired woman slowly looked at her friend and rudely asked why he spoke up like that, and Rudd then thought that Hennis had a terrible character. Their attention was drawn by the noise on the field made by the B-class students. Bellac made the argument because he does not want to choose a weapon, but considers his body to be the best weapon. The teacher tries to convince him, but it is very difficult for him. Steros insists he is a fighter and does not need a weapon. Haynes asks Rude if he knows this jerk, but Rude lies that he doesn't. They try to calm the teacher down, and Bellac looks in the direction of his friends, but they are very confused. The girl asks Rudd if they are friends with him, because this guy is heading straight for them. The angry teacher yells after him that the student can't just go chat with a friend if he hasn't finished arguing with the teacher. Instead, Bellac assures that Rude is not his friend, but that they have a much deeper relationship. But Rude, ashamed, does not let him finish the sentence and assures that they are just friends. The teacher tries to explain the rules of the academy and convince the student to choose a weapon. But Rude knows that in his past life, Bellac still got his way and didn't work with guns. But here the teacher notes that he can leave such a student for another year, and this shocks Rude because this has never happened in the past. The boy understands that the past has changed because of him, and if Bellac is left for another school year, problems may arise in the future. As soon as the wrestler agrees to the terms, Rude orders him to shut up and covers his mouth with his hand. The boy tries to convince the professor to make an exception, but to no avail. Rude finds the combat gauntlets on the weapon bench and realizes that this is exactly what is needed. He hands these gloves to his friend and tries to convince them that they are not weapons, but protection. But Steros isn't wearing protection, so Rude is forced to say it's a gift from a friend. This greatly surprised and touched Bellac, and he warmly accepts the gift. Daniel Gould looked suspiciously at the gloves, because it is difficult to call them weapons, but he still allowed them to practice. Rude noted that he should be more careful because his actions could affect the course of the future. In the first week of study, almost all subjects are theoretical, because this is the period of adaptation of first-year students. Also, teachers look closely at students in order to later recommend them to the guild. Rude walks down the corridor of the academy followed by his friends, but he wonders why they are following him so nonchalantly. They are still arguing about the gun. Bellac explains that the greatest disgrace to his family is dishonor, and he wonders why Hennis doesn't understand that. Their argument is interrupted by someone's voice. A guy with his friends addresses them in a rude tone. Friends are a little surprised by such an address. They do not understand this rude attitude towards them. Hennis is the first to come forward to defend herself and her comrades, and contemptuously asks who they are and why they are addressing them like that. The dude said that he was William Farth from Class B, and had no complaints against Hennis and wanted to be friends with her, because she is the best freshman. But her sharp answer changed Farth's attitude towards Hennis, but he still wants to have a conversation with someone other than her. Rude enters their conversation and asks the girl to leave so that he can deal with this scum himself. William explains to the boys that you don't have to go out of your way to make a good impression on the professors. One chose as many as 3 types of weapons, and the other none. This kind of behavior does not please Fart and his friends, so they will be glad if these freaks leave the academy. Rude remembered his former life at the academy and how he was mocked, called names, and laughed at by his family who died. At that time, he was a very hot-tempered teenager and took all insults very seriously. But this time he will do everything like an adult, so he will keep calm and not get angry. He notes that even if Fort has 500 swords, Rude, Bellac, or Hennis can defeat him with their bare hands. But this restraint greatly inflated Forte, and he cannot contain his anger. This dude swings in to hit Rude, but Reed avoids the punch with extreme ease and grace. Forte did not expect this, so he falls to the floor with a crash and buries his nose in the ground. The attacker did not expect such a turn of events, and it made him even more irritated. Out of desperation, he pulls out a sword, which frightens Hennis, because weapons can only be used in training matches. This did not confuse Rude at all, but gave him the opportunity to use the knowledge that Bellac had taught him in his past life. Rude used a Steros-style mirroring technique and knocked the sword out of his opponent's hands. Then, with just one blow, he laid William on the parquet floor in the corridor, which greatly shocked the rest of the scoundrels. Bellac, of course, recognized his family's signature fighting technique and wondered how Rudo knew it. The professor ran to the noise and asked what was going on and why the student was lying on the floor. One of the attackers immediately started lying and said that Rude had started the fight first. But his faithful friends denied this and clearly explained how everything happened in reality. This quite shocked the teacher, because it is not so easy to calm down a guy with a sword with bare hands and not get a single scratch. She sent the attackers to the medical office and ordered Ruda to come to the professor's office after classes. Friends began to ask what kind of technique it was and how he knew it, but Bellac notes that this technique in his family is used only by adults, and he has not yet managed to master it completely. Rude realizes that he can't tell his friend that he learned this technique from him in the past. He has to make excuses, and the only thing he came up with is to announce that he is a genius. But the friends didn't buy it, and Hennis suspects that Rude is hiding something from them, and she doesn't like it. On the other hand, Bellac takes it more calmly and notes that everyone is hiding something, and there is no need to bother with questions. They have another argument and Bellac teases his girlfriend, which really annoys her. Instead, Rude mentions that they were just as funny in their past lives. But the memories faded when he was called. They could all be late for class and had to hurry. After classes in the professor's office, Rude apologizes for the mess he made in the corridor. He explains that the attackers insulted his friends and then started brandishing swords, and he was afraid that no one would get hurt. Such explanations really impressed the professor. She got the impression that he is a kind, modest, and well-bred boy. She let Rude go, and William now has a tooth and will have a hard time training with her. Class A teacher Daniel Gould enters the office and reminds that there will now be a meeting of first-year teachers. He is followed by C-class headmaster Damian Grace and D-class headmaster Arthur Winston. But Arthur doesn't seem to be in a good mood because he finds fault with the class teacher of Class B. He doesn't like that she buys various little things for the office that you can do without, but Professor Claire doesn't seem too bothered by his remarks. Daniel wants to settle the situation, so he suggests to calm down and start the meeting already. They all agreed that this year's freshmen are much stronger than they were last year. Arthur wonders which of this year's first-year students is worthy of attention. Damien notes that everyone in his class is quite successful, but in Class B there is one student who is behind in his studies. They discuss Bellac, who flunked the written exam but passed the practice with flying colors. Arthur points out that this young man is not just anyone, but the son of the famous muscle supporter Steros. Daniel adds that there are also successful students in his class, the second daughter from the famous magic family Hennis, and a young man named Rud Donatos. The teachers note that the Empress of the White Flame has already taken an interest in the best student, but they do not know anything about the young man's family. In the written and practical exam, he barely managed to get an average score, and such indicators did not impress the teachers. But the headmaster has high hopes for him and believes that Rude can become the best student of all the freshmen. Arthur asks the teacher of Class B if she already knows this student. She notes that Rude is willing to do anything for the sake of his friends, and is very polite, and she does not mind taking him into her class. Everyone is extremely surprised that she praises the student because this phenomenon is extremely rare. The woman explains that Rude used his bare hands to impale her student, who was swinging a sword. Others point out that Rude used a sword in the entrance exams, but here he was fighting without a weapon, which is a bit strange. But she points out that the boy clearly has a talent for hand-to-hand combat, so it is better that she be his homeroom teacher. However, Daniel is not ready to let the gifted student go so easily, and points out that the boy is good with a sword and spear, so he will stay in his class. A quarrel began between the teachers, of course, that they both want to work with talent. Daniel shouts that he was the first to see the potential in the young man, so he has an advantage. Arthur exploded in anger and broke the table and forced the teachers to stop the argument. He is now more calm, asking Damien if he has any thoughts about this student. But the professor believes that the students are afraid of him, so there is no hope that Rude will choose to be with him. Instead, Arthur noted that if the young man has the ability to spear, then you can meet him at least once. Professors can show interest as much as they want, but it's up to the students. The teacher noted with trepidation that Rud Donatos was from Dassel. This fact did not really impress the teachers because Dassel is a little-known village. But he adds that this village disappeared 10 years ago as a result of a heavenly destruction. This happened in the south of Caliban, as a result of which the kingdom lost half of its lands. This devastation was caused by the sky dragon Kianil, who has the ability to transform into anything. Daniel admits that he was there, but he had very little experience and his teacher killed the sky dragon. Arthur is surprised that anyone survived there at all, because everything was burned to the ground. Instead, Daniel guesses that this guy must have a lot of hatred for dragons. Class D's homeroom teacher notices that there is also a genius in his class who has incredible abilities. In the gym, William Fart has already done 3 sets of 200 push-ups, but the teacher gives him the task of doing another 2,000 times. Students have self-training classes in an equipped training room. The fights are 2 days away and Rude is working hard on his physical preparation. Steros trains very loudly, and this disturbs Rudo, but the fighter explains that great strength is manifested in strong breathing, but this does not convince the young man. Bellac thinks Rude can't lift that much weight, so he's jealous and nervous. But Rude asks to start with a normal posture because the fighter leans to the side every time he lifts the bar. The boy accepts the comments and performs the exercise correctly and agrees that it is much better. Bellac is once again convinced that Rude is his perfect teacher. Here, Hennis appeared and almost fainted from the smell, because the boys have been practicing for 3 hours and have never rested, but Bellac loves this activity. He offers to be a trainer for the girl, because she is very thin and generally looks like a stray dog. The redhead simply exploded with anger, and the boy seems to enjoy teasing her. While they were arguing, Rude decided to go buy something to drink. Hennis went with him. They saw a tall girl with long silver hair near the drink machine. Rude looked at her, his eyes glassy as he immediately remembered her from his past life. This is Lion Claire, a swordswoman who has extremely great strength and can only be compared to his brother. She beat him to a pulp and showed that there was a bottomless gulf between their skills. Rude is still mad at her for never having a chance to beat her in a fight. With this aggression, he turns to Lion and ordered her to stop drinking. A fight broke out between them, but the girl did not think long and quickly went on the offensive. She threw a blow, but the boy skillfully blocked it. Such skills impressed Lion. But the girl was not confused and struck the next blow, but Rude dodged again. Lion Claire decided that Rude was making fun of her because she came to the academy on a recommendation. But Rude says she blocked the drink machine and he really wants to drink. The girl moved away from the machine and now Rude can take what he wanted. Lion admitted that she was mistaken and wondered what kind of boy this was, so she asked what his name was. Rude introduced himself to her and the girl left, saying that she would definitely remember him. Rude almost broke his arm from the blow as he defended himself. He wanted to test her strength and realized that she was still strong enough for him now. Hennis thought that his hand would come off from Lion's blows, and he should go to the medical office to be checked. They returned to the hall, and the bandaged arm immediately caught Bellac's attention. A professor immediately runs in with questions, but Rude says it's just a minor accident. Daniel comes after her, and Hennis says that some girl started kicking and hitting him. But Rude does not want to admit that he was beaten by a girl, but notes that it was just an argument. The woman asks who beat Rude, and Hennis tells what the girl looked like, although Rude seems against that information being shared. The teachers immediately guessed that it was Leon Clyde from Class D. The woman wants to deal with it, and Daniel tries to calm Claire down, but she raised a scream from which everyone understood that someone from their class had been beaten, and so rumors spread. The teacher tries to convince the woman that there is a better way to deal with everything. Professor Claire was very intrigued by this line, and now she is ready to listen. He explains in a whisper that the head of her class, Arthur, will not punish his most talented student, so it is better to go to the girl's father, the leader of the Dead Dragon Guild. Most likely he will ask to hold an educational conversation with her, and with that you can go to Arthur. So there is a chance to punish the girl. It can be punished with penalty points, corrective work, and additional study hours. The teachers began to speak louder, and it became clear to everyone that they were planning to take this matter seriously, but Ruda was not happy about it at all. It seems to Bellac that the teachers love his friend very much, but Rudd is very ashamed of this whole situation. 3 days later, all students and teachers gathered in a large hall to hold a joint wrestling class. The rules are simple. Students from Class A and B must choose an opponent. Each participant will fight twice, and the one whose name was announced will no longer be able to participate in other competitions. Students are called in turn to name the person they will fight. Although everything is very similar to a lesson, it is actually an exam, and the professors will closely monitor each student. Hennis explains that Arathium Academy is the best because no one looks at what family you are from. Only your abilities and talent are taken into account. Next, Hennis Halfie is called. She is happy about it and moves very confidently. The support group shouts after her that she is a true genius and can handle anything. Rude wonders why a mage girl chose a swordsman as her opponent, a very presumptuous decision. The battle between the fire mage and the swordsman has begun, and the girl is very confident in her abilities. Hennis immediately launched a fireball at her opponent without any hesitation. The boy managed to protect himself with a shield, and is glad that this bullet was not very fast. He tries to be quick and goes on the offensive to prevent the girl from casting the next spell. But Hennis was faster than he thought and threw more fireballs. He's back on the defensive and fending off the bullets with his sword. He doesn't seem to like it. The guy is saddened by the fact that he moved away from her and the girl has an advantage in this fight. But while he was thinking, Hennis came close to him and put her dagger to his neck. The boy underestimated her. This is his loss. Although he's not happy about it, he accepts his fate, and the winner is announced as Hennis Halfley. Lifting her head up, Hennis saw Miss Liana, who was watching the battle very carefully, pleasantly impressed by the girl's skills. Rude greeted his friend with a pretension, which was what she was thinking when she got close to the swordsman. She was hoping for a surprise effect, because the swordsman would think that the mage could only shoot magic from afar. But Rude reflects on the fact that if the boy had realized sooner what she was planning to do, then Hennis would be safe. The teachers started discussing the fight. Claire liked how the girl feels the opponent and assesses the situation. Arthur is also pleased with what he saw and admits that a battle mage is a rather rare phenomenon. The teacher invites the next pair of students and enthusiastically awaits the next battle. William challenges Rudd to a fight, and he does it quite confidently and pathetically. The three are surprised by such a decision and are waiting for their friend's answer. Rude reluctantly accepts the fight as a sign of respect for the boy's willpower, although he knows in advance how it will end. It took only a few minutes for Rudo and William to shout that he is dying, and then he is carried out of the hall on a stretcher. Rude is next on the list, so the teacher suggests changing the order if the boy wants to rest. But he says he is ready to continue the fight and name his opponent. He does not think long and chooses to fight with Bullock Steros. Bellac doesn't want to fight him, but Rude says he'll have to, because Bellac is the strongest opponent here. The boy does not want to fight with his friend, but he is also not ready to give up the fight as a coward. In his past life, Bellac was strong. Mountains fell from the swing of his fists, and the ground shook under his feet. But this power was still not enough, so now he wants to hurt his honor and thus stimulate him to be better. Steros has thought it through and accepts the challenge, which makes Rude very happy, and he smiles smugly. Emotions are running high, the guys are in combat positions and are ready to start hand-to-hand combat. Rude recalls a past life fight with Steros. Then it only took him one punch to put Rude on the ground. They start a fight. Rude wonders if he'll have the strength to win this time. Bellac starts the offensive. He doesn't want to wait, so he accelerates and attacks. But he receives a strong blow from his opponent. Apparently he did not expect this. This doesn't stop him and only annoys him more. He attacks again, but Rude blocks the kick. All the same, Bellac managed to hit him several times, but there was not a single scratch on him. Rude explains that he shouldn't attack openly. Bellac looks like a crazy piece of muscle. Steros are a race of fighters, and their muscles are stronger than iron plates, so he is not afraid of blows. Penetrating his armor seems impossible, though Rude tries hard to do so. But the blow was powerful enough to derail him, and Bellac sighs heavily. Rude warns that it's better to dodge an attacker than to take every punch proudly. If he doesn't dodge, then he will lose, because Rude knows how to penetrate the opponent's armor. Rude uses the Steros attack technique he learned in his past life and delivers a powerful blow. Bellac realizes that this is his family's technique, but he doesn't know how it is known to Rude and where he learned to master it so well. He was angry for no reason and has a deep desire to defeat this guy. Rude is smugly already in a fighting stance and warns of an attack. Bellac must concentrate, follow the movements, and try to predict the actions of his opponent. They go toe-to-toe. They're two very strong and smart fighters, so it's fun to watch. Bellac begins to understand that Rude's advantage is not in strength, but in the ability to feel the opponent. In turn, Rude feels that he has a greater reserve of strength, and this encourages him. Steros gathered all his strength into a fist and is ready to deliver a devastating blow. Rude does not shy away from the blow, but came up with something better and declares that this battle was good. Bellac looked confused and did not understand what his opponent was up to. Rude points out that his friend is strong, then draws his sword and slices his shirt across his chest. He ends the fight with the defeat of Bellac and declares that he is still stronger than his fellow fighter. The boys are satisfied with their fight, because it was a very spectacular competition between two extremely strong rivals. After the fight, everyone is delighted and the hall is buzzing with praise and applause. It was spectacular. Arthur can't believe that a fight between students has just taken place because their skill level is far beyond that of freshmen. Claire noted that these guys weren't even fighting at full strength, but their movements were extremely precise and of a high level. The professors noted that the last sword strike was perfect, but Bellac also held his own, and he is no ordinary guy. The 4 homeroom teachers thought that it would be cool to teach a student like Rude. 3 friends have lunch in the dining room, but Hennis does not like it, and would rather have lunch in a restaurant on such an important day. To this, the boys replied that there was not enough protein in the food in the restaurant, and Rudd did not have the money to go to such establishments. Here they feed deliciously, and you can eat for free, and they ask the girl if she has too much money. Hennis looks surprised, declares that she doesn't have enough money, and is a little embarrassed by such a conversation. Rude mentions that Hennis comes from a rich family and has no reason to worry about such matters. He looked at Bellac and realized that he too is from a fairly wealthy family and behaves like a gorilla. The boy realizes that he is the only poor among them, and because of money he risked his life working as a mercenary. Hennis voiced his thoughts. noted that he was the only poor man here, but she could treat him. This made the boy very angry, and he shouted that he did not want any handouts from them. Someone poked a finger at their table and remarked that he was looking for this guy, which confused the friends and forced the argument to stop. The leaders of the Pursuers and Gloomy Moon guilds approached them. Roderick, the leader of the Pursuers Guild, spoke to them first and praised them for their impressive battle. Rude was surprised at the attention they were getting. He looked up and introduced himself. He mentions that he didn't get to meet them in person in the past because they died in a battle with a dragon before he became a dragon slayer. Hennis looked with respect and reverence and introduced herself politely, while Bellac calmly stated his name. This appeared to Hennis as a sign of disrespect, and she scowled at him. But the guild leaders noted that all three were quite strong and had shown impressive results. The girl found it quite strange that the leaders visited the student cafeteria. They excused themselves by saying that they also graduated from this academy and missed this food, so the redhead asked hopefully if Miss Leon was here too. Roderick and Abel said that Leon immediately left after their fight, saying that there was nothing more for her to watch. Roderick greeted Rude and said that Abel had praised him a lot, but the boy was not impressed. Instead, Abel, not so friendly, asked if Rude even understood who he was. Rude knows that the Gloomy Moon Guild is ranked 2nd, and Abel is ranked 4th in that guild. The leader agreed with everything the boy said, and added that his guild was no worse than the first Sacred Fire Guild. Abel praised the boy for his fight, to which Rudd, without too much modesty, noted that he was truly outstanding. He liked the young man's level of self-esteem, and invited him to join the Gloomy Moon Guild right after graduation. Such a proposal surprised everyone, and Rude asked whether it was even allowed to recruit students in advance. However, Abel says that this is only a formal rule, and it is his guild that will be able to fully reveal his potential and provide a stage for him to show himself. The guy is not yet ready to accept such an offer, but wants to make a deal, which somewhat surprises the leaders. Rude asks them to find his brother, who survived the Celestial debacle 10 years ago. Avel thinks this task is quite difficult, and the boy also refused to accept their offer. Then what can he give in return? But Rude is not lost and self-confidently offers personal connections with him. The leader thought for a while and decided that personal connections with the future star were also a good option, so he agreed. Hennis asks why he is so confident in his abilities and what grades he received in the report. After the first competition, the teachers send a message with a grade, but Rude completely forgot about it after the arrival of the leaders. The boy remembers that in his past life he never got good grades, and was not an exemplary student. Rude looked at his friend and remembered that she has a sister who is in a coma. Maybe that's why she's looking at him so strangely after finding out he's looking for his brother. And Bellac wonders what kind of person his brother was. He was a kind and brainless idiot, and he was extremely strong, much stronger than Rudy. Bellac knows how strong his friend is, so he assures him that his brother is definitely alive. Rude also hopes for this, is even sure of it, so he does not stop looking for him. Haynes is impatient to see the grades, so she interrupts them and offers to read the message. The girl reads that she has a great command of magic, uses strategy, and has all the qualities to become a combat mage, and these words make her very happy. Bellac reads next: a high-level fighter, excellent physical data, good reaction, and beautiful muscles. The last words confused Rude, but Bellac is very happy with what was written, and comments that Professor Claire is a good person. The girl mocks her friend and declares that it is some kind of delusion, although the boy brags that even the professor recognizes his muscles. Rude opens his letter and is surprised by what he sees there. Hennis is impatient to find out what is written there, so he takes the paper from him. But looking at it, it looks no less surprised and a little confused. All 4 class teachers put their signatures on his paper, so Perdonatos is forced to appear in their office. Everyone there is already looking forward to him and does not hide it. Arthur greets the boy, invites him and asks if he has already mastered the academy. Claire greets him warmly and offers to drink tea and biscuits. Denial amiably emphasizes that it has already gotten colder and we should dress warmer to avoid catching a cold. Rude looks on in confusion and realizes that he's been called about the curator's choice. After the competition, students have to choose a curator who suits them best. It happens that the professor wants to personally contact the student when he leaves his signature on the evaluation letter. The professor notes that it is rare for a student to receive 4 signatures from professors at once. Claire explains that he has shown himself well in different areas and cannot be shy to choose, because each of them is a professional in his field. Daniel Gould's White Sword, Claire Mason's Mad Dog, Damian Grace's Phantom Predator, Arthur Winston's Thunder Spear. Each of them would be the best teacher for the boy. In his past life, he was tutored by Professor Gould and taught how to work with a sword. Therefore, this time Rude also chose Daniel to learn how to skillfully wield a sword. The teacher was very happy, while the other professors looked sad and disappointed. But Rudy wants the professor to make him his personal student, a statement that shocks everyone present. Daniel wants to make sure Rude really understands what he's asking for. He declares that he knows that the place of successor of the heavenly warrior is still vacant. In a past life, Daniel was his brother's teacher, and he was a legendary heavenly warrior, so he was supposed to be his successor. The professors agree that the place is free, but do not understand how the first-year student knows this. Professor Daniel Gould himself was thinking of becoming the successor of the heavenly warrior, and here this guy was the first to talk about it. He began to wonder why Rude wanted to take this place, since these were quite serious plans. The young man explains that he needs strength. He is very weak, and his whole family died because of the dragon. He does not want to lose any more friends and people close to him. He remembers how his sister died because of the dragon and how he misses her. He only has one question. Would he be able to protect her if he were stronger? The teacher thinks that it is impossible to reach such heights only because of a sense of revenge, but if your goal is to protect it, is another matter. The professor agrees to make him his personal student and has another idea. He turns to other teachers and suggests that they all become his curators and teach together. Such an offer shocks the boy. He definitely did not expect such a turn of events. Daniel explains that Rude is a special guy, and if there is an opportunity to better develop all his talents, then it is worth a try. But the boy himself is not happy with this offer, because it will be difficult for him even with one mentor, and here he is offered 4. Arthur agrees to work with the boy, and believes that the world needs the best dragon slayer. Other professors also supported the proposal and agreed to be its curators. But Daniel emphasizes that this is only an offer, and he is free to choose what to do. Rudd is in deep thought, whether it will be right to study at 4, and suddenly his choice will significantly change the future. But he realizes that someone must replace his brother, confront the sky dragon and avert the trouble that could happen, so he accepts their offer. He wants to become strong in order to give a future for everyone, and for this he will even cross himself, so he accepts their offer. Claire was delighted to meet Lion Claire at the teacher training ground. She explains to the girl that this is her extra lesson, which will be independent training. The girl did not understand what would happen here and why she needed this training. The professor suggests not to waste time and effort and to start and stand up. Without giving the girl enough time to prepare, Claire instantly started the fight. After such training, the girl is angry with everyone. This Claire is mad at her, and Rude is mad that he went to complain about her right away. She is very upset about the situation she is in, and her mother also contacted her and scolded her. From all these emotions, Leon just sat down on the step and tears rolled down her face. Rude was passing by in the corridor and thought he had thought of it. He mentions how cold-blooded and cruel she is, that one can doubt whether she is a person at all, and now she is sitting here crying. He mentions that the girl changed after the death of her stepfather, the leader of the Dead Dragon Guild, but then they had a bad relationship, so he didn't really get into the situation. And now he feels guilty that a 17-year-old girl is crying because of him. He didn't complain to anyone, didn't want anyone to know or gossip about it, but he feels guilty. Rude wants to somehow fix the situation, but in such cases, he does not understand what needs to be done. That's why he just came up and asked why she's sitting here and crying, but she doesn't understand how he dared to talk to her at all. She shouted that it was because of him that it was difficult for her now. He shouldn't have complained, because they just had a small argument. If he hadn't spoken to her so rudely, this might not have happened, and the guy apologizes. She did not think that he would say such a thing. These words surprised the girl and calmed her down a little. He apologizes for being rude and admits that he overstepped the mark a bit. He also explained that he did not want to tell anyone that it was his girlfriend who told the teachers everything. Rude handed her a handkerchief, and the girl blew her nose and thought that if he apologized so easily, then this situation was not important to him at all. Therefore, she stated that she would not stop getting angry so easily after his apology. With a smile, he says that he didn't even ask to blow his nose, but the girl said that it was mustard gas. Leon still accepted the apology, but warned Rude not to molest her again, because he would have a heart attack. The guy agreed to bypass her and remembers that in the past she always worked alone, so she won't disappear. When she was about to leave, she allowed him to greet her. Rude was surprised, maybe he missed something, and asked what she meant. Therefore, she repeated that she did not mind if he greeted her. The young man is pleasantly surprised, because he did not expect to see her like this, And Leon is already walking down the corridor and regrets what he said and thinks that she will not have friends if she continues to behave like this. Rude was close enough to hear her words and asked what she was mumbling about, but it only scared the girl. As it turned out, the two of them are heading to Training Hall A for teachers. But Rude has no desire to work together with Leon, so he is angry with his teacher. Daniel is waiting for them in the hall, who is positive about the lesson. The boy asks if Leon is really going to be in this lesson with him, and that the teacher said he asked her to. He can't believe it, because in the past her curator was Claire, and from her the girl learned melee tactics, but now everything has changed. The girl is angry at the boy's behavior and wonders if she is not happy with him, but he points out that this is not the case. He says that she wanted to learn melee tactics, and she is already very skilled with a sword. Realizing that it might sound suspicious, he added that he made such conclusions when he saw how she fought at the competition. She remarked that it was a great idea, and that she liked that he was watching her, but Rudy didn't want her to think that, and lashed out. The girl immediately made a surprised look, and said how could he not say such words in front of the professor, but he took everything calmly. With an innocent expression on her face, she quietly told him that she would regret him at the first opportunity. Rude was speechless with surprise. He didn't know Leon could be so sneaky. He excuses himself and goes on to explain that he thought she would choose Claire. But she didn't get Claire's signature on the letter, and even if she had, she would never have chosen her to study. The future has changed again, because in the past they had a good relationship, but now they are almost enemies. He guesses that it's all because of the professor's plan, but Rude is the reason behind it. The professor suggests moving on to the lesson and explains that they will start with simple sword movements and hone them to perfection. He admits that students already have some knowledge in this area, but it takes practice to find their own fighting style. The teacher ominously declares that they need independent training to get this experience, but they are not too happy that they will have to learn to fight each other. At the end of the lesson, both students lie tired on the floor, unable to move a finger. Daniel says goodbye and reminds that they will combine individual classes with joint ones like today. Rude regrets not being able to defend well during the fight. It was a fiasco. The girl reprimands him for swearing, and Rude wonders if she's angry about getting hit and not being able to do anything about it. To which the girl replied that it was mostly Rude's fault, and they were there to learn. The girl also notes that this class was not very difficult compared to training with Claire. Leon, with an innocent expression on his face, asks if the boy feels guilty because she was punished, but she asks him to teach her his tricks if she wants to make amends. Rude doesn't want to do it and sends Lion to the professor, but she keeps asking him because she doesn't want to train with Professor Claire. The young man finally could not stand the persuasion and agreed to teach the girl. Rude is confused between two lives, confused and chastising himself for agreeing. But she looks so cute, she'll still be in the raid team, so it's better to make friends with her. Although, maybe everything turned out for the best, and this is his chance to correct what will happen in the future. Arathium Academy is located on the territory of the capital of the Alpheus Empire, and its graduates work in the Imperial Guilds. The academy has almost all modern equipment, but the students were outraged that they could only stay on the territory of the educational institution. Therefore, the management allowed to go to the city on weekends and holidays. Hennis is indignant that her friends are very slow, and she has a lot of business in town today. But the boys do not share her desire to walk around the city and would rather rest on their day off. Rude would rather sleep in his own bed than carry her bags, but the girl promises to treat him to an expensive dinner if he stops grumbling. For the sake of an expensive dinner, Rude is ready to endure even more, so he agrees and wants his friend to help him too. Bellac noted that a friend had asked Rude to carry things, so he wouldn't be doing it. But Rude remembers that Bellac didn't take the money with him, so he'll have to. The girl impatiently catches up with the boys, because they walk very slowly and get stuck somewhere all the time. After the walk, they went to an expensive restaurant where everyone knows the girl and received them with respect. The restaurant looks like a palace, and Rudu is not comfortable in such an expensive and luxurious establishment. But his friends feel quite comfortable there and invite him to sit at the table. Rude has never been to such cities, and I don't even know why there are so many cutlery. Hennis orders meals, but Bellac reminds her that she likes a lot of meat, so she adds 600 grams of venison steak to the order. In this restaurant, one dish costs 500,000 rebloff. With this money, Rudd could feed himself for a whole month. Rudo is not comfortable eating such expensive dishes, so I'm writing it down. Maybe it is too expensive. But Hennis wants to thank them for carrying her bags, so if he wants anything else, he can order it. Bellac takes advantage of the offer and wants something else, but the girl does not want because she has already ordered enough meat for him. He reminded sadly that he was also carrying bags, but Hennis didn't want to hear anything. The waiter brought the dishes, and Rudo's jaw dropped at how beautiful and delicious everything looked. Bellac noted that it was quite tasty, almost as prepared by their family cook, but the portions were small. You could order more. With this, he angered Hennis again, so she, without hiding her aggression, told him to shut up. Instead, she talks very sweetly to Rud and asks if he likes it. The guy has never eaten such expensive food before, and does not even understand what it looks like. And after talking about his brother, Rud feels an extraordinary friendliness on the part of the girl. He recalls that in the past, they were not good friends and often quarreled. Now he doesn't even like seeing her like that. He thinks it's insincere. He wants to tell her that there's no need for extra politeness, but Hennis cuts him off and yells at Bellac not to look at the menu because she won't be ordering anything else. She threatened him that if he picked up the menu again, she would cut off his hands. And with a sweet smile, she turned to Rud and asked what he wanted to say. He immediately changed his mind about talking to her on the subject, let alone the way she was talking to Bellac, so he simply thanked her for lunch. The girl liked it, and his friend was upset by such injustice. Rud looked at his watch. It was 8 o'clock. He seemed to have some business at 8 o'clock. He had training with Lion, who is already waiting for him and is angry that he is late. She waits for him in the corridor and thinks that maybe he forgot because he has friends, unlike her. Rud is only 5 minutes late and is very casual. But the girl gets angry and explains that it is polite to come 10 minutes before the appointed time. Rud is a little embarrassed because he did not know such rules and apologizes. She asks what he ate, and Rud explains that he went to the capital with friends, but thinks he smells bad. The girl was surprised that he was in the capital outside the academy. He explains that he was walking with friends and his girlfriend treated him to dinner. He is ready to move on to class, but Lion asks how many friends he has. He does not answer the question and offers to start with simple positions. But the girl says that she has never been to the capital. She saw that this conversation was not interesting for the boy and offered to start classes. Rud thought for a while and suggested that he go with her to the capital the following Saturday. The girl cannot believe her happiness. She was very happy, and Rud was amused by it. He starts his warm-up, but Lion has already bombarded him with questions about the city. She is interested in where he was, what he saw, what he ate, what you can buy there, and in general, how it is customary to spend time with friends. He throws gloves at her, so that she stops talking for a while and finally gets down to business. He asks if she's always been this talkative, and she mentions that her mother always made fun of her about it. Now she talks about her mother, the leader of the Dead Dragon Guild, and Rud thinks about how she managed to tolerate and not talk so much in her past life. He cuts her off and tells her that he uses Steros' style, which he has modified a bit, but it still requires a lot of physical strength. So he can show her some techniques that his brother taught her. If you combine this with the techniques that Claire uses, you can learn to dodge blows and hit your opponent as much as possible. But Lion does not understand how she can do this if the opponent is on her heels. Rud explains that this is why he will teach how to avoid getting hit. He shows off his hit avoidance technique, his movements quick and fluid like a dance. Leon does not have time to catch his movements. It is similar to how a snake moves. Rud explains that this technique must be performed on tiptoes, and the legs are used minimally during the attack, so the movements appear imperceptible and smooth. The girl asks how he knows this technique, and the guy explains that he invented it himself. She is very surprised by such an answer and considers him a real genius. The guy was a little embarrassed and suggested that she try it too. At first, she looks confused and does not understand how to do it correctly. But in a few minutes, she mastered everything, and Rud called her a genius in his thoughts. He spent 2 years developing this method, a year to transform it and another year to master it. It is difficult to call someone a genius who spent 4 years on it. She is a genius because it took her 4 minutes. Lion seems to be doing great, and she asks if she is doing everything right. But Rud does not admit that he is really thinking about her and makes a move. He emphasizes that it is necessary to stand on tiptoes and not arrange dances here. She didn't like it very much, and Rud ignores it and offers to try again. He warns that he will torture her today until she does everything right. They were in the hall until sunset. Such training had left them both very tired. Rud is in his bed thinking that everything is no different from his previous life, and so far everything is going smoothly. Although his relationships with others are very different, and he worries about how this might affect the future. But it doesn't have to be like before. He has to change the future to save them. His task is to gather a team and destroy the Sky Demon. Then they can see each other again. And for now, he must fulfill the role of his brother because no one else can do it. He knows that for this, he needs to learn and master the blue sky technique. Rude competes with his teacher Daniel on wooden swords. The boy already understands that it is not easy with the professor because he is often cunning. This training is given to him hard, and it seems that he is not even going to lose. But Daniel got bored and decided to change his style to check the boy. Rude did not expect this, because it was as if a fist flew at him from nowhere. In addition to the sword, he also had to defend himself from fists. The boy did not know that it is possible to use not only a sword and informs Daniel about this, but the teacher replies that he has a changeable character and can often change his actions. The student understands that physically he is not yet strong enough and cannot match him, but he was up to something and moved far enough away from his opponent, and that got Daniel interested. The professor decided to wait and see what would happen next. Rude gets into a fighting stance and rushes in to get the upper hand. He delivers a blocking strike with his sword and effortlessly knocks the weapon out of his opponent's hands. And now it's time to use the countermeasure. It's called the blue sky technique, and it's aimed at defense. In a past life, this technique helped to keep up with his brother. But for a true blue sky technique, you need a sword and something else. The professor is impressed by the student's technique and has nothing to complain about. And Rude respectfully notes that the teacher easily parried all his blows anyway. Daniel is satisfied with what he saw and offers to go to a more serious level. The boy does not understand what kind of level the professor is talking about. But he explains that the blue sky technique includes not only the ability to wield a sword, but also the ability to control mana. Mana is the raw life force that accumulates near the heart. But with the help of a special method, you can use mana from the outside. This is a mana seal. Users of the blue sky technique have large reserves of life force, which they accumulate in the heavenly spirit subspace. That is, they do not use the heart, but a certain channel of energy transmission, and his brother had exactly such a heavenly spirit. The professor shows how he can manipulate mana, and asks if Rude has studied any mana manipulation techniques. In his past life, he used only a simple method based on the system of magic circles. The teacher suggests that he try it himself, and to begin with he should think about where he wants to put the seal. Rude thought for a moment, and held out his hand and explained what he had decided here. The teacher is ready to do everything, but warns that he can pinch a little. He took his hand, touched it with his finger, and mana began to float around. Rude gritted his teeth in pain. It wasn't like the simple pinch he had been warned about. At the end, he carefully observes his hand and sees pure mana flowing out of it. Suddenly, he finds himself in a magical place, a legacy of followers passed down through generations. Some have dedicated their entire lives to this in order to reach the appropriate level and gain enough knowledge to create the heavens. These blue and cloudless skies are blue skies and they look magical. Rude is very surprised because he hears a voice calling him by name, but he has no chance to find out who it is because the professor immediately pulls him out of this state. He asks if the boy liked the first meeting with the blue sky. For Rudd, it was incredible, and the teacher explains that the first steps in mastering mana can be compared to the appearance of a new organ in the body, but adds that it takes a long time to get used to these sensations and start using mana. He notes that it's quite amazing that the boy can already confidently feel her in his body, but Rude not only feels, but also manages it quite skillfully in just a few minutes. Daniel is surprised and even a little scared and asks himself who this guy is. The level of the blue sky technique is shown by the number of wings. The teacher has 6, his brother had 7. So far, Rudd has only 1, and this seal cannot be removed, because it is engraved not on the body, but on the soul. The teacher explains that even after the heir dies, his memories and power return to their origins. Rude recalls that in the space connected to the heavenly spirit, there was Daniel and someone else who called him a young man, but his brother was not there. That is, there is a chance that after his death, the heavenly spirit will preserve the memory of his brother. After the lesson, Rude does not recall the teacher saying anything about being imprisoned in other dimensions. He ponders the disappearance of his brother and Dragon Sartnan, but suddenly he hears a voice from behind, asking him why he was out so late. Hennis reminds them that they have to teach their idiot friend, and every second counts in this business. Rude explains that he finished on time, but they could have gone without him, but Hennis doesn't want to be alone with that dumbass. Bellac is indignant. He doesn't like being insulted like that, but his friend explains that with such grades he can be left for another year. The boy recalls that when he starts listening to the theory, he feels as if he will lose consciousness. He had a brilliant idea that this was a psychological attack on his brain with the help of magic. Friends no longer pay special attention to him, and the girl is interested in how Rudd's classes with professors are going. But the guy is not very talkative and managed only 1 normal. But strained by their excessive friendliness and constant praise, Arthur declared that he had exceeded expectations, and when he showed Claire his technique, which he had developed himself, she was delighted. He has a chance to attend classes with all 4 curators. This has never happened in history, and Hennis can't believe that there is nothing special about it. For example, he could see Professor Damien without his mask, but Rude can't say anything because he has the strangest things to do with this professor. In their first class together, Damien didn't say a word. They didn't know each other in the past, so he doesn't know anything about this professor. Maybe these acquaintances could agree to at least talk about something. Among all the professors, he was the first to die, so there were few chances to get close. At the last lesson, they exchanged a few phrases, discussed tea, and then remained silent for another half hour. So he tells his friends that he just drank tea with the professor and left the office. Instead, Ruda wonders how their lessons with the curators are going. Bellac liked Professor Claire because she is a strong warrior and also appreciates the beauty of muscles. But the boy did not really believe this, because in the past life they did not get along very well. Hennis, on the other hand, is very unhappy with her curator. She was told that there are no magic curators, so she was given another teacher. And he informed the girl that fire magic is not effective, and she should look for other types of magic. But this made her very angry. Bellac noted that fire magic is quite rare, so you can understand why he said that. Rude tries to calm his friend down. He explains that she can change classes if she doesn't like the teacher. Hennis understands that this does not make sense, because there is no fire mage in the academy. But Rude gives her hope that suddenly the Empress of White Fire will start teaching here for her. Suddenly, Jeremy Duville interrupted their conversation. He came up, introduced himself, and reminded that he was the president of the student council. He greeted all his friends by name, which greatly surprised the trio. Rude asks if Jeremy has been wondering and asking about them since he knows them so well, but the boy explains that it is difficult not to notice them, and they are quite famous within the walls of the academy, especially Rudd, because he was chosen by all the teachers and many seniors are outraged that it is unfair. But the boy is not confused and asks if Jeremy has come as a representative of the senior students to express his displeasure. He explains that he agrees with the teacher's decision, because they probably know better. With a wifely smile, he explains that he has come to invite Rudd to the student council, but he rudely declares that he is not ready to be their errand boy. The guest politely objects and adds that he is not called to be a mercenary. Rude is angered by this comparison because it looks as if he is mocking him. Jeremy naively points out that he said it on a whim and hit a sore spot by accident. He explains that small scratches like Rude's are usually found on mercenaries. It seems he didn't have an easy life. Rude warns him that he's already overdoing it, but Jeremy adds that he likes to play detective and knows that he's looking for his brother. He doesn't like this guy because he behaves as if he knows everything. In his past life, he was famous among mercenaries, and although he was not a total scoundrel, he is selfish and self-righteous. Rude declares that the boy is not meddling in his own business and he should stop taking an interest in other people's lives. And he adds that he thinks he has enough intelligence to control people, as if with his own hands. Jeremy asked where the hatred came from, because he liked Rude, but the boy knew that he only needed the ones that showed up somehow. Rude walks away from them to the bookcases and explains that such people are not interesting to him at all. Haynes tries to apologize for his friend's behavior, and Jeremy gives her his smile. That was the end of their conversation. The guest said goodbye and left the library. Hennis does not understand this behavior of his friend, even the president of the student council. Rude warns him not to contact this jerk and Bellac agrees. Before leaving, the boy left him a note in the book where he wrote to beware of Damian Grace. But that pissed him off a lot because Rudy knows something about this scumbag from his past life. This Jeremy then created a lot of mischief and many people died because of his decision. And among them was Damian Grace. He was the first to die among the teachers. To be precise, Jeremy did not personally kill the professor. He stuck a dagger in his own neck. But Jeremy encouraged him to do so because he considered him a danger to the Empire. Rude has to stop him and stop this from happening, but luckily he still has time. He thinks about it on the way into town. Lion teases again about being late, and Rude gets angry at the accusations. In fact, he came on time, but for a girl, on time is 10 minutes earlier. Now the boy regrets that he agreed to go to the city with her, but Lion reminds her that he himself invited her. He explains that he had no choice, because she was sitting so sad and clearly wanted this. So they arrived in the city, the girl is happy, and now there are a lot of people there. The street where the Dead Dragon Guild is located is always full of people. The girl asks where they are going, but Rude was sure that he will just carry her things. But she does not understand what things are in question, and if he invited, he must show the way. He suggests that she should buy something for herself to begin with, as everyone does. Leon decided to buy new clothes and took the boy's hand, but he demands to let go. She makes fun of him, asks if he's shy, but Rude complains that she squeezed his hand too hard and it hurts. They reach a local clothing store and go inside. The girl saw a white dress on a mannequin and liked it very much. She asks if Rudo liked the dress, but the boy could only say that it was white and not bad. The consultant offers to try on the dress if you like it. It should look good on such a fragile girl. She left the fitting room. The employee said it was very nice, but Lion asks the boy's opinion. He is not very verbose and did not say anything new. He repeated that the dress was good and white. The girl declares that he is beating her, and she kindly says to the consultant that she is taking the dress. Rude wanted to leave, but Lion offers to buy him new clothes as well. She offers to try something on, but he says he doesn't need anything. She still persuaded the guy, and he still went to the fitting room. And she herself remembers how he behaved cautiously at the first meeting, but when he saw her tears, he immediately apologized and became softer. Most of his emotions are direct and honest, but Lion has the feeling that he sometimes compares her to someone. Rude came out with a serious expression on his face in a black shirt that suits him very well. The girl looked at him, and it seemed to her that she had some feelings for him. But Rude ruined the moment by asking why she was looking at her like that. Let her go pay already, she promised. Such a reaction disappointed the girl a little. He has no manners, and Rude jumped for joy because he got free clothes. They are walking down the city street. They have already had dinner, and it was quite tasty. Lion took another look at him and thought that such clothes suited him very well. He noticed her look and asked why she was staring, but instead the girl asked why he paid in the restaurant, because she promised to treat him. Rude explains that she bought him clothes. He still has some conscience. The girl asks if he has friends with whom he fought side by side since he was a mercenary. He briefly answers that there were such and mentally adds that not when he was a mercenary, but when he was a dragon slayer. She agrees that friends can sometimes be closer than family, and he asks, maybe among them is his first love, which he cannot forget. He is surprised by the question, and Lion is a little confused and embarrassed. But a minute later, Rude explodes and declares that being a mercenary is very hard work, and he was just a tomboy who was treated very badly by everyone. The boy wonders how it is possible to carry such a fool, but Lion is actually seeing someone like him for the first time. He does not understand what she is talking about, and the girl explains that he gets annoyed and shouts at every question. And he adds that he always has a displeased expression on his face, and sometimes also curses. But despite this, he is honest, taught her some tricks, and even now reads the pamphlet to understand where to go next. The girl concludes that he just has a terrible character, but it amused her. But this offended the young man, and he is going to return to the academy. She patted him on the back and informed him that they still had a lot to do today. He did not like this gesture and asked why she did that, but Lion explained that her mother always does this. And she adds that friends should support each other, so she came up with something. He asks what she is talking about, and the girl explains that she wants him to feel what a real family is. Rudd froze and even got a little scared. Did she plan to introduce him to her relatives? The girl explains that they will now head to her family in the Dead Dragon Guild. Rude warns that this is a violation of the rules of the academy, because you cannot go outside the capital. But the girl is sure that no one will recognize him and no one will find out. Siren is the capital of the Kingdom of Ribel, located in the west of the continent. The city where the Dead Dragon Guild is located is not as big as the capital, but it is also quite beautiful. Rude remembers that when the 7 dragons attack, this city will be dead in a few years. Then the complete decline of the Dead Dragon Guild took place, and her home would be destroyed and her loved ones would die. But Lion does not know about this and cheerfully invites him to go home with her. It reminds Rudo not of a guild but of an estate, and at that time the girl greets Uncle Harold. He was surprised to see her here and thinks that the holidays have already started. But she explains that she just wanted to introduce her friend to the members of the guild. He is very surprised that the lady makes friends as a guild. Usually this was not the case. Uncle is very happy for her and is ready to plan a whole poster party in her honor. But this embarrasses Lion. Harold apologizes, and the girl asks why Rude is laughing. But it is now clear to him that she was actually an outcast. But when Rude remembered his previous years at the academy, he realized that he too was such an outcast. They are warmly welcomed by the members of the guild and are very happy that Lion has come home. Everyone was interested in the boy and immediately bombarded her with questions about who it was behind her. Was it a friend? She asks her sister to calm them down, because they are bending the stick. but she explains to her that everyone is just very happy to see her. Rude sees the members of the Dead Dragon Guild for the first time and did not expect to see such a warm relationship, truly like a family. Perhaps the fact that Siren and her guild were destroyed affected the girl and her character. Harold invites Miss Lion and her friend to go into the drawing room, where the guild leader is waiting for them. They entered, and the girl shouted the word mother with real joy. Adelina Cray, director of the Dead Dragon Guild, is surprised to see her daughter here. They hugged very tenderly, and it is clear that they missed each other very much. But immediately Mom asks if everything is okay, because she came in the middle of the school year. Maybe she beat someone again, and we need to change the damage. Lion explains that she just wanted to introduce her to her new friend. Adelina did not take the girl's words lightly and was in great shock at the appearance of a friend in her daughter's life. The girl who was in the room with them all this time thought how amazing it was that Leon with his character was able to make friends with someone. This is the Empress of the White Flame, Liana Chernik, the leader of the Holy Fire Guild, and she is indignant that no one greeted her. Lion is not very friendly towards her and quietly says that this old lady comes to them often, but Rude showed more respect and said hello and introduced himself. She remembered him from the competition and asked how Miss Halfley was doing. He explains that she is unhappy because she did not like the curator, but Liana reassures her that this is not a problem, because soon the best teacher will appear at the academy. Her mother approached the boy and thanked her. She explained that her daughter is special. She has a well-developed sixth sense. She added that it helps her to understand the people around her very well and takes everything to heart, but it is difficult for her to express her emotions. Adelina also asks if he is strong, because Lion has already broken a teammate's wrist. The girl sips tea and nonchalantly declares that this is the guy. The girl's mother is a little surprised, and the boy is embarrassed. The girl adds that he was the first to start, but now everything is fine, and she was punished for it. But the mother is outraged. She did not teach her daughter to fight just because she tortured people. Rude defends his girlfriend and explains that he is also guilty because he said it without thinking. Adelina believes that this is not a reason to beat people and harm them. She concludes that they have reconciled and asks her daughter if she has apologized. Lion apologizes for choking him. Rude says that everything is fine and they both feel uncomfortable. Mom still scolds her. She asked many times to be careful with ordinary students. Liana points out that this is not an ordinary student, because at the competition he played with Steros' son like a toy. And they also say that Abel himself offered to join his guild. Adelina is in shock, Steros and also the Dark Moon. The girl says that he is very strong and teaches her to fight, and the boy adds that he refused Abel's offer. Since he is so strong, Adelina as the head of the guild and his mother Lion cannot pass by, and cheerfully suggests that Rude show how he can fight. Lion cannot hide her surprise. She is worried about her friend because her mother is very strong, and Rude is glad that he will be able to compete with someone from a higher rank, and he willingly agrees because there is no reason to refuse such an interesting offer. The other members of the guild can't believe that the head is going to fight the friend that Lion first brought. They know how strong Adelina is, so they think he will last a few seconds. They climb to the second floor, and Rude had already transformed into the form of the Dead Dragon Guild. Lion said that it suits him very well, and she feels guilty that he has to suffer so much because of her. But Rudd, on the contrary, is grateful because he does not know when he will have such an opportunity again. The friend supported the guy. She likes his mood and warned him not to sing to die. The girl wished success and asked her mother to be careful with her friend. They are ready and converge on the ring to start a fierce battle. The fight will take place on wooden swords. You can use magic only inside the body and avoid vital organs. Adelina explains that if he chokes her, he will win, and then she will fulfill one of his wishes. The boy understands the rules, and he does not hesitate for a moment, but is ready to start. She begins to attack. Her movements professional, quick, and skillful. The rivals came close and crossed their wooden swords. Rude deftly repels all her attacks, but is forced to use a lot of effort to do so. The audience is surprised by the skill of the young man, because it is not easy to fight with the best warrior of the guild. Adelina is also surprised by the dexterity of the 17-year-old boy, but understands that he lacks physical data. She delivers a powerful blow that knocks Rude to his feet and falls to the ground. He understands that he does not yet have enough strength and skill for such an opponent, and decides to use the blue sky technique, which he recently mastered, although he only has one wing. The head of the guild did not expect to see this because he did not know that this technique was known to him. In response, she also used her strength, which greatly prevailed and struck a decisive blow. She said that she did not think that the loser Daniel had a student and taught him something. This offended the boy because he does not consider his teacher a loser. Then the opponent offers him to take a rematch to protect the honor of his teacher. Lion was watching her friend carefully all the time. She was extremely surprised and did not expect that Rude was so strong. The girl is confused because she has a feeling of jealousy or inferiority or something else. It is difficult for her to understand what it is. And the guy says that a rematch is a good idea, but he won this fight. Adelina is a little surprised by such a conclusion of the boy and does not understand why he made such a decision. He points out that his opponent has just used out-of-body mana. She realizes with shock that she has violated the rules that she herself voiced. The audience is crowded in the hall and unanimously agrees with the boy. No one tolerates breaking the rules. Liana realizes with disappointment that her friend is a fool and has not coped with her emotions. Rude confidently declares that he does not think that the head of the guild will contradict himself. She's a little embarrassed but agrees to fulfill his wish. But he warns not to ask for a lot of money because now is not the best time in the guild. And she added that wishes that could destroy the reputation of the guild are not accepted. But Rude doesn't want all that. He wants another fight with her on the same terms. His wish was instantly granted and they started the fight again, but this time Rude fights in a different way. The opponent is surprised by the crazy speed of the young man's movements and does not understand how he changed his fighting style so quickly. But she is confident in her abilities and knows that she will still have a chance to strike back. But Rude doesn't want to give her a single chance. He moves fast and without missing a beat. He attacks and dodges at the same time. He has superhuman reflexes. Adelina remembers that Lion has a similar ability, but she does not understand where the boy got it from. With the help of mana, he uses all his senses and becomes hypersensitive. Reflexes and thoughts are accelerated. Adelina recognizes in his style the technique of her daughter, who perfectly reads her mother's movements. For the first time, she sees such a strange entanglement technique, which makes it impossible to understand the opponent's next actions. But she is confident in herself, and Rude is not so strong that she cannot fight back. The two of them give it their all and fight at full strength and whirl around the ring. The audience is surprised. They did not expect to see such a fight. And Lion reminds that she asked her mother to be gentler with him. Instead, her mother urges Rude to show everything he is capable of. Rude deftly dodges all attacks, which even annoys the guild head a little. It seemed to her that she had an advantage, and the boy got caught, and now she would get a clear victory. But Rude is not as simple as it seems at first glance. He throws away his sword. Adelina understands that he wants to use the blue sky technique. Rude jumps up, but she wants to increase the distance between them instead. But in a second he was gone. She lost control over her rival. The next moment he is already behind her, but the woman is confused and does not understand how it happened. Rude is planning to take Steros and he only needs a second's confusion of the opponent to land a blow. But she turned out to be faster, and Rude was already flying in the opposite direction from the received blow. This blow turned out to be very painful, and Rude did not expect it at all. His girlfriend feels Rudd's compassion and pain, so she screams his name in horror. She scolds him. He should have left because that's how you can die. Rude agrees that he feels like he's going to die. She explains that he is not a fool, and why would he continue if he saw that he would lose anyway? Rude asks that the girl stop whining and clarifies that he did not lose. The girl turned to face her mother to ask and make sure it was true. The leader of the guild accepts with a smile that she lost. It seems that it did not anger her at all. She keeps her promises, so she is ready to fulfill a wish and offers to open a treasury for the boy. Rude refuses the money and has only one request, that he be promised something. He asks that he be believed when necessary. Such a strange request slightly confuses the leader. This is a very unusual request, and Adelina wants to know the reason because the guild leader cannot afford to trust everyone without a reason. His answer is short and simple. He just doesn't want anyone to die. She seems to be satisfied with this answer, so as the leader of the Dead Dragon Guild, she gives her word that she will keep her promise. They shook hands and his friend's mother said she was glad to meet them, and he adds that he may be their future son-in-law, and this drives Ruda and Lion into a stupor. However, after a few years, the attacks of the 7 dragons will begin, as they have been sleeping all this time. The dragon of heaven will be the first to destroy. The dragon of the world will be the second. The third illusion dragon is Lausia. She uses illusion magic, and it was because of her that Siren fell and the entire Dead Dragon Guild perished. Eventually, they managed to capture this dragon, but his companions died in this battle. The war will soon begin, and he is glad that he will be able to warn those people he met today about the attack of the illusion dragon. He hopes that Lion's future will also change, be better, and be saved. They are already sitting in the transport and return back to the academy and recall the events after the fight. Everyone was sitting at the table, having dinner and teasing their friends that they fit each other very well and will have a wedding. Rude asks the girl to just ignore their words. She supports but adds that her mother seems to like him a lot. He notes with irony that it was not for nothing that he got kicked today. The girl looked sympathetically at her friend and wondered how he was feeling. Final stop, they got out of the transport and are walking along the evening avenue of the academy. Rudd regrets that they did not manage to go for a walk in the capital, but the girl is not lost and asks if they will still go for a walk. The guy didn't answer, so she repeated the question again, but he didn't seem at all happy with the offer, so he said he'd think about it. Rude asks why she's following him, since the women's dorm is on the other side, to which she replies that she wants to see him. She explains that there have been some rather strange rumors going around the academy lately. They say that every evening at the entrance to the dormitory appears a naked pervert who trains. Rude thought with shame that it could be his friend Bellac. It seems that he already regrets being friends with him. The girl adds that they also say that there is often a homeless person with blonde hair in the flower meadow in the park, and this information interested him, so he asks her to tell everything she knows about it. Rude walks into the office and greets Lillian, the spirit-summoning professor. He wanted to meet her, so Professor Daniel arranged a meeting. The professor congratulated her and invited him to continue. He explains that he has come because he wants to talk about her student Lenia Selkit, and he adds that it seems to him that lately her behavior is causing certain difficulties. But these words angered the professor because these problems cannot be called small difficulties. She is constantly walking. When she wakes up, she immediately goes outside, bathes in the fountain, cooks barbecue. The professor is in despair because the student does not listen to her, does not go to class. She did everything she could. Rude asks Lillian to calm down because in this state it is impossible to continue the conversation. 5 minutes later, the professor calmed down and apologized for her intemperance. Rude concludes that Lillian got crazy stress from communicating with this student. She calmly continues that she is a gifted student and very close to the spirits, although she does not have any discipline. She can become a perfect summoner, but the problem is that she loves freedom too much. At the exam, she made an airplane out of a sheet with tasks, and in class she can say that she is hungry and jump out of the window. And recently she blew up the training hall, and in her excuse she said that she practiced spirit magic. Rude has already understood the complexity of the situation, and does not understand how his brother managed to make friends with this abnormal woman in his past life. He recalls how his brother complained that it was very difficult for him to force Lenia to graduate from the academy, but he did not really believe him then and thought that his brother was exaggerating. The professor explains that you can stay in Eratum twice for the next year, and if it continues like this, she will have to be expelled. She asks why he is interested in this girl. There must be a reason to annoy her once again with memories of this girl. Confused, he excuses himself that he is just curious why such a talented student is behaving like that. Lillian believes that it is necessary to prevent the expulsion of such a talented student from the academy, if only for the sake of the future of the country and the victory over the dragons. She had heard that Rudy was a special student and hoped that the girl would listen to the advice of a younger student who respected her. Rude was not ready for such a thing, but the professor asks not to leave the girl to her own devices. While they were talking, a butterfly sat on the window and seemed to be eavesdropping. He took off, flew across the park, and ended up next to a fair-haired girl. She lay down on a flower meadow, admiring the wonderful weather and happy with what a carefree life she has. This behavior surprises and even annoys everyone. Students passing by are surprised that she can lie like that. Rude saw her and wasn't at all surprised, but it didn't comfort him very much. Students discuss her, consider the girl a very beautiful bum, and others say that she doesn't even look very much like a person. Rude recalls that Lenia is actually half spirit, half human. But when you live in a human world, you have to behave like a human being and follow social rules. He tries to wake up the girl, but it's actually not as easy as he first thought. That's why the guy mercilessly pushes her, and because of this, the girl rolls across the field into the bushes. Finally, Lenia woke up and does not understand what happened and how she ended up in the bushes. The guy starts the conversation by asking what the girl is doing here at such an early hour. She explains that she was looking at the flowers and fell asleep and asks who he is. He introduces himself and explains that he is a freshman and was sent by Professor Lillian to help the girl with her studies. He takes a leaf from her hair and adds that he respects her very much. He thinks that after these words, she will treat him better. Lenya likes to hear this and offers to be friends. This girl is so trusting. The guy sighs heavily, because all the outlaws want to be friends with him, and says that he will think about the offer. He tries to start a serious conversation with the girl, but at that moment a butterfly flew in and the girl ran after him. He stops her and asks her to listen to him. Rudo wishes she was a little more serious, and he announces that he heard that the girl whom he respects so much is skipping classes, behaving strangely, and if she stays for the next year, he will be very disappointed. But what affected her the most was what he said, as if she was behaving strangely. He reminded the girl that she blew up the training ground, but Lenya is not concerned about it because no one was hurt. It is difficult for him to talk to this girl, but he asks why she skips classes and how she plans to graduate from the academy. But she does not understand why she should graduate from the academy. The guy did not expect such an answer. She likes the nature here, unlike her home where there is a lot of snow. She likes being in the park more than sitting in classes, and added that she would like to stay and live here forever. Rude explains that this is the most popular academy that trains dragon slayers, and so many people around the world die because of dragons. But the girl does not want to be a dragon slayer, and explains that humans kill dragons too. And she continues, dragons kill people, and dragon hunters kill them, and the same thing happens. But she prefers a peaceful and quiet life. Rude does not share this opinion, and cannot understand how such things can be said. The girl with a naive expression on her face asks what is the difference between them. Reed believes that she lived too long in the snowy mountains, so now she is not well informed, because only this kingdom is so calm, and all the others lie in ruins and people die. Only dragon slayers can protect the inhabitants of cities and villages, and where they are not, dragons destroy entire settlements. I wonder if she saw at least once how dragons tear apart her loved ones. The girl with an innocent expression on her face asks why he is upset. The guy gets angry. He would rather talk to the wall. He understands that she does not know anything, so he thinks as she wants, but he did not know that she is so stupid. Lenya explains that she came here only to see where her mother studied. Rude gives up. His hands drop and says let her continue to live in peace and quiet until she dies, annoying those who fight every day. And he left, and the girl was left standing there confused and feeling guilty. She called her dad, and a blue crystal appeared and spoke to her. The girl explains that she did not want to anger Rudd, but was thinking of making friends with him. Tuto calms her down, saying that usually friends appear during a quarrel. Lenya was happy and said that she must apologize to him tomorrow. This is Feldrua, the Spirit King, and he wanted to talk to this guy. Rude, confused and angry, walks around the territory of the academy and thinks he regrets that he has such a bad character, and because of this he always spoils everything. Everything is clear. She lived in the mountains and was not harmed by dragons, so she cannot understand everything so easily. And he just poured out all his anger on her, and because of that he now feels like a complete idiot. He is not like his brother because he was kind, so he managed to cope with this task. Loud shouts on the street made him stop his self-torture. A quarrel nearby attracted his attention. He saw his friends Hennis, as he always does, fighting with someone. This time it's Lion. She is angry and does not understand why this girl came here, especially after she fought with Rude. Hennis shouts that she breaks her hands at the first meeting and calls her a sick psychopath. The girl believes that Lion walks around the dormitory to take revenge for the fact that she was punished. Lion is very upset by this attitude and explains that they have already reconciled and apologized. She just wanted to visit Rude and bring him breakfast in a basket. This made Hennis terribly angry, although Bellac stood calmly on the sidelines and did not understand the reason for these nerves. Rudo has to explain that he was at her house yesterday and took part in a fight and got a little injured. Hennis concludes that they broke the rules, went outside the capital, and she doesn't like that at all. She goes to tell the teacher about all this, but Rude asks her to stop. Bellac was nearby because he was the one who detained her. He easily holds the girl by her clothes and does not give her the opportunity to leave. Lion understands why Hennis is angry and tries to justify himself and protect his friend. The friend calmed down a little and asks to be finally let go. She is glad that they are all right and ironically suggests that they all be friends together. Lion is shocked by such a proposal and did not immediately catch the angry tone of the red-haired girl. Hennis offers to wrestle together and ironically adds that Lion will break a few bones for Bellac and her too. Bellac sees that his friend is already bending the stick and asks him to stop abusing the girl. Lion isn't going to put up with this kind of treatment, so she turns and walks away from them. Rude scolds her friend and asks why she is pushing herself to this point. It was already too much. These reproaches annoy the girl, and she shouts that Rudd should run after her and not be friends with them. But the boys do not understand why she is so angry and are already tired of these quarrels. Bellac says that he has to go because he has volunteer work for breaking school rules before classes. The action takes place in the classroom. The teacher finished the lesson and gave the homework. Rude is greeted by someone. He looks away from the book and is surprised to see it. Lenia approaches him. Rudd asks why she is here and mentions that they had a fight recently. The girl pretends that nothing happened and asks if he wants to eat. They are grilling barbecue in the yard and teasing everyone with attractive smells. Lenia is standing by the grill and asks what kind of steak Rude likes. He wants medium rare and can understand why the girl invited him to a spontaneous barbecue. But why did the girl decide to do it on the roof? She is not at all embarrassed by the passers-by who look at her as a weirdo. She explains that if you fry in the office, there will be a lot of smoke and it can be dangerous. The meat is already ready and the girl serves him a perfectly fried piece of steak on a plate. She apologizes for her behavior yesterday, much to the boys' surprise. She adds that he is human and must have been hurt by the dragon, and she replied too nonchalantly. But he denies it and reminds her that he already said that he respects the girl. And he understands in his mind that the situation is turning in his direction, so he has a chance. He explains that he is worried, because such an incredibly talented girl will not be able to graduate from the academy normally. He continues to praise her, explains that she is perfect in every way, and she just needs to be patient for a few years, and not be so free-spirited, and someone will definitely want to be friends with her. She joyfully says that she is happy because she found a student who respects her so much. Maybe she should change her attitude. Rude saw that she was vulnerable to praise, so working with her would be easier than he thought. She asks if there is peace between them and they can be friends now. She would really like that. The guy agrees and thanks the girl for taking a step forward, and they shake hands. The girl promises that in the future she will go to couples, try hard in the exams, because Rudd himself respects her. The guy declares that he is happy for her and is ready to support the girl in everything. The girl also adds that her father wants to talk to him and asks if he is not against it. Rude is shocked by such a statement and can't find words. He didn't expect to meet his parents so quickly. The girl calms him down and explains that her father is not scary at all, but on the contrary, very kind. And he innocently and cheerfully adds that he is an ordinary spirit king, nothing special. Her dad explains to his daughter that he wants to talk to her friend alone. The girl is surprised by such a request, but does not understand that they can discuss alone, but agrees and goes for a walk in the park. Ruda is a little embarrassed by this situation, but he respectfully greets the king and says his name. He wants to get straight to business, so he asks if Rude is back from his second life. The boy seems speechless, so the king repeats his question if Rude has returned from the past. The guy is surprised. He doesn't understand how he knows this because he didn't talk about it with anyone. The king explains that he knows that time in this world has already passed and that Rudo has a familiar smell. The spiritual realm and the physical world are different dimensions, but there are passages between them that have appeared due to the contract between them. Feldrua also lived a physical life when Rude did, but he had no memories left. But for some unknown reason, it seems to him that they were acquaintances, and the king asks if Rudd was a warrior. The guy does not rate himself very well and says that he was more of a burden than a normal soldier. Since the king knows about him, he decides to tell the main events of his past life that the king has forgotten. Of all these events, he was interested in the fact that the dragon disappeared with the warrior. After thinking a little, he adds that this warrior may be alive, and this information gives him hope. Rude is surprised. He really wants to see his brother again and asks if he can have some proof. Feldrua explains that the void dragon is cautious and conscientious and would never attack if it knew it would die. Most likely, after disappearing, the dragon just ran away to regain his strength, and his brother was just stuck in another dimension with the dragon. But the warrior is not so easy to kill. Rude listened to everything. He had certain guesses, but now he knows for sure that he can still be saved. The king adds that if Rude wants to find his brother, he must go to the Dragon's Nest Flying Island. But right now, Rude is not ready to go there, because it is a difficult road, and he needs to prepare for the events that will soon happen here. First, he must become stronger and avert the terrible calamity that will come. Rude has another question. He is interested in who made the current world to be formed by turning back time, what kind of dragon he saw. But the king cannot tell about the dragon that controls time, because he made an oath a long time ago and cannot tell anyone about it. The boy is confused. If even the Spirit King took an oath, then who is he and how much power he has? He sighs heavily. He's sorry to hear that, but he understands that vows are very important. The king also has a question for the boy. He is interested in the end of his daughter's previous life. Rude reveals that she couldn't find a way to kill Nephrin the ice dragon, so she decided to trap him in the great ice pit with herself. But he adds that even in her last moments, she was very calm and even smiled. Her dad points out that if she was smiling, then it was the best decision in this situation. But still, this return is a new chance to live life and influence the future of everyone and his daughter as well. Rude has already thought about it, and is not sure if he will be able to do any good, but he will try his best. Faldrua will not leave the boy alone in such a difficult situation and will not simply stand aside from it. The Spirit King is counting on the fact that this guy will succeed, and at that moment a piece of crystal breaks off. Something very strange is happening with Rudovi, but the king orders to sit still. Nothing bad will happen. A fragment of Feldroa's spirit is pressed into his heart, and a terrible pain is suffocating the boy. The king explains that it may hurt, but the power of spirits will help him, and he also wants to protect his daughter. He points out that this is only a tiny piece, and that this power will help him later. But Rude explains that he never had any contact in his past life, and this piece is very difficult to accept. The king pleads with Rude not to disappoint him, even though he is already looking very unwell. The guy got terribly angry. He thought he was dying, which is not a very pleasant feeling. Feldrua explains that from now on, wherever the boy is, he will be able to connect with his powers and thoughts. But Ruda is interested in how to explain all this to Lenia. You can't just say that he made a deal with her friend who returned from the past. At these words, the girl and all the participants appeared. It happened so suddenly that they did not know what to say. The girl explains that they have been talking here for a long time, so she decided to return. She immediately smelled it and asked why Ruda smelled like her dad. It had never happened before. The king was confused. He could not find the words to explain the situation. Rude decided to say that it was because they decided to become friends, because they had a great conversation. The girl is surprised that Rude gets along so well with everyone, and so easily accepted the age difference of several centuries. It seems that the king did not like this answer, but it was a small revenge for the fact that he so brazenly entered his heart. Rudd and Lenia left the roof, talking sweetly about how the girl will date. In a few weeks, the Feldroa fragment found its place in the young man's heart, and he stopped feeling discomfort. And now, the king can talk to him always and everywhere, and now reminds him about Rudd's meeting with his daughter to study together. He is about to leave, but a letter from the Cloudy Moon Guild is brought to the boy's room. Rude has been waiting for him for a long time. This is the information about his brother that he managed to find. Abel promised him to find his brother, and the letter contained many names and surnames, but no information about a man named Esir Donatos. If the largest data collection guild did not find any information about his brother, then there is only one answer. His brother does not exist in this world at all. The king explains that this makes it even more obvious that his brother is stuck in another dimension. Rude has two ideas for what to do next, and he's ready to share them with the Spirit King. The first is to find traces of the brother inside the heavenly spirit, but for this he must possess at least 7 wings. The second is to find traces of the void dragon in its nest, which is quite well guarded. The king understands that it is quite difficult to implement any of these ideas now, and explains this to the boy. Rude adds that even if he does have the coordinates, it still won't work unless he finds a way to open a dimension passage. The guy came to the library, where he had a scheduled meeting. When he opened the door, Lenia was already there, smiling warmly. She explained that she could tell by the smell that the boy was here, and was already looking forward to the opportunity to study together. They went to the library, where Hennis and Bellac are already studying, and the girl is annoyed as usual because Rude is late. She explains that Rude has to be responsible for training the elders, and she doesn't want to study with all these fools. The guy excuses himself for being late because he had to think about something, and the girl in her defense declares that she is not stupid. But Hennis does not agree with this, because she heard that she has already failed 1 year of studies. Lenia declares that it is not important and does not mean that she is not smart at all. Everyone sat down at the table and began to prepare, until suddenly the heavenly spirit of Professor Daniel contacted Rudd. He asks the boy to come to his office for a moment. Bellac probably didn't want to study, so he slept on his notebooks, and Rude tries to wake him up. He asks his friend to look after the girls so that they don't pull each other's hair. Bellac is surprised, because what could be the reasons for quarrels if they have known each other for only a week? Rude explains that they don't need a reason and asks that the boy stop the fight if it starts. Hennis saw Rude heading somewhere and yelled at him because he had just arrived, but he quickly ran away and only managed to say that there was no choice because the professor had summoned him. The three of them sit at the table and try to study, and Lenya asks why Hennis is always so angry with everyone, but in return, he receives an irritated answer from the girl that she is not evil at all, and adds that it annoys her that the girl paints the quality of nonsense and constantly asks when Rudd will return. Lenya declares that the fact that such little things annoy her indicates that she is full of anger and adds that it is surprising how she can be friends with someone with such an attitude. Hennis replies that she finds it funny to hear such statements from a crazy child who sleeps on the street and fails tests because of omissions. Instead, Lenya still considers herself more educated than Hennis, as if she is deliberately provoking the girl. The redhead repeats what Lenya said word for word and distorts her words. The two girls got angry and exchanged glances, and Bellac does not understand how he should reconcile them. At that time, Rude enters the professor's cabin and asks why he summoned him with a heavenly spirit. He introduces the boy to his master, and it is the immortal heavenly sword Ain Bryce. Rude bowed his head respectfully, introduced himself, and said it was nice to meet you. And the King of Spirits noted that he had heard a lot about him, but he had never seen him before and remarked that he looked young. He is now 100 years old, but he has stopped aging because he has reached a high level through mana training. It is said that the aging process stops when the 6 wings of the sword-piercing technique are reached, and it was he who killed the 1,000-year-old dragon. Ain tells the professor that he has a sharp eye and this jerk could be useful. The professor is glad that the person he respects so much has noticed his efforts and skills, and he adds that he can run for a cake or some other goodies for his great master. Ain doesn't mind and still wants 5 scoops of snow cream from the supermarket, but Rude seems a little embarrassed by his professor's behavior. He willingly accepts the order because he wanted to please his master and goes straight to the boy. He says he'll be back soon and let Rude drink some tea with the honorable gentleman in the meantime. Ain starts the conversation and asks if Rude has any idea why he's here. After looking at the many packages, he assumes that this is an ordinary tour or vacation. Such an answer annoys the master, but he knows that Rudd has problems with relationships and is tactless. Ain puts a cup of tea on the table and adds that the words he will say now must be kept a secret from Daniel. The guy was very surprised to hear this, so he asks if he understood everything correctly. But the master ignores it and starts a story about Professor Damien Grace. He explains that this person is closely related to a 1,000-year-old dragon. In the body of one of the professors of the academy, Damien Grace, the heart of a 1,000-year-old dragon beats. It is not known how a person can live with a dragon's heart. Maybe they used magic to do so. But if the dragon's heart fills the human soul, it can be a disaster. Rude mentions that in a past life, before something bad happened, Jeremy made the professor commit suicide, and everyone thought it was the right thing to do. But the boy stole the dragon's heart, even though he knew it was very dangerous. After some time, the Dragon King Garma attacked the academy in which there were students. Back then, Rude was only a child and couldn't do anything to help, but Professor Denial and the Heavenly Sword died in this battle. The student listens to this story and does not understand how Ain knows this. The master continues that he came here to follow them. Rude wonders if his teacher knows about this, as it is quite serious information. Ain explains that Daniel is very sensitive, so he might get upset if you tell him. But the boy does not understand why she is telling all this to an ordinary student. He knows that the boy from Dysol is the only survivor of this disaster, and believes that he has a right to know. Ain knows that Rudd has been chosen by 4 professors, and he is interested in how the class with Damien is going. The boy recalls that at these meetings he simply talks about his problems and listens to the teacher's advice. And he says out loud that the professor is shy but seems like a good person. Ain explains that no one knows what is on his mind and asks him to tell about everything suspicious immediately. Rude agrees and asks what exactly he should tell that would be considered weird. And the master explains that if there are any changes in behavior or aggression, Rude wonders who could have told Ain everything, since not many people know about it at the moment, and asks permission to ask the master if the student Jeremy Deville has not contacted him. Instead, his interlocutor asks if there is anything that bothers him and if he has anything against this student. Rude explains that this man is rotten and will sacrifice everything for his interests and plans. Master then asks if Rude knows of any other way to handle this situation, and adds that at the moment the most reasonable option is to kill Damien and destroy the dragon's heart. Rude agrees that it's smart, but it's clearly the wrong way to go about this problem. Rude insists that they have to come up with something while there's still time before it's too late. A gasping Daniel runs into the office. He is happy that he managed to bring everything that the master asked for. Ein thanked him, but he had to go, which surprised and even slightly disappointed the professor. And in parting, he asks Ruda to give his all because a lot depends on him. The guy understands that this person is not one to wait, so he has to hurry to solve everything. Rude returned to the library but did not see his friends there. There was no one at the table. He went to the table and saw a note left on his books. It says that his friends were kicked out of the library because of the noise, and they went to the roof, and there might be a bloody massacre between the girls. Rude doesn't want to solve this either. His head is already hurting. Lion came up to him at those words. The girl asks what happened to him, but he does not want to talk to her and says that he is preparing for the test. She assumes that he is now pretending not to know that his friends hate her, but she hates them too. Rude asks if the girl is still mad at Hennis. She does not want to talk about it, explains that it is all because she did something that Hennis did not like, and asks what the boy is reading. He reads about the disaster with the 7 dragons. 700 years ago, they were sealed away by the first dragon slayer. 10 years ago, a heavenly dragon appeared in the south, and at the cost of many lives, the dragon was banished. But in these battles, only a few people survived, and among them the heavenly sword Ain Bryce, Gerard de Graham, and Daniel Gold. The girl is shocked by the story and is worried about her friend. She asks what he is up to. He pretends not to understand what she means, so she has to clarify. For example, escape from the academy to take revenge or go to the southern part of the continent, which is under ban. But Rude objects and adds that going south is like delivering food to dragons for free. The girl explains that he hates dragons and said last time that he would kill them all, so she is worried. Rude says that he plans to become as strong as possible and then kill all the dragons. He adds that he must take revenge for what he lost because of these stupid lizards. He wants to destroy all mention of the existence of dragons on Earth so that no one will fear them anymore. Lion asks if he really believes in their existence, because the very story about them has already become just a legend. She adds that the dragon that appeared during the disaster was similar to the heavenly dragon from the legend, and that is why it was named that way. But Rudy is still reading the story, very confidently answering that they exist. He adds that the sky dragon seen 10 years ago is a disaster in itself. He says that he was there and does not want to feel that horror again, so he wants to get rid of the cause itself. Lion is very shocked by the story she heard and cautiously asks if Rudy is afraid. The boy did not answer, but only looked at her and asked if she was afraid. Lion answered that she was not afraid of the dragon itself, but that the people around her, her family and friends, would die. With that, they ended the conversation and Rude gathered his things and announced that he wanted to eat. The girl caught up with him and asked him to stop and explained that she wanted to help. She promises that she will do everything in her power to defeat the 7 dragons. She will create a victory plan or a new guild, whatever it takes. Rude is shocked and questions if she is really ready to fight and destroy dragons. She says Mom will respect whatever she chooses, but she's no match for Rude, so she doesn't know if she can be of any use at all. Rudo understands that the girl has a lot of support from her family and guild, and he wonders why she wants to follow a difficult path. She is a little confused and avoids a specific answer and says that she just wants to. He's not satisfied with this answer and makes the assumption that it is because she likes him. Lion got angry at such statements of the guy, but he hastily apologizes for what he said. She follows him, but Rude doesn't understand what made her so upset and says he was just joking. Confused, she runs down the corridor of the academy and thinks that she must have lost her mind. She does not understand what is happening to her, why she ran away, and why this joke affected her so much. A thought creeps into her. Maybe she really has fallen in love with this guy, but she immediately rejected such thoughts, and it is better to say that she was simply embarrassed for a moment. At that moment, she met Claire, who was looking for a girl, because she already has an extra lesson. The professor wants to see what the girl has learned in the last month and a half. In the wrestling room, Lion and Professor Claire engage in hand-to-hand combat. The professor reflects that at first it should have been just additional classes, but the girl learns quickly and it seems that she even started to like it. Besides, her footwork is paying off, and Claire wonders who taught her this. Lion defended herself from the blow and counterattacked, which surprised the professor. But the girl was distracted only for a second, and the teacher launched an attack and threw her to the ground. Claire explains to the student that she thought Lion would still be beaten today, but she learned a lot. The girl notes that the teacher just beat her all the time and did not explain anything, but she learned from someone else. Claire heard that Rude taught her, and Lion explains that the guy is a great teacher. Claire concludes that they have become friends because the girl speaks so well of him. But for some reason, this embarrassed the girl. She was embarrassed and said that since they have already finished, then you can go, and ran out of the classroom. A warm evening, a cloudless, starry sky, Rude is sitting on a bench on the territory of the academy. The Spirit King addressed him and praised him for coming to the meeting, but the boy was very annoyed by such words, and he does not want to hear such nonsense. The king adds with irony that the youth is so tender now, and that the younger you are, the less your attachment is. And he adds that it is good to have at least some kind of relationship with someone so strong. He explains that he can barely hear the boy's thoughts, but it is clear that the Lion he knew before and the Lion now are two completely different people. Rude understands this, but cannot do anything about himself, looks at the moon and thinks about what to do next. There is chaos on the territory of the academy. Students are worried about the exam, which should take place soon. Rude is sitting on a bench near the fountain and is trying to prepare for the exam. He is reading a book, but his thoughts were filled with Leon. He is worried because after his stupid joke, the girl avoids him. The main task for the boy is to live this life better than the last, but the fact that Lion avoids him cannot be for the best. Their relationship now is completely different than it was before, because in her past life she looked at Rude as trash. But he is happy that she is alive and well now. A voice pulled him out of his thoughts. Lion approached him and casually asked what he was doing here. Rude didn't say anything, and the girl quickly handed him a package and wished him luck on the exam. She turned around and left so quickly that the guy didn't even have time to answer anything. After the exam, 3 friends came to the dining room and talk about how the exam went. Hennis brags that she completed the task in 5 minutes, and Rude did it in 10, so the girl celebrates the victory. Though Rude isn't sure if it's okay to complete a task in 5 minutes if it's scheduled to take an hour. Bellac brags that he's the fastest, taking only 1 minute, but Hennis knows he hasn't solved any of the tasks. He only wrote a note to the professor and closed the book. She complains that it is impossible to teach him anything, just like that crazy senior. Lenya passes by them and explains that this is not true, because thanks to classes with Rudd, she passed the exam much better than usual. Hennis noted with irony that the girl would finally show everyone her intelligence. But the girl was not lost, and said that it is enough that Hennis always shows his character. The guy asks Feldroa for help to somehow reconcile the girls, but he notes that they become friends after a fight. But Rudy is not sure about this. He thinks that even 10 years will not be enough for them to reconcile and become friends. Bellac chews on his lunch and wonders if Rude has prepared for tomorrow's practical exam. But the guy doesn't understand how to prepare if you don't even know where it will take place. Bellac suggests that suddenly it will be in the desert, and you need to stock up on a lot of water. This is quite likely, but how to carry a large amount of water? And while they are talking, the girls are already fighting. Bellac is in a good mood and jokes that he will store all the water in his stomach. While the boys are talking carelessly, the girls have already started fighting. The next day, the students came to the hall with the blue podium, where Professor Artur was waiting for them. He will now explain to them how everything will happen, since this is their first practical exam. It will be held on the specially designed grounds of the Arathium Academy, and the students will fight against various monsters. But the professor points out that killing the monster is a very simple task, and their goal is to kill the dragon. Students have theoretical knowledge about dragons and time to use them in practice. But if the students show extraordinary skills in this exam, they will be able to take an additional task, and the winner will be able to choose a weapon from the Aratium treasury. These are their first steps to becoming a true dragon slayer, and this requires taking risks. Therefore, the professor announces the beginning of the exam and offers to volunteer who is ready to start. Rude is ready to begin the challenge and remembers that in a past life, Leona bested him in the last challenge. He has an incentive to exert inhuman strength to do the task the best he can. But this is not for revenge, but for self-gratification, to finally get rid of this feeling that he is not strong enough. Rude found himself in an enchanted forest, where it is surprisingly quiet and peaceful. He communicates with the King of Spirits. The instructor's students are monitored through familiars to prevent extreme danger. Rude is already bored and wants to find that dragon as soon as possible and finish this task. A giant green evil troll with a mace suddenly appears from behind. The boy was not confused at all and cut his leg without any further ado. He fights the green monster without any problems, skillfully wields the sword and leaves no chance for the troll. He magically wins with just one sword, not even tiring much in this fight. Rude deliberately mutilated the monster's body because the smell of blood will surely attract a dragon. The dragon didn't make himself wait long. Rude already hears his footsteps and is looking forward to meeting him. But the student is surprised, because in addition to this, someone else's footsteps and shouts are heard, and he wonders who it could be. A terribly frightened boy runs up to Rudo at breakneck speed. Tears flow from fear. He shouts Ruda's name in surprise and is surprised that he is also here. But Rude can't remember this guy, and a little indifferently asks who he is. He is angry that he was not remembered and says that he is William Parday, with whom Rudd fought in the corridor. But they don't have time to figure out their relationship and have to run, because an incredibly huge dragon is coming. They both raised their heads at the noise and saw above them the same huge dragon that William had been talking about. He has fiery eyes, green scales, a huge tail, and snaps his fangs at the boys. William, scared to death, fell to the ground, shaking with fear and unable to move. Rude goes on the offensive, but realizes that his sword is too weak for such a dragon and it might just break. But the boy has an idea and jumps high above the dragon with his sky power. He has been actively training and developing this strength with grueling exercises for 3 months. He only had 3 wings now, but for a dragon like this, that should be enough. Rude rushes at the dragon with the speed of light and uses his maximum strength to defeat it. He still manages to poke this green lizard between the eyes with his not-so-good sword. William is watching all this from the side and cannot believe his eyes. He is shocked because Rude is not afraid of the dragon at all. 1 hit was not enough for such a dragon. The boy still had to make an effort to win. William warns the boy that it is impossible to kill this dragon because it has very strong scales that cannot be pierced with an ordinary sword. But this does not stop Rudd, and he pathetically just tells the boy to watch silently. Even the strongest have weak points, such as eyes, tendons, respiratory organs. And if you make a gap between the scales, then you can easily pierce the body with a sword. He moves very quickly, and the green dragon does not hesitate to dodge or attack. Rude has tired the dragon enough and is ready to deliver a decisive blow, but his sword breaks in 2. It is not enough to cut the bones. The dragon does not have the strength to rise to attack, and the boy asks William if he has any weapons. The boy fearfully says that his weapon is also broken. It is difficult to kill a dragon with a training sword. Rude then went at the dragon with his bare hands, which students usually attack in groups. The guy was tired, but he still managed to knock down that monster with his bare hands. William gets up from the grass and thanks Rude for saving him and apologizes for that time, and asks Rude Donatos to become his opponent. He believes that this will make him stronger. But he looks at the young man with slight contempt and does not understand what he wants from him. William explains that he always tried to be strong, but watching Rudolph, he realized that he could not match him at all. He has many flaws and is ready to admit them, but he is definitely not ready to give up. So he wants Rude to become his opponent. The boy confidently declares that he does not want to be a weakling, but wants to be as strong as him. Rude replies that he might agree, but in his mind he's angry that he's so annoying. Suddenly, the instructor appeared and said that the exam was over and they could return. All this time, someone was watching them from afar through binoculars with great interest. This man is the director of Erythium Academy, Gerald DeGrame, and he climbed a tree for a better view. Denial is standing behind him and asks what interesting things are happening there and how the students are doing. The director explains that he had heard a lot from the professors about Rude, but this young man definitely exceeded his expectations because he single-handedly coped with an almost adult dragon. Denial cannot believe that the boy is only 17. It is interesting how he will show himself on the additional task, but at the same time, he will become the best dragon slayer. He gracefully jumped from the tree and agreed that this boy would make an outstanding dragon slayer. And he adds that Rude can become stronger than that ancient and unusual hero of freedom. Denial wonders if the director is referring to Benar's biography. He confirms and explains that this is the first dragon slayer, and from that time they begin to count the beginning of humanity. A long time ago, people were only food for dragons and had no chance to live peacefully. Everything belonged to them. The whole world, both the earth and the sky. Everything was overrun by earth dragons, sky dragons, and giant dragons. There were also humanoid dragons, but they far outnumbered humans in terms of physical and mental data. They did whatever they wanted with people, killed, ate, and even kept them in cages for entertainment. 700 years ago, the amphitheater of Aradum was a gladiatorial arena where slaves were forced to fight each other for fun. Now this place is a symbol of freedom and dragon slayers. It sounds paradoxical and a little funny. Denial recalled that he perfectly knows and understands all the records and fragments of memories about those times. He says that Benar was one of the gladiators, captured by dragons and kept for fun. He was the strongest of all the gladiators who fought here. Later, he gathered like-minded people and started a revolution. After long battles, they managed to push the dragons far north beyond the great mountains. Also, they were able to seal the seven-headed dragon that was their king, and since then, the era of freedom has come. This story is the main theme of all the songs of the bards and the first children's book, so everyone takes it for granted. But Denial doesn't understand something. If Benar was so strong, then it's better to get rid of all the dragons than to just drive them out. In that case, dragon slayers would be unnecessary at all. If he had killed the seven-headed dragon, then so many people would not have been hurt. He adds that he does not doubt the good intentions of the founder, just if... The director agrees, but it doesn't matter what happened in the past because it can't be changed. And how people will live in the future depends only on them. It is important not to repeat the mistakes of the past. In 3 days, there is an additional exam, and students are waiting for the opportunity to look into the treasury of the academy. In the previous exam, everyone was divided into groups, and in this exam, only the best from each group can participate. So the students sit waiting for their opponents, Rude among them. He seems worried. Hennis explains that it doesn't matter how many weapons she can buy. She's interested in what's in the academy's treasury. Then the boy asks Bellac why he is participating in the exam if he does not need a weapon. He explains that he is participating to fight the strongest student, and it will help him get a strong body. Rude thought that was an interesting thought and agreed that it was indeed worth taking the exam for. Hennis thinks about Lion, even though she doesn't love her, but the girl wonders how strong the psycho is. And he threatens Bellac that if he loses to that crazy lion, she will kill him. The guy is a little worried and confused, asks his friend how strong this girl is. Rude states that Lion Creer is incredibly strong and is probably one of the strongest freshmen. Such a statement confused her friends a little, and they asked her if she was stronger than Rudd, but he calmly and complacently answered that he was definitely stronger than her. In the arena, Lion approaches Bellac and asks if he is her rival and why he is already 10 minutes late. Bellac asks her to treat him with respect and adds that his name is Bellac Steros. They are in the center of the arena. The girl is ready to start a fight and asks the boy to attack first. But the Steros family has a rule to introduce themselves before the fight, so he asks the girl to state her name. Without hesitation, she says in a confident voice that her name is Lion Creer. Bellac states that she looks strong enough to compete with his body. She, with a confident look, swings her sword and attacks the unarmed boy. He defended himself with his bare hands. The boy crossed them and formed a protective shield from them. The girl understood that it was not a shield made of mana, but that he protected himself simply with muscles. The guy self-confidently and a little narcissistically invites the girl to appreciate his beautiful muscles. Bellac uses the signature style of the Steros family. He has gained speed and attacks the girl. Lion used her sword as a shield and saved herself from the blow. The girl saw a weak point in the opponent. He opened up so she is ready to attack. Lion struck, but Bellac seemed to be in solid armor, his muscles protecting him. He doesn't dodge blows. He doesn't need to because his flesh is like steel. She chewed through his power. It's a combination of muscle and mana. The girl compliments that he's quite strong. Normal blows stimulate the body perfectly, but now he feels incredible pain. He tore his t-shirt and shouted that Steros' body could not be cut with a sword. Then Lion decided not to use a sword, but to use her hand-to-hand combat skills. She calls him a maniac who shows off too much, and the girl is ready to show him all her power. She uses incredible speed and deals a lot of hits. He felt how strong his opponent was, but it only encouraged him. And he shouts that he will show her his whole body, but this confuses the girl very much. She is not ready to look at that. Bellac uses his strength and uses his muscles to tear his pants. A guy enters the arena and explains that Bellac Steros is disqualified, and Bellac is very surprised. He does not understand what the matter is and why they say such cruel words, because they have just started the fight. Bellac can't believe he was kicked out of the arena and disqualified for exposing his body. After this incident, Lion Creer was declared the winner of this battle. Hennis is ashamed of Bellac, and she suggests not to tell anyone that this idiot is their friend. The girl reminds that it's their turn, but Rude doesn't answer, but looks at Lion strangely. It seemed a little suspicious to her. She tries to get his attention and repeats once again that it's their turn, but this time she does it much louder. They are already in the middle of the arena, and the girl asks him to do everything right and not be distracted. The fire witch Hennis Harpulia had to work for a long time to become a strong fire mage. In the past, she was very strong, and in many battles no one could surpass her. Everyone knew about her precise skills, but the main thing that made her invincible was her iron will. Their battle ended in complete failure for the girl, although she thought that this time she would succeed. But she is not sad. Her gaze is confident and angry. She is sure that next time will be different. They announce the winner of this fight, Rude Donatos, but the guy doesn't even smile after the victory. He remarks to his friend that she chose a good time to strike, but did not aim well. He gives Hennis a hand to help her up, and Lion watches from the stands. It seems that she is jealous or angry because she runs away from there as quickly as possible. Hennis suggests that Rude train with her. She heard that he trains with Krier and she also wants to get stronger. But the guy doesn't answer because he doesn't listen carefully to his girlfriend, but looks at the stands. Rude leaves the arena and says that he has to go somewhere else. But the girl explains that the finals are coming soon and you can't go. But Hennis seems to have suspected something between Rude and Lion. She thinks they are hiding something. According to the results of the battles, Rude should now fight with Lion, but the girl is running away somewhere with all her might. She runs with only one thought in her head, that she does not want to fight him at all. He also didn't want to fight her when she asked him to train her and made up various reasons not to. But now he behaves in a completely different way. It seems that he himself really wants this battle. She feels in him a desire for victory and open malice, but Lion does not want to fight with him at all. Rude approaches the girl with a confident and aggressive gait and asks what she is doing here. He seems to be ordering to return to the waiting room because in half an hour the final battle will begin. She doesn't want to fight him and doesn't need the prize, so she refuses to participate. But he is not happy about it at all. He does not like that Lion wants to give up. He believes that she is showing pity for him and thinks Rude is not worth fighting with. She does not understand why her friend says that, and also wants to ask something. But Rude doesn't give her that chance. He puts his hands on her shoulders and yells at her to shut up. He holds Lion and rudely declares that she has no right to refuse to win. She does not understand what he is talking about, and the boy's behavior seems very strange to her. He remembers how in his past life he shouted to her to open her eyes due to a raging downpour. He asked Lion to pull herself together. She had no right to give up and leave him. Rude screamed at her in despair, angry that she dared to die and threatened that if she died now, he would curse her for the rest of her life. He became terribly angry and demanded that she think about how to stop the blood flowing from her. Before she died, she gently touched his cheek with a weakened hand, and this gesture greatly surprised him, because they had never been close friends. Lion smiled and said with a blissful expression that he was a complete idiot. She died, and Rudd remembers how she always called him names. She hated the lion and the boy, but the boy didn't like her either. The battle dragon Leifai approaches and says that she is strong enough, but made a stupid choice to protect a weakling like Rude. The dragon leaves saying that he has lost interest, and there is no point in killing such a worthless guy. Rude had a maddened anger, and he had to carry all this inside himself and experience it over and over again. He looks at her now and realizes that this is a completely different Lion, but he cannot come to terms with the thought that she has given up. The girl takes his hand from her shoulder and asks him to let her go. She asks Rude not to follow her, to give her peace, and she needs some time alone. He watches her leave and thinks about his past life, about how miserable he feels. He cannot understand why Lion saved him, why she died for him. Rude stands in the ring and is declared the winner without a fight, as his opponent did not come. Hennis can't believe that the girl ran away and still didn't come back. It upset her. Rude does not want to let the girl go. He is not ready to lose Lion this time. The girl sits in the evening park and thinks about what happened today. She wonders if Rude is mad that she didn't come, since the exam must have been over a long time ago. Rude came to the park and found the girl, but it scared her a little. He remembers from his past life that the girl liked to come here when she felt anxious, and Rude came here to compete with her. And now he has come for the last final battle to take place in the arena. Lion does not understand why this should be done, why he wants it so much. He does not leave her the right to refuse the fight. He does not want her to refuse and retreat. The girl gets angry, screams, cannot understand why he needs it so much. Rude declares that he has been waiting for this moment for a long time and pulls out his sword that he prepared for battle. He had waited so long for this moment to put an end to this abuse of himself. The girl shouts that she doesn't want to fight him, but she has to draw her sword to defend herself. But the boy does not care about her reluctance and starts a fight, and says that it does not matter what she wants. His blows are so powerful that it is difficult for her to stay on her feet. But the girl has a strong mana shield. She is confident in it. Rude will not break through it at all. Rude presses on the shield and warns the girl to do the right thing if she doesn't want to die. Leon's shield cracks, which surprises her, and she now tries to parry the blow. This makes her very angry, and she uses a very strong sword technique to end it quickly. Rude is surprised that at such an age she has mastered this. It means that she has immense abilities. Lion warns his friend to stop because he will not be able to win. He is not going to give up and offers to find out during the battle. She explains that she can be defeated by someone with the same technique or someone of a higher level. She was distracted and received a blow from which she staggered and almost fell. Rude plans to take her sword and start a bare-handed fight. He likes hand-to-hand combat. The girl does not want him to involve her in his games, so she plans to keep her distance. But the guy easily dodges all the blows and comes close. Such closeness confuses the girl. He punched her in the face, which Lion definitely did not expect. She defends herself and thinks about how he managed to completely dodge all the blows. The girl now cannot use the sword at all, because his movements are very fast and smooth. The guy perfectly calculates her every move. She already saw it when he fought with her mother. Rude is satisfied with his work and is glad that he trained for nothing. Lion Claire is now much stronger than she was in her past life, and if you don't use extreme methods, you can't cope with her. Although not only her, because Rude is also stronger now than he was before, but he is still confused by some stupid feeling that does not go away and does not let him go. The boy had pinned Lion against the wall, and now he had drawn his sword, which puzzled her. She cannot understand whether he wants to win or not, because with the sword she is stronger than him at the same time. This situation made the girl angry, and now she doesn't even want to understand anything. The girl attacks him, shouting that he is to blame for making her angry. And they clashed swords again in a fierce battle. Everyone wants to win and end this dispute. They raised a whole storm with swords, but Lion far outweighed his friend in strength. The girl confidently and without hesitation declares to her opponent that she won. But suddenly, a blue blinding light appeared, which surprised Lion. It was a sign that Red had a fourth wing on his hand, and it was radiating power. He can already use it, so he does not wait a second, but immediately attacks his girlfriend. The boy used the sword key technique he had already used against her, but Lion notices that something has changed. This time it is a completely different skill and a completely different force that she is not ready to resist. Rude approaches the girl, who is already defeated, sitting on the ground, and says that he won. Rude looks devastated, but the girl adds if he's happy now. He should be pleased, because he defeated the one who treated him like garbage all his life. But he says that his soul is somehow empty, and in his mind he does not understand why she tortured and abused him. Lion was angered by such an answer for no reason. She did not understand why they were fighting. She aggressively approaches the boy with her fists and asks how he can feel emptiness. Out of all her anger, Lion drove her fist into Rude's face, but he didn't even try to defend himself or avoid the blow. The girl is angry as a dog and screams that he is a psycho and why is he mocking her so cruelly, and reminds Ruda that she told him not to fight with her. She didn't want it. The disappointed guy sits on the ground and covers his face with his hands. He explains that he needed it. Lion does not understand him at all. Why all this to him if he has emptiness inside? Desperately, he says that he needed to defeat her at least once in battle. These words made the girl laugh, because she understands that, in fact, he did not want to win over her. Rude looks at her with wide eyes, confused, and can't find a single word. She turns her back on him and asks if Rude thinks she doesn't know anything. From the very beginning, he had inexplicable anger, a sense of inferiority, and incredible sadness. Lion concluded that he saw someone else in her, because the boy very openly showed these emotions to her. She grabbed his shirt and shouted that he wanted to defeat this particular person, not her. The girl said with disappointment and anger that she was only a replacement. Now quiet tears appeared on her cheeks, and she quietly repeats that she knew everything. He calmly removes her hands from his shirt and asks Lion not to deceive herself. He denies it and starts shouting that he always saw her and never thought of anyone else. She is exactly the person whom he envies, idolizes, and always wanted to receive her approval and praise. All because he couldn't match her because she was incredibly cool. He cries out in despair that he couldn't have anywhere near the strength that Lion has, and this seems to be the first time he's truly admitted it. He says more calmly that revenge or a rematch is all ridiculous, but what he really wanted was to be her, and continues that he wanted to imitate her technique, movements, feelings, and it seems that he begins to understand his feelings. He couldn't keep up with her no matter what she did, and he couldn't accept that she died protecting a scumbag like him. Rude said it in his voice, and these words threw the girl into a cold sweat. She does not understand what kind of fool he is. The guy looks into the distance and feels not even emptiness, but unbearable bitterness and heartache. Lion really thinks that he is crazy. The girl cannot accept and understand his words. She knows that they met for the first time at the academy, and she definitely did not die, especially protecting someone. Rude looks at the starry sky and collects his thoughts. He repeats that this is no delusion. The Spirit King seems to understand what the boy is going to do and tries to stop him. But he still dumped everything on her. He repeats that she died protecting him and left a stupid will. Lion doesn't understand what he's talking about, but Rude explains that he's talking about a past life. He explains that he has been saying all this about her from a past life, but she lacks the strength to understand it, even to stand on her feet. It is difficult for the girl to believe such words. She asks him again and again what kind of delusion this is. He does not have any evidence to convince the girl, but he does not want that, because he returned to the past, so now he has a second chance. She sits on the grass, confused, and tries to at least somehow accept what she just heard. Rude points out that if she's not stupid, she should at least have felt something. His mana level is too high to be considered just a great martial arts talent. He possessed knowledge that could not be obtained without experience. He imitated the skills of people whom he had never met before. He explains that all this is impossible only if he has not studied it beforehand. Lion remembers all the doubts and inconsistencies she felt, and now it can all be explained by his return to the past. It seems that she believes him and thinks about what he knows about the future, and most importantly about her. The girl asks what she was like as an adult, and what she still doesn't know about herself. And Rude says that in her past life, Lion lived only for revenge, and she treated him like a garbage can, and regardless of what the boy did. He adds with despair and sadness that she was the person who never looked directly at him. She even died in a way that made him feel inferior, and that was very dinnery. The girl listens carefully, and Rude adds that she was so rude and cruel that he risked his life to fight her. Lion concludes that she is the very person Rude hated, aspired to, and idolized. She understood that this was why he had started a fight when they first met. He explains that he was going to fight right away, but she turned out to be much stronger than he could have imagined. Lion claims that if Rude went back in time, then he's actually much older than her, so he could have behaved better. Lion also asks why he apologized in the corridor then, since he hates her so much. He could just walk past and not pay her any attention if his hatred was so sincere. He excuses himself that he just wanted her to calm down as soon as possible, because she took away such a noise in the lobby. Getting up from the grass, she adds that the boy even taught her wrestling skills. He again excuses himself that there is no point in fighting her only when she is strong. And as for how they went to the capital and he showed her interesting places and treated her to lunch. Rudo was angered by these questions, and he did not understand what she was trying to achieve. Did this girl never understand anything? He repeats that Lion in her past life treated him worse than a dog, humiliated her. There is simply no worse treatment. But the girl explains that it was in a past life, and now everything is different. And he himself said that now he has a second chance. The girlfriend pulled out a handkerchief and gently wipes his cheek. This gesture surprised the boy very much. She asks Rude to stand still and reminds her that he gave her this handkerchief when the girl was crying. Those gentle touches awakened tenderness in him, but Rude immediately pushed her hand and his feelings away. Lion apologizes to him instead of Lion from the past, and these words shock the boy. She goes on to apologize for always calling her trash and ignoring her so coldly. But Rude did not accept her apology, but only got angry, because he did not tell all this for the sake of an apology. He wanted to finally accept and let go of all this regret, which was destroying him from the inside all his life. Now that this burden was off his shoulders, it had to be over. It had to be enough to not feel all that was eating at him. Rude doesn't want her to apologize because Lion doesn't mumble, and there's no reason to apologize at all. She's not mad at him at all. He shouts that he has had enough of one miserable life, and she again makes him miserable and makes him feel like nothing. The girl grabs his shirt and shouts for him to shut up because it is so difficult for her to accept this situation. She continues to hold him and explains that she understands very well that she shouldn't apologize, because Rude should apologize for dragging her into this and not being able to deal with his own feelings of regret. Lion emphasizes that it doesn't matter what happened in the past, because she has no idea what happened there, but this time, as an exception, she apologized first. She has nothing to do with the past self he's angry at, and she believes her thoughts and feelings are real now. There's nothing she can do about it, even if he hates her so much, and no matter what their relationship was like in the past, things aren't right now. Without any hesitation, Lion takes the boy by the shirt and kisses him passionately, and it seems that the girl has wanted this for a long time. She lets him go and says with a smile and relief that she likes Rudy. Rude is in his bed and wakes up screaming as if from a terrible dream. He remembers last night and asks if it was a dream, but the Spirit King says that it couldn't have been a dream. The king is a little disappointed because he could not even think that this young man could do such nonsense. The guy should be ashamed of his behavior, and it's hard to believe, and how he can seriously claim that this is his second life. What he'd done yesterday couldn't just be left alone, but the king was amused to see Rude trying to get out of there as fast as he could. He adds that the girl has already reached maturity, and maybe everything will turn out well between them, because she likes to stick to his lips so much. Rude doesn't want to think about a relationship. He doesn't have time for it. So he plans to pretend that none of this happened, and that this girl is a little weird in general. Why would she kiss a guy who said he didn't like her, then got into a fight with her, and she confessed to being reincarnated? The King of Spirits would have liked to listen to these beautiful thoughts of the boy, but it is time for him to go, because today is the very day when he must receive the reward for the victory. Rude had completely forgotten about it, as his head was occupied with completely different thoughts, and now he might be late. Rude and the director of the academy, Gerald DeGrame, go to the treasury. Gerald noticed that the boy looked tired and asked if he had gotten any sleep during the night. Rude put a smile on his face and explained that he was just very worried because now he will get into the treasury. The director looked at the young man with a benevolent laugh. He seems to have believed in his excuses. Arathium's treasury holds rare artifacts and weapons once owned by dragon slayers, all of which would be precious treasures. Even if you win the trials, the treasure chest will only open to you if the headmaster and most of the teachers give their consent, so it's a great honor for Rude to be here. In his past life, he had a weapon that his brother and Lion had taken, but right now there is no one talented enough to replace his brother. They reach the great gate, behind which hides the famous treasury of Aratium. Gerald uses magic to open the door, and explains that the young man will not regret a single thing he takes from here. This treasury is not limited to Arathium, but contains the entire history of dragon slayers. Rude proudly and boldly enters the most valuable room and feels that then the mana is different from the usual. The Spirit King explains that this is subspace. It's like a void, the same one in which the Island of Dragons is located. You can't fix the coordinates here. This can be created by people with at least the rank of Archmage. Besides, keeping all these weapons clean and decent requires the help of an Archmage. Rude actively examines the objects that are here, and at first glance, everything looks of the highest quality. The boy picked up the sword and looked at it with interest, and the Spirit King asked if he wanted to take the weapon he had used in the past. He explains that if there was nothing better here, he probably would have done it, but that's not what he came here for. He scanned the armory with his eyes and found exactly what he was looking for and what he wanted. Rude proudly took the sword in his hand, raised it above his head, and announced that he had chosen the sword that challenges the heavens, Demios. The Spirit King is surprised by the choice, as it is the sword used by the first dragon slayer, the Vanar himself. It is said that this sword is darker than the blackest ink, capable of cutting through even the flow of mana and neutralizing high-level enchantments. The king asks if Rude chose this sword because he plans to follow the same path Vanar chose. But the boy explains that he has heard legends about this hero 1,000 times and does not plan to follow in his footsteps. If he really wants to save the world, instead of pathetically sealing the dragons away, he'd rather just kill them all. Rude explains that this sword was owned by his brother in a past life, and it is also perfect for killing higher species of dragons. The guy took what he came for so he can safely return, although it was quite fast. But suddenly he noticed some glitter on the floor. When he got closer, he saw that it was some kind of crystal. He picked it up and thinks that it is not a weapon, and probably the magic of protection does not extend to him. Taking a closer look at the crystal, he can't believe his eyes. Is this exactly what he thinks? Rude remembers talking to his brother on the academy grounds in his past life, but he noticed something in the sky, a crystal that shone and radiated some kind of power. And suddenly this magical object cracked, lightning appeared, and the sky turned black, and a huge dragon appeared out of nowhere. This stone is stolen and actually belongs to the thunder dragon Harma. Rude first learned about the existence of the 7 dragons when he still lacked the skills and courage to do so. It is impossible to forget the terrible screams of people, the smell of burnt flesh, and all the horrors that the dragons brought with them, even if decades have passed. Rude holds in his hands the signet stone of the thunder dragon that brought this trouble and suffering. The Spirit King cannot understand why this crystal is in the treasury of Arathium. Rudo doesn't know it either, but he knows for sure that this stone shouldn't be here. The guy notices that all the treasures here have a protective spell on them, but this thing doesn't have anything like that. So Rude assumes that the thunder dragon didn't attack the academy and the thing was there from the beginning. The king wonders who could have brought this thing here then. Besides, this dragon has been sealed for 700 years. The boy asks Feldrua if he could know when this dragon is going to wake up. He approached the stone and realized that the seal was not in a very good condition and could last for about 2 more years. Rude recalls that in a past life, a dragon of light attacked about 1.5 years from now. Only a few months after Professor Damien's death, apparently the 1,000-year-old dragon heart that Jeremy had stolen was fueling the Thunder Dragon's activity. Rude exits the treasury resolutely, followed by the king asking if the boy is really going to take the stone with him. He confirms and explains that these are like the seeds of disaster, and he must preempt all these events to prevent them from returning. Feldrua asks if Rude is really going to kill all the dragons in existence, even if there is a good dragon somewhere in this world. He was skeptical about the possibility of such a thing, because even if a good dragon existed, he was definitely dead by now. Since no one can influence the stone in any way, and it will definitely collapse within 2 years, it is worth preparing well for these events. Fortunately, Rude sees Damien often, although they still don't talk much in class. The professor made coffee for himself and the young man remarked that the coffee smelled great, which pleased the professor. And he adds that the boy's skills in wielding a dagger have already reached the level of a teacher, and at first he did not understand why Rudu still came to his classes. But now he understands. This is because Rude loves coffee, and next time the professor will try to find even better coffee beans for better taste and aroma. The guy explains that this is not the main reason, and he wants to learn a lot more from Damien, because he, as a former dragon slayer, has a lot of experience and valuable knowledge. But the professor was embarrassed. He wanted to say something or to justify himself, but he fell silent in the middle of a word. Rude cannot understand why the professor has remained silent and assumes that he thinks he is guilty. The boy is 100% sure that Damien knows that the boy is from Dysol, and maybe it is because he has the heart of the same dragon. If you take into account his soft character, you can provoke him to feel guilty and thus get to the point. Rude begins to talk about his town and asks the professor if he has ever been there. Damien looks worried and doesn't seem to want to talk about it. The boy continues to describe his home and how it was quiet and peaceful there. He remembers how he and his father made traps for wild animals during the hunting season, and then his mother prepared hot stew and served it for dinner. Rude takes a sip of coffee, looks at his reflection, and thinks that he was happy once upon a time. But all this continued until the dragon attacked, and the professor was petrified by those words. The boy continues the story, how all peaceful settlements suddenly disappeared from the face of the earth and only Rudd and his brother remained alive. He adds that now he and his brother are not together, and tries to say something else. He wants to continue the story. But he is at a loss for words. His hands begin to shake from the heavy memories and emotions that suddenly flooded the young man. The professor suddenly interrupts the boy, gets up from his chair, and says that it is time for him. And he adds that he can tell the continuation of this story at the next lesson. But Rude says that nothing interesting happened after that, just a typical cliché about losing everything in the world trying to get it all back. He walked out of the office with a heavy gait, clung to the wall in the corridor, and exhaled heavily. The Spirit King glanced at the boy and noted that he looked exhausted. Rude agrees, but hopes that now everything will work out. It's just necessary to somehow talk the professor. But Feldrua doesn't really believe in this plan, that if he never speaks and is actually an evil man with the heart of a 1,000-year-old dragon, and these Rude stories won't lead to anything. The young man is quite determined, and if the Spirit King is telling the truth, he will simply kill Damien. And adds that this will not happen. He is sure that the professor cannot be a bad person. After all, the boy felt and saw a sense of guilt in his eyes, and the professor, after finishing the class, beat his fists against the wall out of pity and guilt. Rude washes his face in the morning, and thinks about the fact that he hasn't heard from Damien, even though it's been a while since they last met. He thinks about what power and weapons he has, but even 4 wings, the ability to use subspace and the Sword of Will are not enough to defeat the Thunder Dragon. The king asks how he manages to use subspace, if he read about it in Changchun 6 scrolls. Rude confirms and explains that in the part about the heavenly spirit, this subspace is also accessible only to the air. In a past life, his brother used this and kept an incredible amount of various weapons in it. Rude is in the gym and his friends are fighting again. This time Lion is mad at Bellac because he's stripped down again. Can't he train in his clothes? The guy asks what's the matter and the girl explains that she's going to practice jujitsu, but Bellac annoys her because he stinks and hits everything around. He tries to defend himself and claims that Hennis has no complaints against him. The girl distracts herself from the book with a paper clip on her nose and thereby makes it clear that she is not on his side. Reds are a little confused by their frivolous attitude to training and training. With the help of his magic, he created a great stream of water and thus washed the friend. Now Bellac is clean, but everyone is surprised by such a prank, and Hennis asks when he learned to use this magic. The guy casually answered that he had learned these skills recently, and added that they should not argue, and each should do their own business. Lion takes the opportunity and states that since Rude is already here, why not train together? But he refuses and promises that maybe later, and he won't do individual training either. The girl asks if Rude will continue to pretend that nothing happened, or if he will finally give her an answer. This question intrigues Hennis, and she asks what question Rude has to answer her. The girl hesitated a little, but still decided to tell that she had confessed to him. Hennis got angry and asked what kind of confession was in question and what happened between them. Lion calmly explains that she confessed to the boy that she likes him, but did not receive an answer. This information shocked Hennis, and she screams to find out that now the two of them have some kind of relationship. They would have continued their argument, but their attention was drawn to the noise outside. Looking out the door, they saw a boy and his friends mocking and beating a student. It turns out they're mocking William and have already beaten him up, but he's still yelling at them to apologize. The girls look in from the door, and Lion asks who this scoundrel is. Hennis remembers that his name is Farteda. It seems that everyone is interested in the events that are happening on the street, except Rudd. But suddenly he hears William yelling for them to apologize for insulting Rude Donatos, and it catches his attention. The guy barely gets up from the ground, but continues that he is his rival and did not deserve such insults. And immediately he received a blow in the face from Farted, which caused him to collapse on the asphalt. This scoundrel goes on to belittle Rude by telling him that he is just an orphan who was lucky enough to win the competition. But William stands his ground and does not give up, although it is already impossible to stand up. This scumbag grabs his shirt and curiously asks if he's been taught how to properly talk to adults. And he continues that now, he will knock all the nonsense out of his head and swings his fist. But he doesn't have time to hit because Rude grabs his arm and stops him, and Farthez wonders who would dare to do such a thing. Rude feels confident, smiles widely, and declares that the orphan is in place. He doesn't wait for an answer from that bastard and without warning punches him in the face. And that was only the beginning. Then he began to beat these scoundrels in a good way, and those around him only gasped with delight. Instead, Bellac regretted that he could not join. 3 beaten boys with their hands raised are kneeling in front of Rude, and he tries to have a cultural conversation with them and understand why the older ones catch the younger one and beat them ungodly. William is happy that Rude stood up for him and shouts to them that he warned these scoundrels that they will regret their words about the malnourished orphan. 3 friends are watching everything that is happening with interest. Rude declares that even though he is an orphan, he has excellent manners, with which the 3 seniors unanimously agree, and add that the teachers and students praise him very much. He is surprised and asks why they did such a thing then, if they knew about him. These bastards are afraid to talk and agreed to let Brett tell everything himself. And he reluctantly explains that there are rumors that the newcomer behaved rudely and was rude to the president of the student council. So Rude went to the council office, and it turns out that Jeremy DeVille, the president of the student council, is already waiting for him. The secretary tried to detain him, but Rude easily entered the office. She complains that he barged in uninvited, but Jeremy seems very friendly and kind and asks her not to worry, as he is his guest. With a sinister smile, he seemed to sing that they had not seen each other for a long time, but there is no mutual friendship with Rudd. DeVille explains that he expected Rude to arrive earlier and invites him to sit in the chair. Rude doesn't play his games. He kicked a chair and demands that he honestly tell what he's up to. Jeremy is a little upset about this because this chair is the property of the student council, but the guy gets straight to the point and asks why he ordered that bitch named Brett to slander him. He pretends that he had nothing to do with it, admits that he felt sorry for Brett a little, but only told the truth because Rude was really rude to him. Donatos doesn't understand what this two-faced man wants, he apologizes. But Jeremy explains that he just wanted to talk to him. The guy declares that this is an anthemic way to invite him to a conversation, but since he is already here, let him speak. Jeremy notices that Rude has been in contact with Damian Grace a lot in recent days and asks if he has forgotten the warning that this man is dangerous. But the young man proudly and arbitrarily replies that he doesn't remember any nonsense. Instead, the student council president speaks calmly and calmly. He says that Rude is very hot-tempered and still doesn't know anything about Damian Grace. Instead, Donatos replies that it's all because the professor has the heart of a 1,000-year-old dragon. This surprised his interlocutor a little, and he did not expect that he already knew about it. And he guesses that the boy heard about it from the immortal Heavenly Sword Master, since Rude is the heir to the Heavenly Sword technique. Now he cannot understand at all why the student communicates so closely with the professor, since he knows everything. And he suggests that the celestial swordsman asked Rude to keep an eye on Damian and immediately warn at the first sign of the slightest threat. Rude mentally curses this scumbag because he seems to see through everything. Jeremy then goes on to suggest that the celestial swordsman will take it upon himself to kill him, while Rude was only asked to look on. Rude knows perfectly well what thoughts are swarming in Jeremy's head, and assures him that Damian Grace will not die in any case. Rude warns that he will be watching closely to ensure that Duvel doesn't go through with his plan. Coffee is being brewed in Professor Damian Grace's office, but the professor thinks about Rude and realizes that he can no longer avoid him, but must confess everything. He looks tired from thinking, but he still has to tell what he has the heart of a 1,000-year-old dragon, and why. Damian remembers his childhood and how he asked his grandfather to read something. And the grandfather gives him a choice of 2 books, The Devil's Territories Beyond the Mountains or Primordial Heavenly Evil. A small boy with big eyes asks for a story about a dragon slayer, because when he grows up, he will become a dragon slayer like his grandfather. His first memories are of the smell of coffee and his grandfather's big, warm hand brushing his hair. His parents were also dragon slayers and died when the young man was still very small, and he was raised by his grandfather who retired, so the boy also wanted to become a dragon slayer to make him proud. And so it could be, but Damian suffered from hypersensitivity to mana. This is a rare disease in which the patient reacts too strongly to mana, the source of all life. His body was torn by excruciating pain and every breath was difficult. Despite the fact that countless magicians and healers came to him, nothing helped him, and the boy lay in bed for years clinging to life, but without hope of recovery. One stormy night, his grandfather came to his bed in a raincoat. He was tired and wet. Damian turned his weak head and asked in confusion what was happening. The grandfather did not waste time on conversations and immediately declared that if the young man wants to live, then he must swallow what he brought him. The ex-guy looked suspiciously at what his grandfather was holding and asked what it was, but he explained that he would get better right away. Then he grabbed his grandson and forced the dragon's heart into his mouth. The boy resisted, shouted, but the man did not give up and persistently did his job. Then the grandfather looked at his grandson and apologized with tears in his eyes. And now he is an adult sitting in his office with his head in his hands, convincing himself that his grandfather did nothing wrong. He saved his grandson. In great despair, he repeats over and over again that he is sorry, he is so sorry. Rude now knows who Damian Grace is. He told him everything, the whole truth. Hennis leaned against the desk in the alchemy club room and dozed off, and in her dreams, she remembers Lion talking about her feelings for Rude. A sharp voice wakes her up and the girl raises her head. It seems that it was uncomfortable for her to sleep there. The girl reminds that Hennis has professional training today and she usually gets up much earlier to meet Liana. Hennis explains that she could not concentrate because she has too many thoughts in her head. Miss Leon told her to rest a little because today the girl is not in shape, and with such training the whole playground will turn to ashes and let her go half an hour early. The girl wondered what thoughts filled her mind. Maybe she was worried about how to attract more people to their alchemy club. But Hennis does not share her enthusiasm and asks how she is doing with her graduation thesis, because usually, no more than half of the graduates graduate and she should try to do well. This upsets the senior a little, but she returns to her question, what bothers her so much. Hennis then asked what it feels like when your friend gets a girlfriend, or worries that your friend won't spend time with her anymore, or feels sad and broken, or stops sleeping. The senior student immediately understood that all this is due to feelings and relationships. She starts teasing Hennis, asks if they are really just friends, wants to know more about this guy. At that moment, Rude casually walks into the hall and asks if this is the alchemy club. Hennis jumps up from her chair in shock and shouts what he is doing here, but the boy does not understand such a reaction and explains that he wants to join the club. The friend objects because he is not a magician, but the senior student explains that not only magicians can enter and offers the boy to fill out an application form. From the behavior of Hennis, it was clear that this was the guy she was talking about, and the senior suggested that the girl go and seduce him, but she did not like the idea at all. The girl greeted Rudd and said that Hennis would explain everything to him about the club, and it was time for her to go write her diploma. The friend is uncomfortable to be alone with Rudd, and she still can't look him straight in the eye. He finished filling out the questionnaire and handed it to Hennis, who immediately began reading it. It says that Rude has never had any experience in alchemy and no understanding of magic, but the purpose of the entry is to create medicines, which seemed to her a rather unusual reason. Rude asks what is unusual about her, and the girl explains that it was unexpected and quickly ran to get some research records. He saw the magic fever research data on the table and is studying new materials. The power of the entire surrounding world and the source of life of mana flowing inside the body is still an object of study, which is why there are still many unexplained diseases. Magical fever is one such unstudied disease in which excess mana is released. The body cannot withstand it and dies of fever. This disease is a bit similar to what Damien has, but he suffers from hypersensitivity. All her past life, Hennis spent creating a method of treatment for her sister Layla, who was suffering from fever. She diligently researched and studied the disease, and as a result, she was able to find a way to cure it. But she didn't make it. It was too late for Layla, and it broke Hennis's heart. 4 months later, she was still crying all day and barely eating, and it would bother her friends. Bellac explains that he understands her loss, but she's the head of the Sacred Fire Guild and can't be gone that long. Rude, full of determination, made his way to the room where his girlfriend was still grieving. He quickly opens the door and shouts her name, while Hennis cries over his sister's bed. She raised her tearful eyes and asked in a tired voice what he wanted. He angrily asks how long this will last, and adds that she has no right to ignore her duties as a guild leader just because her sister died. She was so mired in self-pity that she forgot about everything and gave up on the world that her predecessors protected with their lives. Did she forget about revenge for the Empress of the White Flame? Hennis looked at him with wild eyes and angrily threatened that he would try to tease her like that again. Rude asked with a smile what would happen if she would complain to her sister. But these words brought Hennis out of control, and the door in the room was knocked out with a shockwave from the fire. Their friends who were outside the door calmly watch because such a reaction was expected. Rude is on the floor all beat up, and Haynes says why is he fighting if he can't beat her? He explains that she is a contagion that has always been hot-tempered, sat in the room like a fool and cries, so he wanted to check if she was still strong. But now he's convinced that the girl is still strong, so he tells her to stop painting snot and join them starting tomorrow. After his words, Hennis laughed and was once again convinced that Ruda was crazy. When the girl returned with books on alchemy, she was indignant that he was reading someone else's research notes. Rude excuses herself that she scattered everything herself, as if she wants him to read it, and asks why the girl is studying such a complex and incurable disease. Hennis explains because this disease cannot be cured, and mentally remembers that no mage or healer has helped her sister, and she is suffering a lot now. But Rude gives hope. He says that this disease is not incurable, and he has seen patients who have recovered. These words shocked the girl so much that she scattered the books and constantly asked where, how, who was able. He explains that one very capricious woman, she has already died, studied the method of treatment, and he learned something from her. If they collect all the necessary ingredients, they will be able to create a medicine. Rude adds that if she wants, he'll help her, but he wants a few jars of potions in return. Hennis could no longer contain all her emotions, so she ran to the boy, hugged him, and thanked him with tears in her eyes. Rude doesn't say anything, but mentally asks her not to be late this time. Every year at the end of spring, the Academy holds a festival that celebrates the beginning of the era of humans, when the dragon slayers sealed away 7 of these creatures. This event is important not only for the Academy, but also for the whole nation, so crowds of tourists come here even from abroad. Lion asked Rude to see interesting places in the city together during the festival, but he is not there. She noticed that the guy has been very busy lately, and it's hard to meet him at all, so she doesn't think he's avoiding her on purpose. She is sitting on the edge of the fountain, and Hennis is sitting on the opposite side, and they are both sighing heavily. Lion asks why Halfley is sitting here alone during the festival season. The girl has a sense of guilt, so being around Lion is very uncomfortable for her. And although she has relatively come to terms with the events that happened that day, it is still difficult morally. Hennis does not understand why she feels this way because Lion and Rude are not dating, and she asks why the girl is sitting here alone and assumes that she has no friends at all. Lion excuses herself that she has an appointment here and is just waiting for someone. Hennis sighs sadly and says that her friends have abandoned her, and now she doesn't even have anyone to hang out with at the festival. The girl replied with a smile that she was very honest, but Hennis got angry because she was laughed at. Lion admits that she actually lied and also has no one with whom she could spend time at the festival. Hennis replies that although they don't like each other, she is talented and strong enough to be admired. And the girl compliments her that she is genuinely honest and she likes it very much. Hennis wanted to say something else, but she was interrupted by Lenya, who approaches them and says that they have not seen each other for a long time. The girl came closer. She seems happy to see them and asks what the two of them are doing here. But Hennis declares that everything has been annoying her since the very morning, and Lenya is indignant that she is so rude to her, because she came to say hello because they know each other. The girl turned to the silver-haired woman and asked what her name was, and whether she was also Rudo's friend. Lion Claire said her name and asked the girl in turn to introduce herself. She called herself Lenya Selkit and explained that she was her older groupmate, and added that Ruda's friend was her friend. Hennis is not very friendly and wonders why she came here. Is she just saying and assuming that Rude sent her? Lenya explains that she just saw her sitting here and being sad at the festival, so she decided to come up and offer to spend time together. And with such a bad character, Hennis will have a hard time finding new friends. Such a remark angered the girl, and she began to shout at Lenya and ask what right she had to judge her character. Lion asks the girl to calm down, but Hennis has already left for no joke. She says that there are already rumors going around the school that they are a group of inadequate students. And it's true because it's easy to draw too much attention to yourself when your group consists of a nerdy genius, a muscular dude, and a crazy rooftop barbecuing maniac. The girls are surprised by such a reaction and ask them to behave more quietly in public because everyone is already staring at them. Bellac approaches them and asks what happened to them here, that they made such a noise. He wears a wreath of feathers and stands bare-chested and asks Hennis to be a little quieter in public because she attracts a lot of attention. He saw their surprised looks and explains that the celebration begins today, and it is customary in the Steros family to give their all even on holidays. Hennis claims why he is almost without clothes, but suddenly William appears and declares that Bellac's body is perfect. He is delighted to say that already 6 people have asked for a joint photo with them, and 8 have asked for an autograph, and adds that Mr. Bellac is simply a muscle god. Hennis wonders when they manage to become friends. Bellac says that they work out together and admire their bodies. But the girls do not support their admiration and consider it disgusting, and besides, they stink of sweat. Bellac explains that the Steros family is all gentlemen, and therefore must escort the ladies, so he offers to escort them. But the girls immediately remembered that they still had a lot to do, and quickly ran away from these incredible gentlemen. The girls are sitting in a cafe, and Hennis complains that she does not understand what is happening and how she should behave. Lion doesn't quite understand what her friend is talking about, so she asks if she's talking about Rude. Hennis explains that he gathered people around him, as if he planned something, and now he also bought a bunch of different potions. Lenya is upset by this conversation, and explains that she thought they were friends, but real friends don't talk about each other behind their backs, and maybe she should stop calling herself his girlfriend. Hennis doesn't like that the girl interferes and probably wants to keep everyone away from Rude. Lion is tired of all these conversations and quarrels, so she leaves, because she wants to rest a little. She walks down the street and thinks about what Rude is up to. He told her he saw a terrible future. Even now he is imperceptibly preparing for these events, and the girl does not want to disturb him, but also does not want him to cope with all this alone. Maybe she could help him somehow. Rude is sitting in the library with a mountain of books that he has already read and feels very tired. He leans back in his chair, sighing in relief and glad to finally be done. The Spirit King rejoices for Rude and boasts that he did it after all. Rude is not very happy with his praise and could never even imagine that he would ever do something like this. The king is disappointed that it took the boy so long to master such a small amount of knowledge, but Rude states that he overestimated human capabilities. Feldroa understands that this guy is just a human, but he didn't even know anything about the state of his body, and adds that it says that Rude is just a person with a weak body, but this is not news for the guy. Regardless of how much mana is collected in his body, it still has its limits. All the skills that the boy uses are important to transfer to an ordinary body. Rude remembers that in the past he did not help his body in any way and endured pain, and later he was completely helpless. His arms and legs creaked as if they were rusted and he coughed up blood all the time, but even in this condition he fought well. The Spirit King can't believe it because these techniques the guy uses activate sensitivity all over the body and it has its side effects. Rude claims that he doesn't care about them because his opponents are damned dragons, and here there are no guarantees that you will win, even if you risk your life. He mentions that in the past he went blind in one eye and lost his sense of taste in the process, but he doesn't care even if he becomes a vegetable that can't feel pain. In order to kill all the dragons in this world, he is ready to use all possible and impossible ways. He left the library and thinks about whether he can kill all the dragons this time. He enters the office of the director of the academy, who seems not to have expected to see the young man here. Gerald de Grime is nicknamed the Slayer. He cut the throats of many dragons. He was in the war, and there he killed a celestial dragon, but he left the battlefield early due to injuries, and became the head of the Arathium Academy for his merits. Rude suspects that this man is the one who stole the Sky Dragon's heart. The guy approached the table and explained that he just wanted to say hello to the director, and he replied that he was always happy to have such guests. Gerald politely asks if he likes the festivities. The guy explains that he didn't have time to enjoy everything because he has a lot to do. The director instructs the boy, explaining that youth is the best time for fun, and even a dragon slayer should at least rest once in a while. But Rude points out that he is not so foolish to enjoy his youth at such a critical time. Gerald does not understand why the boy talks about the critical period and what he means. Rude opens the conversation openly. He leans his hands on the table and says that he recently had an interesting conversation with Professor Damien, and he learned a lot of interesting things, for example, that the director of the academy is his maternal grandfather. Gerald is on guard and he worries about what else the child has said. Rude goes on to say that he also learned about the serious illness that afflicted the professor and what it all led to, and about an unusual or even exceptional heart. He said these last words with special pleasure. Gerald seemed to darken with anger when he heard all this, and in such a self-assured tone. But Rude continues to get drunk, and repeats that he is talking about the sky dragon heart that he fed to his grandson. The director suddenly jumps up, and with the words that Rude rushes forward, but does not think about the consequences, tries to strangle the boy. Rude draws his sword and defends himself, and thinks that Gerald has been sitting with a fake smile for too long. His opponent also drew his sword and does not understand what the boy was thinking when he decided to come and tell about all this. Now he doesn't look so good at all, and with an angry look he announces if Rude is ready to die. Rude is not going to give up so easily and asks if the head of the academy really wants to kill the student. But he denies it and explains that he is not going to kill anyone, he is just cutting off limbs to close his arrogant mouth. The boy brazenly scoffs at such threats, although the director directed such an impulse at him that is capable of cutting the body. Rude used his wind art skills and broke the roof of the building with a whirlwind. If he didn't, it would break his back. It was unwise to climb up to such a strong killer with his 4 wings. The boy pulled out a potion from subspace, and the director concluded that he was expecting a battle. Rude explains that he came to tell that he will remove his grandson's heart. But that was to be expected. Gerald gets angry and is ready to attack, but suddenly a white-haired boy appears and says that they have not seen each other for a long time. A few days ago, Rude told Ain his plan and he was surprised, because he did not think that the boy was so noble. He explains that Damien is just a remnant of a 1,000-year-old dragon, and that should be enough to have the desire to kill him. But Rude explains to his teacher that he wants to kill the 1,000-year-old dragon, not Damien, even though the task will be a little more difficult than just killing him. An hovers over Gerald and wonders why Rude only asked to bide his time and not kill this executioner. The head of the academy is a little confused, and Rude decided to explain something to clear things up. Ain did not greet the director very kindly and called him a bastard. Gerald recalls that the last time they met, the boy behaved rather strangely. He explains that he came here because Rude has a great plan that involves the precious life of his only grandson. But the head will not allow them to destroy the heart, because without it, Damien is in terrible pain. It turns out that the director and Ain had an agreement that if Damien doesn't manage, he will kill him. But the boy has been managing without problems for so long. Will Ain break the contract? Rude explains that no one is going to kill him. They're just going to take the dragon's heart from him. These words made Gerald very angry, and he already aimed a new stream of power at the young man. Ain barely manages to save the boy and asks why he keeps choosing words that annoy everyone. Rude asks if their agreement is still valid and if they can start already. Ain confirms that they are acting according to plan. He distracts while Rude takes the dragon's heart. He is about to leave and once again reminds that it is not necessary to kill, but only to distract. They are both very strong and created a huge whirlwind and are equal in strength. Rude makes sure that everything is exactly as he planned and goes to see Professor Darien. Just as he thought about the fact that this time the 1,000-year-old dragon would not return from the world of the dead, something very surprised and frightened him. Damien bangs his head against the wall in the tunnel and feels that his skull is about to split open. He feels the pain that came after he was talked into committing suicide. But he hoped that he would be able to get rid of the pain when he told everything to Ruda. But this pain has not gone away, so he thinks to avoid people until this pain subsides. Someone follows him in the tunnel and shouts after him that he is disgusting, and it scares Damien a little. The president of the student council repeats that he is a disgusting freak, and his place is in this dirty tunnel. He begins to convince Damien to kill himself until he becomes even more pathetic. The professor can't stand those words and presses the bastard against the wall and holds his hand by his throat. But he smiles disgustingly and repeats that it is better for him to die sooner. Grace, still holding the boy, exclaims in despair that he is not a monster. But the boy scoffs and says that with such an expression on his face it is hard to believe it. And does he really want to live even when he is universal evil? These words weakened Damien and he let the boy go. He surrendered because he no longer had the strength to fight. He pulls out a blade and asks the professor to stand still and he will do everything himself. He agrees and would rather die than become a living monster. It would be the right decision. At the last moment, the professor remembered Rude's words that if he really sympathized with him, he should survive no matter what. This gives him strength and Damien defends himself. He stops the blade with his hand. He shouted, raised a big whirlwind, and everything around turned black, and the professor turned into a real monster. Rude saw a red moon, which means that the second coming of the 1,000-year-old dragon has come. Lion is walking in the city and has some strange bad feeling that does not give her peace. Very suddenly it began to rain. Although the sky was clear, people began to stir. But if you pay more attention, you can understand that it is not rain at all, because it is of a very strange color. In fact, these are released shards of mana, and they smell of insatiability or even gluttony. The rain is ending, but the sky is pitch black. But the little girl saw something that scared her. A pack of black, hungry wolves with shining eyes is approaching them. They are going to attack a man with a child. He is powerless before these terrible beasts. At the last moment, Lion appeared, repelled the attack of the first wolf, and told the people to run from here if they wanted to survive. She turned to them and told them to run as far as possible. She understood that something very terrible had begun. She is ready to fight the wolves and shouts to the students of Aratium to join as well. Fear has disarmed everyone, so the girl tells them to fight or run away, but in no case do not panic. These words of support encourage the students, and they took up arms, and although they are afraid, they bravely go into battle. They kill and maim the wolves, but they recover again and are ready to attack again. Lion realizes that this insane ability to regenerate does not allow her to kill them, so she has a plan. She would make regeneration impossible. Lion used her firepower and burned the wolves to ashes. Even trolls do not have such regeneration. The students assume that this is the work of some demons. Lion thinks about it for a moment. To her, it all looks more like the remnants of someone's obsession. She once again remembers what just happened and realizes with horror that it is a 1,000-year-old dragon. She has to run to Rudd, and she orders the students to split up and protect the city's residents and take the wounded to safe places. Suddenly, a black exit appears in front of her, which turns into something or someone. She remembers learning about this dragon with Rude. It can transform into anything, and the stronger the dragon absorbs, the stronger it becomes. A creature similar to a human appeared in front of her, but it was all made of black matter and confidently approached. She is not afraid of anything, and without hesitation enters into battle with this creature. Rude was not ready for such events. He realized that the future had changed again. A notes that someone tried to take out the dragon's heart, and Rude knows perfectly well who it could be. He asks if Damien can be killed now, but Rude still wants to stick with his plan. Damien flew to this house with black dragon wings wrapped in a vortex of dark power. The The director looked at his grandson with sympathy and remembered how he had given Damien to him, and took a promise from him that he would protect the child no matter what. A teary-eyed Gerald can't believe it's his fault. He's sorry he didn't keep his promise. Damien looks at his grandfather and quickly moves in to absorb. But a moment before that, Rude stands on the defensive and forms a protective shield with his power. Rude goes on the offensive, but Gerald wants to stop him because he is not ready to see his grandson die. Ain comes to the boy's aid and does not understand why he is protecting this scoundrel, because he brought this trouble on himself when he touched that cursed heart. Rude explains that no one needs to die, all he needs is a heart. Master Ain explains that Damien has already begun to transform into a dragon and has a low chance of regeneration. There is little time left before his final transformation. Rude knows that when it does, it will be too late, but it's still worth a try. The boy started a fight, and although his teacher's mind is conquered by the dragon, his body remains, and all his attacks follow a familiar trajectory. He managed to master all kinds of attacks of the professor in their lectures and sparring sessions. This should be enough to protect yourself, but there may be some difficulties to achieve the goal. His opponent is heavily protected, and the dragon's heart is in his neck. If the dragon did not have time to completely capture the body and now destroy the heart, then it will not be able to regenerate. Rude is surprised that Damien doesn't attack, but only defends. Does a dragon have something like dignity? Amazingly, he manages to get close to the professor and punch him in the jaw and declares that he is too clumsy. The guy remarks that he's not good enough, just an unfinished version of Kianil. Rude uses the Fist of Wind technique, and even the scales that the dragon has already grown will not help him. This creature doesn't attack back and seems to have adapted to his technique. The dragon's heart awoke a ravenous appetite. All this time he was sleeping and feeling hungry, and now he woke up with an empty stomach. He looks at the boy and wants fresh flesh, fresh blood. His thoughts are only about having a nice dinner. Rude stands ready to defend or attack and watches as the Doakin recovers his mana and is a bit confused. Rude tries to fight back, but the dragon uses some kind of trick that wears the boy down. He can't even use his heaven-defying sword because it takes a lot of mana. The Spirit King notices that something is wrong with Rude, and the boy confirms that he is not doing well. He explains that it's the dragon that takes the power from its opponent, but he didn't expect it to be possible when he hadn't completed his rebirth, and it now makes sense to Rude how this dragon had absorbed so many dragon slayers 10 years ago. The guy takes out a previously prepared potion from his front pocket and pours it on himself. The dragon does not stop. He has a great desire to eat the young man and cannot wait for this moment. This dragon's movements are now fluid. Its adaptability is impressive. These adaptations are the reason why the Academy stole his heart. It became the perfect defense against hypersensitivity to mana. Even now, he moves the bearer's body as if it were his own. Rude is skilled at fighting and doesn't lose his form. He knows that Professor Damien's skills are slightly above average. Even he from his past life would be able to defeat him easily and effortlessly. But now it is also a 1,000-year-old dragon, which uses all its powers and capabilities. Rudy could of course use a defiant sword, but it was too painful for him to use that kind of magic right now. Maybe he should wait for the perfect moment and attack all at once. The boy recalls his lessons with Professor Arthur, who praised his spear technique and remarked that he only needed a little practice. And it was this professor who taught him the new thunder spear technique, which took his mastery of the weapon to a new level. Bellac and his new friend are fighting black wolves and he feels a strong wave. William notices that a black dog is biting his friend's ass. But Steros explains that this small creature will not be able to leave scratches on his body, and William admires him. Haynes is angry that they are flying somewhere in the clouds and don't seem to take everything seriously, so she explains that if these dogs go outside the academy, then entire cities can be destroyed. Lenia fights with them shoulder to shoulder, and Hennis is annoyed that these dogs do not end. Therefore, Lenia seems to have come up with something, but it scares Hennis a little. She would not want the girl to get hurt. She uses her power to freeze and immobilize those creatures. Friends are surprised. They did not expect to see such opportunities in this strange girl. She calmly explains that now everything is settled, and you can go kill them without any problems. Hennis wonders how the girl did such a thing, but Lenia explains that she has already spent most of her mana, so Hennis will have to destroy them. But the girl does not really believe in her powers, because she is only a third-level mage, and cannot take care of them all by herself. She tries, suddenly comes out, stacks first-level spells on top of each other and thus forms powerful fireballs. Hennis struck a powerful blow at the black dogs and burned their carcasses to the ground. Lenya reproaches the girl that she used everything she had and was not even able to burn at least something properly, and in her defense, Hennis noted that not everyone was frozen. Bellac came closer and hit one of the dogs with such crazy force that it flew away somewhere far away. The guy asked the girls not to use their mana in vain, and now he will deal with these black dogs. Hennis claims that he just stood there and watched, but William defends his mentor and explains that they were watching over the girls so that they could use their spells in peace. It was as if a human figure appeared out of nowhere, and Bellac did not even have time to notice how he ended up here. The restrained and unpredictable movements of this warrior remind something of a boy. Their fists collided, and Bellac realized that this warrior was definitely from the Steros family. You can feel the power of the ancestors, the power of mana, the power everything is just perfect. He receives blow after blow and feels a great difference in the strength and speed of the movements, which he can feel even in a single blow. The boy understands that he will not be able to resist such a force, and that this battle has already been lost by him. But he collects everything he has in him because the Steros do not give up and always go to the end. Before the decisive blow, Claire Mason appears and stands between the fighters and separates them. She fights with Bellac and in the meantime frantically spanks his rival. She emphasizes that you always have to think with your head and follow the situation, and you will not get far by sheer force of will. She asks if everything is okay with the other students, and she explains that these monsters are reborn all the time, and their number is increasing. Instead, Claire calms everyone down and asks not to worry if they have been added, because she is a professor and will handle everything now. Professor Damien arrives and asks if everything is okay with them, but Claire is not too happy that he is interfering. Instead, Hennis is happy to see him and asks how the other students are doing. The professor reassures that the Imperial Black Wolf Knights have arrived at the academy, so everything will be fine. He adds that Hennis and his friends fought bravely to protect the townspeople, but now adults can do it. But suddenly, the leader of the Black Wolf Knight Order, Raven Edelf, appeared and explained that only weak demonic dogs remained here, and this was not a dragon of 1,000 forms at all. Denial explains that the dragon split his body and these dogs were sent to hunt. Raven goes on to say that they didn't come here to fight a few weaklings. For the sake of the honor of the imperial family, he must now see the 1,000-year-old dragon with his own eyes. Lion remarked that, in such a difficult situation, this hypocritical man can only think about honor. It's disgusting. Instead, he pushes the girl and saying that she is a useless piece of shit takes her hand. But the professors stood up for Lion and told him not to move her, and in general she was right, because the situation was really extreme. Raven Edelf disdainfully takes her hand away and adds that when this situation is resolved, they better prepare for the consequences. And he turns to his soldiers to destroy all the remains of those creatures that they see. Hennis heard in someone else's conversation that the attack started from the tower in which the office of the director of the academy is located. Lion immediately thought that Rude could be there, and this thought scared her very much, because the dragon is extremely strong. Rude threw a lightning spear at the dragon, aiming for the heart, but missed. The boy doesn't have as much power as the professor has, so he used the lightning spirit as a mana replacement. But half of the spirit's power immediately disappeared. Damien understands that if this fight continues, he will die, but he does not want that. The dragon in the professor's body needs to be restored. For that he needs to eat. Rudd attacks Dranon with a sword, and he cannot even move, and has already resigned himself to death in his thoughts. The director suddenly appeared and protected Damien. He is ready to protect at any cost. He became close to his grandson and regrets everything he did, but now he will stand up for him. But the dragon overpowers Damien. He possesses his body and bites his grandfather's hand. The dragon relished his meal, biting off his hand completely. Ain saved the director and is angry with him for his stubbornness. Time has passed and people don't change. They are still so stupid. So the millennial dragon will be immortal. He has had enough of his prey for a short time and is already looking for the next victim. He thinks that he can easily handle Rudd. The boy thought that it would not be so difficult. Everything that is happening now is driving him crazy. The dragon did not think for a long time and attacks Rudd again, but with new powers. He notes that this line of attack was simple, but much stronger than before, and Rudd has injuries that weaken him. He wants to have more strength, the opportunity to rest and recover, and most of all, he wants his brother to be here. But all these are just dreams and excuses. You need to gather everything you have and just fight while you still have the strength. He will need only one but strong enough attack to reach the dragon's heart. But not this time. It was almost good, almost enough. but not enough. He remembers how Lion told him that she relied too much on her senses. Maybe he should trust his eyes. But Rude is not a genius and not gifted with a physique, and his environment was also garbage. He hadn't noticed it before, but he seems to have understood what his friend in his past life meant. Muscle contractions, movements of strength and mana, involuntary habits, center of gravity. He needs not only to determine the speed of movements, but also the pattern of behavior itself. This is all for the opportunity to hit the target directly, and he does it. He manages to hit the dragon. Every muscle on his body is tense, and it feels as if the body is ready to tear apart. His body has reached its maximum at the same time. He cannot ask for more from him. But he will not give up in any case. And as long as he has the strength to hold the sword in his hands, he will do it. This time he will do everything right. He has no right to give up and must go to the end. With all his efforts, he cuts through the dragon's flesh and almost reached the heart, which is in the throat. Friends and professors rush to help. Lion directs everyone north. She's sure Rude is right there. They came and saw Rude exhausted, trying his best to fight the greatest evil. Lion remembers their conversation in the library, where she said that she was afraid of losing close friends in the battle with the dragons. And now, when she sees Rudd in this state with the dragon, she cannot look at it without fear in her eyes. The dragon suddenly latched onto his shoulder and bit him. Rude didn't have time to reach his throat. He couldn't take his heart. The boy pushed this animal away from him, and he was lucky that it grabbed his arm and not his neck. The dragon mocks, says that people are only their food and hope is lost, and only his boundless hunger remains. He threatens that they will all be chewed up and destroyed until the dragon regains its body. The boy barely gets up from the ground and teases the dragon, asking why he hasn't started eating everyone yet. The Spirit King does not understand why Rude is so confident in his powers and in what power he believes so much. The guy explains that he just has a special organism, which is why he and his brother survived in Disol. Donata's blood is special. 10 years ago, an earth dragon attacked his family and killed his parents. After that, he died, and that's how they realized that their blood is poisonous to dragons. More than once, this uniqueness saves his life. In other words, his existence for the cursed dragon race. The dragon is on its knees, weakened by the poison, and Rude is ready to finish the dragon Kienel for real. Daniel and Claire run as hard as they can, screaming to stop. They don't believe he can handle it. But Ayin draws his sword and detains them and does not let them interfere, but orders them to stand silently and watch. The oar managed to get into the heart. Damien holds the sword in his hands, thanks and regrets everything he has done. He removes the weapon from his throat, the heart is destroyed, and the dragon finally dies forever. With tears in his eyes, Gerald realizes that his grandson died. He will never forgive himself for this. Damien's mutilated body falls on the grass. Everyone can't hide their surprise. Rude takes out another prepared bottle of potion, pours it on the professor's body, and reminds him that he promised that he would stay alive until the end if he was truly sorry. His body regenerates before his eyes. But the Spirit King explains that even if he survives now, he still won't be able to deal with the disharmony of the mana flows that the dragon made in his body. But with the celestial sword, this can be fixed, as it can redirect the flow of mana. This can work if Rude has an accurate idea of the placement of mana blood vessels in the body and a thorough knowledge of anatomy. The king explains that the cure is quite simple. Just use the sword's mana refraction ability to cut the wrong flows, and use a recovery potion to create new ones. The reason Rudo was able to do all of this is because he was reincarnated, so it will be difficult to explain everything to the audience. The headmaster saw Rude point his sword at his healed grandson and begs him not to move Damien anymore and leave him finally alone. But Rude ignores his pleas and is ready to do what he has planned, only emphasizing that he warned that no one would die. The boy did everything he could and completely exhausted fell on the grass. Everyone ran to him in fear. An is on his way to a meeting with the Emperor. He was summoned because the trouble that happened 10 years ago was repeated, and the reason was the professor of the Aratium Academy. The Emperor explains that Gerald de Graham is a traitor, and his grandson Damien Grace must be executed immediately. Ain had a lot of influence on the situation with the 1,000-year-old dragon, and was very insistent that this not be done, so he will be in prison for now. His advisors do not agree with such a decision and emphasize that these people put the whole country in danger. But the Emperor does not want to hear this, and wants to hear everything from the mouth of the boy who single-handedly defeated the dragon of 1,000 forms. Ain came to Rude to warn him that the Emperor wanted to speak with him. Ruth is in the hospital recuperating and Lion is feeding him. I notes that Ruth has no time to flirt here. The two of them were shocked by such a remark and denied it with all their might. But the master doesn't care. He just wants to talk to Rude alone, so Lion has to leave the chamber. She comes out and reminds with a smile that they have a whole month without studying. Aino hints at their romantic relationship, but Rude denies everything and emphasizes that he simply misunderstood everything. Behind the door, Leon heard the master explaining to Ruda that he had been unconscious for 3 days. She realizes with sadness and despair that she could not help her friend. The girl is very ashamed of herself, and she scolds herself and calls herself weak, immature, and stupid. But she gathers all her will into a fist and is sure that next time she will be much stronger and will be able to help. In the ward, the master calls Rudd an idiot, because first of all, you should always take care of your body, and he tried to save those 2 idiots. The boy chews an apple and explains that although it is not much, judging by the fact that he killed a 1,000-year-old dragon, the result is not bad. Ain just really wanted to praise the boy because he is super good and did a great job. Rude jokingly pretended to feel worse and drooled. The master does not understand why the boy behaves like this when he is nice to him, but Rod replies that let him remember how he usually behaves with him. Ain adds that if Rude behaves like this in front of the imperial family, his head will quickly fly off his shoulders. But Rude assures him that he is not that stupid, although his master has a hard time believing it. His master explains that Gerald and Damien crossed all possible limits, and meeting the Emperor can be difficult for the boy. Rude knows this, so he says with a smug smile that he's also going to cross certain lines. 4 weeks later, Ruth dressed in festive clothes and drove up to the Imperial Palace. The guards greet him and offer to take Rude to the throne room for a meeting. Feldrua says that he hasn't been here in a long time, and Ruth is surprised that the Spirit King has been here before. The king explains that there is no place wherever he was, and he saw the birth of this empire and the construction of this palace. Rude enters a large, magnificent hall, in which everyone is already waiting for him, and he wonders why he was called here. All the leaders of the guilds have gathered here, so Rudd believes that there will be a meeting about the situation that has developed. Prince Alpheus of the Empire is Grim Bernstein. They are descendants of the great hero Banar Bernstein, the first dragon slayer. Rude bows his head and respectfully declares that this is his chance to meet the Prince of the Empire. But the prince tells him to raise his head and asks if he knows why he was called to the palace. He praises Rude for breaking the seal and slaying the last dragon king Kianil, and adds that defeating the dragon without a single loss is a great feat even at such a young age. But Rudy is modest, and says that this is too much praise, because the professors and students blocked the parts of the dragon that separated and helped him a lot. Prince Grim is pleasantly surprised that Rude, in addition to all his successes, is also modest. And he adds that the imperial family will die of shame if they don't reward such a young and brave boy for defeating a 1,000-year-old dragon, and asks what Ruth wants. Rude is very happy with such suggestions and asks if he can ask for anything. He is asking that the death sentences of Gerald de Graham and Damien Grace be overturned. The academy professors are very surprised why this guy wants a pardon for them. Someone shouts that this is unacceptable, and the prince himself is very surprised and confused by such a proposal. The leader of the Night Order, Raven Edelf, exclaims that even death would not be punishment enough for these two. He continues that one cannot save those who made it possible for the 1,000-year-old dragon to be reborn. Raven says dismissively that those are the words of a boy who has no idea what 7 dragons are. Prince Grim explains to Rude that it is quite difficult to do, and even if he really wants it, the chances of the punishment being reversed are close to 0. Ruth approaches the prince with a slow step and says that he understands everything, but in his mind he knew in advance that it would not be so easy. He pulls out of his pocket the crystal he found in the treasury and offers them the seal of the Thunder Dragon. It is the only one of the 7 dragons that is not actually a dragon but a polymorph and is considered very strong. He's smart enough to retreat if he's not winning and then ruthlessly come back on the counterattack. And in the past, a lot of dragon slayers have died to stop him. In the past, Rudo managed to kill him, but with the help of his strong brother, and everyone here knows very well how terrible this dragon is. Even if they have not met him, everyone immediately pointed their weapons at Rudd, because this stone is very dangerous, and the leader of the Knightly Order shouts angrily that they must kill the boy immediately. But the prince takes it more calmly and orders everyone to lower their weapons. But the guard does not understand why the prince made such a decision, and they try to convince him that Rudy should be detained. Prince Grim wants to talk to the boy. He asks where he got this stone and what he wants to do with it. Ruth says he found it in the treasury of Arathium. He has no idea how the stone got there, but he thinks it will help convince the imperial family to consider his proposal. But the prince believes that this is blackmail, but Rude, in his excuse, informs that if it were so, then he would immediately remove the stone. Ruth asks them to take a closer look at the stone, as it is already in bad shape and could break at any moment. The head of the guild, Lillian, took his hand and made sure that Rude was telling the truth. She scanned the stone and says that the boy is not bluffing. It is the first time she has seen something like this, but she is sure that the seal is very fragile, and even now it should not be touched recklessly. Rude adds that the consequences will be dire, and it will not be possible to fix the stone. He declares that since the seal will be broken soon, it is better to prepare well for this event. Those in the hall think about his words and consider ways to prepare for this event. But Rudy rather self-confidently declares that he defeated the Thunder Dragon, and he adds that he will also defeat the illusory burning and human dragons, and such statements are very surprising to the prince. Everyone is already looking at him very strangely, and he continues to tell that he will defeat the Battle Dragon and the Void Dragon. And after defeating all 7, then he will destroy absolutely everyone in the remaining dragon world. Reagan mocks Rude and explains that the boy has no idea what fear the 7 dragons instill, and the boy barely killed the remains of a 1,000-year-old. Instead, Ruth cheekily asks the leader of the knightly order if he is afraid, but he got angry and asked why the guy thought of talking to him like that. But the boy calmly asks if the knight will sit quietly and be afraid, and because of his fear will be eaten. But such statements made Reagan even more angry, and he is already shouting to the whole hall, how dare this guy say such a thing. The prince calmly asks what is the reason for such confidence, because even the great hero Vanar could not kill all the dragons, but only sealed the cast 7. In addition, 10 years ago, a 1,000-formed dragon destroyed a large part of the continent. The Thunder Dragon is even stronger, and Ruth is just a student, and the prince, I doubt that he will be able to defeat everyone. The guy explains that he's not going to do it alone, so he needs a few things. First, he needs a large field in which to place this dragon. The prince questions what the boy means, and he explains that in order to avoid casualties, they need to place the dragon in a zone created with spatial magic, and asks if there is a strong enough mage in the kingdom who would be able to do such a thing. Lillian recalls that the mistress of the Red Tower, Iris Halfley, could do such a thing. The student declares that he will kill the dragon there and everyone, having time to prepare for about a year. Second, he wants everyone present here to take part in it, except for His Majesty the Prince. But he explains that it is not necessary to prepare an entire army and increase the number of victims, because the army will most likely only harm and take away the precious time they have for preparation. The guy also adds that those who are terribly afraid may not participate in this, referring to Reagan. Rudo is told to claim that this is not convincing enough, and where is the guarantee that they will not be crushed in a second? The boy explains that in the worst case it will be, but if the strongest people of the continent cannot survive this battle, then there is no point in fighting dragons at all. The boys agree with him that they have not zero chances and should prepare well. Prince Grimm weighed all the pros and cons and agreed to such an adventure, but Reagan is not happy about it. He looked at Rude and realized that the boy was not going to run away, but to face the events that were about to happen. The prince thinks about the fact that he has hope. Suddenly, this young man will become a hero who will be able to fight not only the Thunder Dragon, but also destroy all dragons. And he says out loud that he will release Damien and Gerald de Graham from the death penalty. He appoints Rude Donatos as the leader of the force to destroy the Thunder Dragon. Damien Grace is in prison. The guards approach him and inform him that he is now free. He looks at them blankly and doesn't believe what they're saying. Damien asks what they mean. But suddenly Grandfather Gerald enters his cell, and the boy is very surprised to see him. He hugs his only grandson tightly and asks for his forgiveness for everything he has done. He explains that his desire to save him only brought more pain to Damien, and now the two of them will have to repent for everything they have done in front of everyone and thank the one who saved them. Now that everything is over, Demyan will finally be able to live normally, but the boy does not believe in it. Gerald did everything for Damien to live, but now the boy is not sure if he can live with the sins he committed. Grandfather lowered his head, tears dripping from his eyes, and he remembered the words of Rudd. Rude looks at them from afar, and Grandpa continues, "If you're guilty of trying to save someone's life, you have a chance at forgiveness." The boy did not approach them and did not say hello, and the grandfather and grandson did not even notice him. They still hug tightly with tears and have hope that they will be able to change their lives for the better. A month after the dragon attack on Arathium, It was officially announced that the seal of the Thunder Dragon had been found. Rudo Donatos is credited with personally defeating the Dragon of 1,000 Forms, and the Emperor appointed him to be the leader of the team to destroy the Thunder Dragon, all of which Hennis reads about in the newspaper. The Crown Prince recognized Rudd's merits and awarded him the title of hero. It seems that he wants to restore the South. Everyone has been dreaming about it for a long time. The southern part of the continent had been abandoned for 10 years since the incident with the 1,000-form dragon. They are all sitting in the dining room and discussing this terrible day for everyone. Hennis claims that Rude is doing everything alone again and could have asked for help, but they calmly explain to her that she does not have enough skills to fight such strong creatures. Lenia reminds that Rude almost died that day, and they all barely managed to defeat those small creatures, and it was Hennis who was terribly tired after creating a single large fireball. The girl gets angry from powerlessness and agrees that she is not strong enough. She remembers this day and says in despair that she was miserable. It upsets her quite a bit. Hennis explains that Ruth helped her find the medicine to save her sister and she owes him, but she doesn't even have anything to offer him. But Bellac calms the girl down, asks her not to think too much, and everything is actually very simple. They are still very weak, and now, while there is an opportunity, it is necessary to become as strong as possible. If they are strong, they will still be able to help the family, and this will happen when it is most needed. The president of the student council is sitting on the windowsill and does not understand why Gerald and Demian were not punished at all, and they got out of this situation with only a few scratches. He turns to Rude and asks where he got such a hero, but the guy doesn't seem in the mood. He gets mad at the guy and yells that he's a piece of shit and is ready to beat him up. Rude warns that you shouldn't make others clean up after you when you can do it yourself. He is angry with this scoundrel because he did something wrong and thought to get away without punishment. Rude would love to knock out all his teeth, but first he asks how he knew that Professor Damien has the heart of a dragon of 1,000 forms. But the guy seems to be fooling around and says that he has good eyesight from birth. He explains that his family has really special eyes. Thanks to them, their vision is similar to intuitive. And adds, especially if it concerns the observation of mana flows. Damien Grace used his mana to transfer it in tangled ways, and his mana got tangled around his neck where his heart was. The boy learned that DeGram's grandson suffered from hypersensitivity to mana, and then immediately after the incident with the 1,000-year-old dragon, he ended up in the hospital. Rudo was attacked by a scumbag, and he shouts how this scum managed to drive a man to suicide. But the plan failed, and the boy almost died himself, and it's a pity that he didn't think with his head because he is not strong in dragons. But Rude demands that he stop fooling around and explain what he wanted to do. He explains that he didn't want to be a hero at all and that Rude had a much better plan. He just wanted to witness heroic events and see with his own eyes the exploits of strong people. Rudd will become a real hero. He will have unforgettable adventures. He will kill 7 dragons and become a legend. And the president of the student council will be happy just to be around, although there is little point in him. But he will be the one who writes the legend about the hero. But the boy explains to him that he is mistaken, because Rudo is deeply indifferent to all this heroism. Everything that was written in the newspapers is just beautiful headlines, and if Rude had a choice, he would not want to have this role. Now the boy understands why Jeremy did not communicate well with him in his past life, because Ruth took the role of the friend of the hero, which he wanted to have himself. But maybe this was not the only reason. In a past life, my brother was close to ideal, but not ideal, because we are all human and make mistakes. He constantly brought his body to the network and everyone always had complaints and insults against him. Does Jeremy think Rude is taking on the role of the man who will carry propaganda from the face of the imperial family itself while everyone works to save the world? Rude is glad that he finally understood this, because he couldn't understand what kind of fool Jeremy is, and concludes that he probably has to meet crazy people in his life. The guy caught Rudd by the leg and begs him to become a hero, but he is not at all happy about it and thinks that the guy is completely screwed. Jeremy is still holding his leg and sadly and despairingly announces that he is from Atun. This is a trading kingdom that borders 4 states, including the Alpheus Empire. Jeremy explains that money and crime are actually interconnected there. But Rude already knows about this, since he spent a lot of time there as a mercenary and could not even think that a boy who looked like he was from an aristocratic family would turn out to be from Atun. DeVille says that his family died and Jeremy and his father were the only survivors. But in the end, he was also killed. And he adds that he does not press for pity, and in general his father was not a good person, and this was passed on to him. Rude pushes the guy away and asks why he's telling him all this then. He wants to talk about the events that happened after the death of his father, and now he will be honest. Sorting out the inheritance, he went down to the basement, where he saw an old chest with preservation magic. Dad didn't care about this chest, because he spent all his money on alcohol and entertainment, but the chest itself looked like it was several thousand years old. Inside was a very old book, drawings, musical notes, and some kind of manuscript. But the most interesting thing that was in the chest was the diary of its owner. He was Alan Duville. The Spirit King recalls that Alan Duville was the boy who kept hanging around Vanar. The boy excitedly says that this diary was written by his ancestor 700 years ago. And this diary was written about the greatest hero in the world, Vanar. It's so shocking that he repeats it again. The diary from his basement had entries about the first dragon slayer. Alan Duville was a traveling minstrel who followed the first dragon slayer. This diary contains records of all their adventures and incredible travels. A hero who saves the world and a minstrel who describes it all. This story repeats itself again. Jeremy is very inspired about all of this, as the sealed thunder dragon has also turned up in Arathium. And he asks why this seal was in the treasury. Maybe it was Jared Degram's insurance to hide his grandson's secret. He begs him to let him be the hero's friend, as he has been training hard to have enough knowledge to do so. But Ruth now realized that Duville was just a jerk who didn't know anything about the seal stone, and he was hoping to get some valuable information. Then who was it that dared to leave the Thunder Dragon seal stone in the treasury of Arathium? No records mention where the seal is, and if you try to pick it up, you should be hit with a system of protection and style degrees. And he couldn't just appear in the treasury unless he was put there when it was first created. And Rude asks Jeremy about the diary. He is interested in anything about the Thunder Dragon, how it was sealed, where and how it was dealt with. As for battles and sealings, nothing is known, as such events were dangerous enough for the minstrel to be present there. Ruth looked at the boy with irony, and he added to his excuse that the diary was at home, and he could not show it now. Jeremy suggests that Rude go to his house himself and get the diaries from the basement. The guy lives alone in an empty house anyway, so he can give the key. But in return, he desperately begs him to recognize him as one of his hero friends. But Ruth leans over and repeats for the last time that he is not interested in becoming a hero. It doesn't matter what the royal family decides about the title of hero there. Everything is decided by the papal throne. The only reason Root left Jeremy alive was because of his eyes, which can help kill a dragon. The boy was overjoyed, but Rude warns that he has no right to tell anyone about it publicly. He understood everything, promises to be obedient, and gives him the key to his house. Ruth told Ain about his guess that whoever sealed the Thunder Dragon and left the stone there. Ain deduces that the heir to the heaven-piercing technique is suspicious of the great founder. Ruth replies that Ain doubts it too, because it turns out that the great hero Vanar did not kill the Thunder Dragon, but only sealed it away. And he didn't even leave any records of how to seal the dragon for his descendants. The Vanar hero should have been strong enough to destroy the 7 dragons, but instead he only pushed them away to the northern cities. As a result, humans escaped control from the dragons. But a threat is always lurking. Only On seems not ready to talk about it and answers briefly that everything is up to the will of the founder. Therefore, Ruth offers to change the topic. Because there are many new things in the academy, Professor Arthur has been appointed as the new head of the academy. The master is surprised that this bald man has become the new head, but word has reached him that Rude has taken a leave of absence from the academy. Ruth, I plan to finish my first year, with 6 months plus left to complete my second-year course, and spend the next year preparing to seal the Thunder Dragon. He recalls how Arthur told the boy that they were doing a massive check of the treasury because of the incident that happened. So for now, he can take whatever he needs from there. And after all this, he's going to spend 2 years interning in various guilds. The Swordmaster is intrigued by such grand plans, but Rude says he originally had other plans. He explains that the Dim Moon Guild leader turned out to be much more persistent than he expected. The conditions for their participation in the mission with the Thunder Dragon is a year of internship in their guild. And the boy sadly adds that it is all because he is so charming, but these words disgust the master. He wants to join the squad for the destruction of dragons, and adds in his thoughts that after the thunder there will be an illusion dragon, and he plans everything so as to be there early. In this case, Ain will go to Parma in 6 months, because the most important stage of preparation will be the place of sealing. Ruth boasts that he also received an invitation to appear in the Red Tower and also wants to study magic. But the master is skeptical about this and asks if it is not too late to start studying magic. Rude adds that first he will go to Atun, and only then will he go to Parma. But the master wonders why the boy should go to a city that is simply teeming with rascals. The guy does not explain anything, only mysteriously says that he needs to check something. At this time, the large Duville house stands empty and completely unattended. Someone realized that there was no one there, so he made a hole in the window and got inside the house. He went into the basement and rummaged through the junk with the hope of finding at least something valuable. He scattered all securities and called them trash, and there are remnants of a chain on his leg. Apparently, he escaped from custody. 6 months have passed. Hennis is sitting in the library, but Bellac asks her why she doesn't go home, because today is the last day at the academy. But she asks why he is interested, because the two of them plan to stay at the academy during the holidays. He offers her a warm cup of tea, but the girl finds it too suspiciously caring. Hennis caught a cold, and Bellac decided to treat her a little with tea with Gogol Mogul, which will immediately invigorate the body. The girl is working on research about the disease. So far, everything is going smoothly. If she invests a lot of time and effort there, she will definitely cure it with the help of Rude and the alchemy professor. But she is very concerned about one question: whether their efforts will be enough for a good result. Ruth warned the girl that he had some urgent business for the holiday season. He helped her find a cure for the disease, as if he had specifically brought up the subject, as if he knew about her sister. She wonders how he was able to prepare such a large amount of potion, as if he had predicted the appearance of a dragon of 1,000 forms. Rudy suddenly appeared and scared Hennis, because she was immersed in her thoughts. He wonders how she could be lost in thought because she needs to concentrate. He emphasizes that she should not be idle and work hard while he is gone. She wants to ask her friend so much why it seems as if he knows everything in advance and why he is so strong at his age. But these thoughts are very distracting from studying, and she needs to concentrate and study. The boy complains about the cold, and even the cloak given by the royal family does not save him. He leans on the side of the snowman and asks Feldruus if he is happy about the winter. The snowman cracks, and it turns out that there was a girl inside, which scared the boy terribly. It was Lion. She didn't know what time Ruth was leaving today, so she was waiting for him. The guy is angry with her for standing here all the time because the cold is terrible. The girl is all shivering from the cold and now thinks maybe it was a stupid decision. Rude wraps Lion in his shawl and asks if she wants to get sick, because it's very easy. He wrapped her so tightly that the girl asks if he wants to strangle her so you don't catch a cold. Then the girl asked how Rude knew that she caught colds easily, and the boy told a story from his past life. She fell into the human lake while fighting the ichthyosaurus, turning blue and shaking from the cold. Ruta laughed so hard that Lion got angry and threw him into the same lake where he almost died. She laughed at this story, but the redhead was a little confused by it, and he asked her what the matter was. The girl explains that his past life is over and there are adventures ahead. She just wants him to stop feeling guilty. She just wanted to tell him that his friends, including her, didn't die because of him. But the boy taps the girl on the forehead and asks her to stop talking nonsense. He asks her to give her all while he is gone and try to make friends with someone, because even now she blushes when she sees the faces of his friends. He has to leave, so he turns around and says he's leaving. The girl does not think for a long time and falls into his arms and says with tears in her eyes that she will miss him. But Ruth does not share this tenderness and asks her to go inside the building because it is very cold outside. He leaves the academy and thinks about Lion's words, but he will never be able to forget what happened then. He considers himself guilty because he was the only one who survived. Everyone died because he was weak and helpless. He believes that if at least one of them survived, then this cycle would not have to start again, and now he cannot even ask why she saved him and why she is not offended. But he will have to find the answers to his questions himself, and he will definitely find them. The journey from the academy to the capital in a carriage takes half an hour, and from the capital to the border another 3 hours. Iris, the capital of the trading kingdom of Atuna, is quite a crowded place, as it should be in the center of the mainland. But the bright colors are only in the center, and on the outskirts of the backwoods, and the poverty of the color of the swamp. Ruth tries to find the right house, but the Spirit King laughs at him that he has topographical cretinism. He says that this is not true, but then he remembers how he got lost in the forest, had an accident in the mountains, or mistook a cave for the mouth of a volcano. And then the king concludes that he is not topographical, but just a jerk. But the boy insists that everything really looked like a cave. Ruth walks slowly, followed by some mature man, but this does not scare the boy in the least. He explains to the king that even if he doesn't know the road, This man who will follow them certainly knows it. This man tries to scare the boy and explains that in such places there is a toll, otherwise he will lose his head. The guy doesn't think for a long time and approaches the man at breakneck speed, and he is very surprised by such a quick attack. The guy does not attack, but politely asks where Duville's house is, but the husband is already scared. But when he saw that Ruth had not done anything to him, he began to threaten him himself. Rude does not react to his intimidation, and is very skeptical about it. It is clear that this man knows nothing about him at all. The man declares that the boy will regret behaving so brazenly and grabs his axe. He declares that he is in a pack of ferocious dogs, and his name is Volnik the Executioner, and swings his axe. But Ruth effortlessly stops the man and presses the axe to the ground with her foot. Ruth explains that he got nostalgic when he heard about them because there was a time when he was also in this unit. And then the man realized that he had made a big mistake, because he attacked the wrong person. The boy smiles sweetly at his attacker and asks him to lead him to the right house. The man had no choice and led the boy to the house, which turned out to be quite close. Ruth tells the Spirit King that he worked as a mercenary for the academy and knows about this squad, and they are actually disturbing homeless people. The guy opens the gate and asks if the leader of this gang is still alive. He saw a broken window and a broken lock and realized that there were visitors. He entered the Great Hall and saw someone's tracks and added that they would not need the keys. He holds his sword at the ready and examines the house. Now he walks down the stairs. What he saw there surprised him a lot and scared him a little. He saw that a tired and perhaps already dead woman was lying on the table, and she looked like a fairy. The Spirit King has heard that it is customary to secretly keep slaves of another race in an iris, and asks if she is already dead, but Ruth believes that she is still alive. He draws attention to her strange legs and says it might be a curse. The Spirit King explains that it might be the hands of a dark mage, and it's very strange how she lasted so long. Suddenly someone from behind attacks Rudd with a knife, but he managed to make a shield and warns not to touch him. He looked closely at the attacking creature and realized that it was still a child. She looks like a fairy child and angrily tells him not to move the fairy. She uses her power and screams for those perverts not to move her mom. But it didn't work because the force backfired on her, and the poor child fell hard on her back. The fairy child was surprised, and does not understand why this happened, and why the spirit did not listen to her. Rude explains that the spirit must be afraid of the consequences if it hits its boss. The Spirit King explains that it has the same curse, and the boy pulls out his sword, and this kid is cornered and thinks he's finished. Out of fear, the child began to cry and scream very loudly, calling for his mother. But the guy is not going to kill the child, he just wants to free the injured leg. He touches the iron bracelet on his leg with his sword, and the damaged area is healed. Ruth wonders what kind of sword it is that absorbs all curses and mana in a row. The child with big eyes asks if this is his house and if he will now sell it to someone else. Ruth explains that this is not his house, and he is not interested in the girl at all. He just wants to find one book and will leave immediately. The girl carefully watches the boy, holds a book in her hands, and asks if this is what he needs. The guy realizes with disappointment that the girl is holding exactly what he needs and seems to want something in return. The girl looks at the sword that saved her and quickly runs to the fire. It seems that she is up to something. She asks him to save her mom, and if he doesn't, she'll burn the book he needs. The guy explains that the curse is one of the types of mana, and it, like mana, spreads through the body and infects everything there, including the heart. And when the heart is infected, neither potions nor any other means will help. Ruth explains that her mother has been infected for a very long time, so no matter how hard she tries, she will die anyway. But the child has hope that if the curse is lifted, she will live and let him do as he did to her with this sword. Rude doesn't want to explain anything more and thinks he can just hit and take the book, but the Spirit King explains that it's still a child. The boy understands that this child will have to survive alone, and it is better to learn as soon as possible what a cruel reality is. He simply takes the book away from the child and says, why bother with any threats if he can't hold a simple book? Rude once again explains that he will not be able to save her mother, and she will now have to think about how to survive on her own. But the child tearfully pleads for him to save her mother, and in return he can make her his slave just to keep her mother alive. But the boy asks if this child is really going to solve all his problems in life with the help of prayers. He cruelly says that she is worthless even as a slave, and her mother will die anyway, and she has to think about how to become strong to survive in this world. But the child declares that she does not want to live like this. He is big and knows how to swing a sword and is strong in magic, but she is just a helpless child. She is convinced that it is difficult for him to understand how difficult it is for a weak and ordinary person to live alone. Rude remembered himself at her age, and how hard it was for him to accept that he was now alone and had to become strong in order to survive. But he did not tell her this and explained it. He left her there and told her to live here until her death. The poor child was left in a cold house all alone in despair next to her dying mother. Rude sits in the living room of the same house and looks at the diary book, but the Spirit King cannot forget that child. Rude concentrates on the book and convinces the king that it is her choice to get out of this situation or not, and his goal is to get the diary. The diary is written by a bard, and all bards write their experiences with poetry and music. It is important to talk about experiences related to different people and times, and not internal thoughts, and the one who records should remain only an observer. The experience of the author of this book is so valuable that he wants to pass it on and leave this wonderful historical moment in memory for future generations. In the book, it is said that he was walking through the desert when a dragon attacked him, but he was saved by a boy named Banar, who announced that he planned to save all mankind from dragons. Banaru is a suitable name of a dragon slayer. He knows how to control not only sword and magic, but also leads people. He already has many followers who fight with dragons. There are 6 people in his immediate circle. 4 of them, excluding Bellion and Elena, have enormous power on par with him. These are Diana Halfley, Killian Steros, Reynold Bernstein, and of course Arcania. Rudu knows most of the names from history books, but he doesn't know anything about the last name. The boy hopes to learn more about them in the following chapters, so he reads on. Diana has a terrible character. Killian goes crazy with muscles. Reynold wants to found kingdoms on bones. Arcania is always in her own world. They say they managed to seal away the Thunder Dragon, and Reynold explains that he wants no more dragons in the world. Only the Warrior Dragon and the Flying Dragon are left. They have a special power, and the decisive battle will be somewhere in the forest. They say that there is a passage to the floating island. Everyone is already tired from the battles, and the 2 Dragon Kings are too strong. Only Banar and Arcania behave as usual. While everyone is fighting the dragons, a squad of warriors decided to break into the sanctuary of the Dragon King. The warriors have returned, and the people have won. This long war will soon end, and peace will come to the mainland. It was over, but the author was left with questions about why Banar did not kill the 7 dragons, but only sealed them away, and why he left the rest of the dragons alive and simply banished them. Why did none of the warriors object, and what happened in the dragon sanctuary that everyone agreed with such a decision? Afterwards, Killian founded his clan in the south. Diana returned to the magical tower, Reynold became emperor, and Banar said he would open an academy to train future dragon slayers. But it is not clear where the smaller squad went, Arcania, Elaine, and Bellion. The author declares that it is time for him to return to his place, and the last sentence of the diary was, "Banar came to me." Rude realizes with disappointment that this is the end of the diary, but he did not find any useful information there. He asks Feldroy if he knew Alan Deville and the 7th dragon and the white dragon with no name. Rude thought about this because the Spirit King said that he saw the moment of the founding of the empire and the construction of the imperial castle. If he saw all this, then 700 years ago he was with the first dragon slayers, and he asks if it was the warrior Banar who made the contract with him. Since the king did not know the location of the seal stone, then they were together until now. The boy believes that Feldrua met the one who brought Rude back to the past in the dragon's sanctuary, but the king angrily explains that he cannot tell the boy anything, even if he really wanted to. But Rudd insists he is very interested in what happened 700 years ago. The king repeats that he can't tell, but Rude gets angry and bangs his fist on the table and asks what kind of answer is so strange. At that moment, a Fey child walks in and asks Rude to help her once more. Ruth tells her that it's useless to save her mother, but the child angrily says that she knows that. She stands barefoot at the door and promises that this will be her last request. With sadness and tears in her eyes, she begs him to take her mother to where the forest is visible. Although slavery was abolished many years ago, fairies' beautiful appearance and voice are still an attractive target for slave traders. They lived hidden deep in the forests, without having the opportunity to communicate with other races. Their life was peaceful, and the fairies reach adulthood only at 150 years. This type of fairies originates from the world of spirits, which they once left to settle in our world. The woman says her last words. She calls her daughter Renee and promises that everything will be fine. When a fairy dies, her body and soul disappear without a trace because they return to the world of spirits. The girl regrets that they did not have the opportunity to get out of this hell a little earlier. But her mother promised her that she would always stay with her, so the girl has no reason to cry. Ruth remembers that in the past, the elves preferred to flee rather than fight, so out of a desire to remain peaceful, they all died. To be honest, Rude has no sympathy for this species, but this girl seemed cute to him. He teaches her that she now has to survive on her own and cannot wait for someone's help. And he adds that there are times when difficulties can be overcome when you give free rein to your emotions. Ruth is about to leave, but the girl chases after him and tells him that her name is Renee from the family of Nastya. She apologizes, but now she has nowhere to go. She must try not to catch the hunter's eyes, so she asks permission to stay here and promises that she will not cause any trouble. Ruth thinks about the fact that the slave owner will not let go of the escaped slave so easily. Maybe this is the only place where this girl can be calm. He remembers when they first met, the girl used some spell against him. He thinks that the girl can be useful to him, so he asks Renee to teach him the magic that she possesses. The girl explains that she is only a mage of the second circle, and Ruth is strong enough without it. Ruth explains that extra knowledge never hurts, and he'll be learning magic from scratch, so a day or two won't be enough. He asks that she teach him the basics of magic, and in return, he will find her a safe place to live. She asks what his name is, and he says his name is Ruth Donatos, and let the girl call him by his first name. They are in the forest ready to start their first magic lesson, and since Renee will now be his teacher, she asks that he treat her with respect. And Rude can't believe that the girl got back to normal in just one night and looks too good after her mother's death. She continues her first lesson and explains that magic is like painting. You only need to use energy flows instead of colors to create spells or various attributes of magic. It's like choosing a color for a painting, and the difference between magic and painting is that you can change magic as many times as you like. It depends on the level of magic, and the higher the level, the more difficult the transformation. And she asks the guy how many mana circles he has to understand his capabilities. But the guy says that he doesn't have anything like that, and it surprises the girl. He shows her his hand with wings and explains that all his mana is there. The girl knows that this is the blue sky technique that is passed down from the first hero, and she wonders how he got it. He proudly announces that he is simply an incredible person and asks if his teacher wants to tell him anything else. She has again entered the role of a teacher and understands that he has no problems with mana and its control, so I suggest that you go straight to practice. She explains that it is necessary to concentrate the necessary amount of mana, create a technique, and make everything happen through a spell. Although stabilization, transformation, calculation, and release of mana are also important, Rude does not understand how he can do this. He thought for a while, and he still came up with something, and Renee is very surprised that he began to cast spells so easily. The girl is delighted. She explains that the magic spell is perfect, even if it is his first time using it. Rude asks if he's casting the spell slowly, but she explains that even a professional mage would have a hard time completing a magic spell in 2 seconds. The boy notes that those he knows do without spells, but the girl adds that it is very difficult to master such a spell in the first lesson, and for this he has the level of the Empress of the White Flame. The boy wants to give up because it takes less time to attack with a ki sword than to cast spells, but the girl explains that he has talent because he managed his first spell very easily. She says that it is too early to give up, and she will help him at any cost, and now she will run to the office to find some interesting books on the subject of magic. Rude stayed in the forest to wait for her, and I think that she is trying very hard. The Spirit King explains that she has no choice but to make an effort because she also wants to live. He explains that magic is his imagination, so the king is ready to help and offers to try again. Ruth does not want to, because he believes that magic is impossible without spells. But the Spirit King shows him how to quickly cast a spell with only the help of imagination. Root realized that with the help of the combination of their imaginations, magic could be done, meaning that Feldrua would be more useful than just a voice in his head. Ruth is happy, and I think it will be enough to use in a real battle. Renee has returned with the books and thinks they will be useful for Rude. But the guy with the carefree expression on his face is easy to play and control the magic. This quite surprised the girl, and she does not understand what happened while she was not there. He explains that he simply repeated the technique over and over again and thought that it was possible to make the diagram not flat but three-dimensional. His magic spells are very strong, and the girl worries that if he loses control even for a second, trouble will happen. This is exactly what happened. He failed, and because of that he is even a little ashamed. Everything got out of control, and as a result there was a big explosion in the forest. 2 weeks later, a rather interesting conversation took place in the estate of the millionaire Galivna. Executioner Volnik tells that this little elf belongs to Ruda. He has been following him for several days, and did not even think that it was the same hero from the newspapers. Next to him stands the angry leader of the pack of ferocious dogs of the Balkans, Distiru. The tycoon says that this incompetence took away very valuable treasures from him. Gillian calls Balkan to him like his dog on the run, which has to earn its food. And he adds that this guy owes him money, so he should give it back. The dark mage, Hyman, reads the newspaper and concludes that their enemy is intelligent and strong enough to be recognized by the imperial family and published in all the newspapers. But he cannot believe such rumors because it seems to him that it is unreal, and adds that this guy is just a psychotic killer, nothing more. Gillian asks the dark mage if this guy is really that strong. He believes that the rumors are exaggerated, but even if they are true, they have no reason to worry. They will prepare everything here for his arrival. At the same time, Rude is actively training and developing his magic at the Duville estate. He thinks that he should learn magic from a person who has a higher level. The girl complains that his training destroys the house. She cleans, and everywhere remains a mess. She asks him not to tear the clothes because she only bought them today, and that he should study a little more calmly. At that moment, a fireball of magic flies at them, and Rude shouts that she was running away. Part of the house and the yard are destroyed by these magic bullets. It looks like someone attacked them. This is the handiwork of the leader of the pack of ferocious dogs of the Balkan Distyre, who is standing at the gate. He brought with him a whole squad of ferocious dogs and gave the order to find the girl and that jerk. His subjects are afraid, because Balkan is a mage of the sixth circle. He adds that they need the elf woman alive. The girl regained consciousness after the explosions, sits on the ground and calls Ruda, and a sword is stuck in the ground in front of her. She wonders how this sword didn't get a single scratch during such a powerful explosion. Maybe it absorbed the full force of the explosion, and where did Rude go? The chief saw her and wondered how she managed to survive among those fireballs. He took the poor girl by the shirt and asks where her mother is, but the girl asks that this bad man let her go. He aggressively shakes her in his arms and yells at Renee to shut up when the adults are talking. He is still holding the girl and demands that she tell where her mother went. Renee tearfully says that he will never get to her mom because she is back in the woods. Balkan tells the girl not to talk nonsense and angrily pushes her to the ground. The child is lying on the grass in pain, but this man does not leave her alone and asks where Rude Donatos is and if he is already dead. He mockingly asks why the girl isn't answering. Is he also back in the forest? But he doesn't see Rude behind him. Their collision created a cloud of smoke, and the girl had to cover herself with her hands. The leader sharply jumped away from the boy, and immediately his squad appeared to help. Although the boy is slightly injured and has scratches on his face, he is serious. The girl was also damaged, but she seems to be more worried about Rude. The boy asks her to hide and not worry, and the Spirit King explains that he is infected with the same curse that the fairy was, but thanks to the artifact on him, he was only slightly affected. He tells the squad that they broke in and are barking like dogs, and it doesn't look like ferocious dogs anymore, but like ordinary mutts. Renee notices that his sword is still near her, so she calls him to her. In a second, the sword was already in Rudd's hand, and the girl did not even notice how it happened. A squad of ferocious dogs got angry that they were called a mutt and were already planning to attack. The next moment, there was a terrible explosion that knocked everyone's weapons out of their hands. No one understands whether it was an explosion or a bomb, but it's not like magic. When the smoke cleared, the attackers finally saw Rudd with a sword in the fog. The members of the detachment did not hesitate for a second, and immediately went on the offensive all against one another. There's another explosion, but Balkan thinks it's eye candy and laughs it off. But at that moment, one of the members of his gang fell to the ground as if lifeless. Shocked, he shouts the man's name, Bigas, but the others are already warning him of an attack from behind. The others remarked that this time it was definitely magic, but the leader reassured them, saying that it was only the magic of the first circle, so there was no need to be afraid. But the boy skillfully uses his low level of magic, so he manages to hit many attackers. The magic is accompanied by explosions that occur one after the other, and it is difficult to understand their trajectory, but Balkan shouts for these stupid idiots to open their eyes and stop falling for these tricks. But quite unexpectedly, he hears a voice from behind that he should open his eyes. He fearfully turns his head and looks at Rudd with big eyes, and the boy says that a long time has passed since their last meeting. Ruth smiles triumphantly as she holds her sword to the neck of her terrified opponent. There are 2 of them left. All the other attackers are lying injured in the yard. The girl is sitting near the house and is shocked that Ruth handled everything so easily. She looks at his back and asks herself only one question: who is this guy really? Renee noticed that this sword created an explosion every time it came in contact with blood, and he remembers that he still has a sword that removes the curse. I wonder how many of these special swords he has. Rude says he'd rather just cut them all than use the explosive bloody sword. The boy recalls that when he was in their gang, Balkan brutally abused him for 5 whole years. But this man does not understand why Ruth thinks that he was abusing him. He explains that he treated this ungrateful idiot as his own son, and pretentiously states to Rudo how he was able to come back here after killing half of the ferocious dogs, and adds that he was a monster in human form. But Ruth has no idea what kind of fool the leader of these bastards is talking about. Balkan tells that for the sake of some refugee child he killed his associate, because he did some bad things. The man adds that the scar on his face was also made by Rude, but something is not right here, because in his past life, he did not kill half of the dogs, and he was not treated like his own son. It was Rude who was the nameless refugee child. In those days, the rabid dog gang consisted of perverts and just anthemic people who participated in street fights. When their family died, he and his brother moved to Ibris, and the ferocious dogs were no different from other mercenaries. Fortunately, his brother was strong enough to command respect, while Rude was seen as just a parasite who lived off his brother. When they were together, his brother protected him, but later he began to often go on assignments, and on one of these days it happened. The guy got tired of constant bullying and decided to stand up to them, because of which he was beaten almost half to death. His brother happened to witness such a scene and took revenge on them for his brother by killing half of the ferocious dogs. In the past, the one who killed half of the ferocious dogs and left a scar on Balkan's face was not Ruth, but his brother Aris. The boy sat on the floor in surprise and asked his brother why he did it. He explained that there was no need to kill them all and questioned why he did so. But his brother reassured him, saying that the boy needn't worry, because they were all scoundrels who deserved to die. Iris explains that now, after this, he will have to leave his brother. But he wants Rude to know that it was all for him because he loves him so much. Later, announcements about Aris were posted all over the city, so he had to go, and he entrusted Rudo to a certain person, but after some events, he was left all alone. But his brother is gone in this world, and does that mean that everything Aris did in his past life is now Rude's responsibility? The boy sighed heavily and thought, will things like this happen every time now? Having learned a lot of interesting things, the guy borders his rival, and a big explosion happens. In the flight, Balkan tries to justify the guy for interrupting them once and says that Rude must have had reasons for it. But the guy doesn't care at all, so this scum falls to the ground and writhes in pain. Ruth concludes that even after all this time, the Angry Chips are still an evil organization that abuses children. Balkan does not understand what time Rude is talking about, but is very afraid of his sword. But Ruth calmly explains that the boy who will die now does not need this information, and there is a huge explosion. He wipes his forehead with the back of his hand and realizes that he is already very tired. Renee runs to the boy, but he warns her that she should find a safer place. She begs Rude to run since the man is Jillian's thug. She tells that it was he who tortured her and her mother, and there are still many mercenaries in his estate. And he also has a dark mage, and he needs her, so the girl asks the boy to run away. But Rude does not fuss and lifts the girl by the shirt. But she does not understand what he is up to. He puts the child on his shoulders and asks her to show him the way to that estate. But the girl does not want to go there and says that they have to run from here. Instead, Rudd explains that if he goes alone, it will take him half a day, because he is not well oriented in space. The boy explains that since she taught him magic, he also wants to teach her something. He tells that there are 2 things for which you need to pay well, and the first thing is kindness. In the meantime, they leave the yard, but the girl listens carefully, so the guy says the second thing, and it's concern. At this time, Jillian, together with the dark mage, watched these events through a magic orb. They look at the body of the leader of the ferocious dogs and realize with horror that he has died. Such a picture made the tycoon sigh heavily and his knees began to shake with fear. He sat down on the ground and realized that one of his strongest warriors was dead and didn't even have a chance to attack. A black mage warns that Ruth is coming to them, so Hylian orders all the slave elves to be rounded up and locked away. The tycoon explains that he spends a lot of money on Hyman, an exile from the magical kingdom. So he orders that he kill this monster, and that not a single scratch be left on his coffers. The magician thinks he doesn't want to use his priceless job to save this fat man, but he needs his money. He casually reassures his master and says that everything will be fine without any problems. At the last minute, Jillian mentions that they have it, which cheers him up a lot. He praises Hyman and adds that his research is a work of art. They approach the estate, where they were met by many guards, but Rude dealt with them surprisingly quickly. He concludes that this man is bathed in money, because he has many bodyguards. The fairy child asks if Rude is okay, because he's pretty cruel to everyone, and they're just as human as he is. But the boy explains that they attacked him first, even though he warned them. He sees a new batch of guards running towards them, and Rude remarks that they still want to attack him. But it seems they were actually running away and scared of something even more than Ruda. Some very strange and extremely evil animals ran out of the house into the yard. The girl was very frightened and could not gather her thoughts to say something. These animals are very wild and evil with glowing eyes and large and sharp fangs. Ruth thought they were mana beasts, but he had never seen them look like that. These chimeras are created by combining different creatures with the help of mana, although it seems to him that this is illegal. But why did they release them if these animals cannot distinguish an ally from an enemy? These chimeras attack the already beaten guards, who are tired and have no chance to escape from them. The guy picks up a weapon and plans to fight these very strange creatures. He lowers Renee from his shoulders to the ground and warns her that she needs to hide somewhere. Suddenly, a strange creature appears from the door of the house. Apparently, it is a cross between a person and several animals. Rude is surprised and says that they are. Besides this, they even created a Dracotaurus. This creature is made from parts of dragon beasts and mana beasts, and Rude is ready to fight it. The girl runs quickly to the boy with fear, although he warned her about the danger. He uses his sword and warns that it is dangerous here, and she needs to hide quickly. She understands everything, but it seems she recognized someone familiar in this dragon. She remembers how he talked sweetly to her in the forest when he was an elf, and she was with her mother, and everything was fine. The girl realizes with despair that this is the guardian of their tribe, Herta Nastia. Ruth suspects that part of the elf that makes up this chimera recognized the girl, and the Spirit King explains that the guardian of the tribe is quite strong, but his memory and consciousness must have long since disappeared. The Dracotaur tried to attack, so Rude took the girl and quickly retreated back. Ruth is surprised to realize that this strange creature is on a completely different level than all other creatures. But the boy is only glad to have the opportunity to use the techniques he used in his past life. He means those techniques that he himself developed during duels on the battlefield. He directs his sword at the opponent and uses the author's swallow technique. The creature deftly dodges the streams of mana that fly everywhere like birds that Rude directed at him. Without hesitation, the boy uses his super speed and runs madly at his opponent. He raised his sword above him and is ready to deliver a decisive blow to the back of this poor creature. Dracotaur realizes that there is no way for him to dodge the blow, so he plans something else. It looks and spins like a snow whirlwind at such a speed that it is almost invisible. This creature makes great efforts to avoid being hit by its opponent. Rude did not have time to understand anything, and the creature is already behind him because it used the snow-clearing technique. This trick cost him a lot of strength, but it in no way stopped him. He has many wounds on his body, but he does not consider them deep enough to stop fighting. Ruth is in no hurry, stands calmly, and remembers the name of another interesting technique. He speaks as if to himself and mentions that the technique he wants to use is called Wolf. After the boy uttered those words, an insane amount of mana poured down on his opponent. The Spirit King says that Rude put the condensed sword energy accumulated from the previous attack into his body and released it now, but called the technique stupid. Rude explains that he gave the name to the technique when he was young and wanted it to be easy to pronounce and remember. But his opponent did not care and also used his magic against the boy. Something strange is happening in the sky, so he raised his head to understand what the matter was. There appeared a mage who utters powerful spells and creates magic circles. The girl hid behind a tree and saw the dark wizard Hyman in the sky. The Spirit King asks if Rudo needs help, but the boy uses subspace to change the sword. He is ready to fight this magician and declares that he does not need help. Magic consists of 3 elements, such as mana, technique, and spells, so to defeat it is enough to destroy the structure, or Rude came up with something better. The boy smugly directs the stream of mana from the sword to where the dark mage is. The mage is shocked. He realizes that the boy is not fighting his magic, but eating it. He looks at Rude and asks himself what kind of sword the boy is using. He hastily creates new spells to save himself from this devouring sword. But Rude noticed that the mage was up to something, so he turned his sword on him again. Rude wants him to go down, so the sword reaches this bastard. Hyman had to use recovery and levitation magic just because of Rude's one attack. On top of that, he was out of mana and took a heavy hit. This great mage is now lying on the ground, writhing in excruciating pain. A boy stands next to him and asks what's the point of him having a 6th circle if his body is as weak as a 6-year-old's. Hyman doesn't understand how he managed to deal with high-level magic. Luckily, he still has enough magic left to use a teleportation spell and escape. But Rude does not want to let go of his opponent. He stands on his toe and asks to stay for a moment. He swings his sword at the mage and offers to make things easier for the two of them. At this time, Renee is quietly watching all the events that are happening there from behind a tree. What she saw scared her a lot, and that's why the girl starts to scream. The Dracator stands between Rude and the dark mage to protect his master. Hyman saw this and rejoiced, because this is his chance for salvation, and he will not lose it. As Rude fights the creature, the mage yells at him that the loser has finished what he started. The mage creates a spell with the help of which he will be able to transfer, and at this time Rude pierces the chest of the Dracatoris with his sword. The guy destroyed the core that was in the creature's chest, so the Dracatoris won't last long. The guardian of the fairy tribe Herta Nastia is lying on the ground and has no strength to move. The girl with tears in her eyes shouts to Uncle Hart and runs to him, but Ruth stops her. He asks the girl not to come closer because he can still be dangerous. If he had not died, he would have been very strong. Not everyone is worthy to become the guardian of the tribe. Rod does not believe that such a strong elf, how he was able to catch such a weak dark mage. Renee remembers her happy and carefree childhood and how kind Hart was to her. She coldly asks Rude where all those people who were just here could have run off to. The guy explains that they are all badly injured, so they wouldn't be able to run far. The girl is grieving for her tribe keeper and her mother and wants revenge, so she asks if Ruth will find them. He does not ask anything, because he understands how the girl feels now. So he says that he will definitely find them. He has already armed himself with one of his magical swords and asks if Renee wants to go with him. Although her mother would be disappointed with her, the girl wants to go with him, so she agrees. There is panic in the house, everyone is scared and no one wants to leave it and fight Rude. Hyman appears and the tycoon does not understand why he ran away from the match, because this magician was supposed to protect him. In desperation and panic, he asks the dark mage what happened to him in the yard, but he shouts in response for him to shut up, and in his mind he understands that he needs to run away from here as far as possible. Hillian forbids him to run away and leave him with the treasures, because he has sacrificed a lot for him. He reveals that he spent a lot of money on the ingredients to create the chimeras, but the mage says that it is not worth it since they can die now, and Hyman adds that he ended up in this situation because of him, a stupid fat man. He explains to this fool that he has run out of mana and they will have to flee from here on horses, so you need to go to the stables. And suddenly a beam of blue light flies into the magician's back, which hurts him terribly. Rude and Renee stand with stern expressions and ask where they are going. The Spirit King asks what kind of sword it is, because it destroyed the entire treasury without too much effort. This is Phelia's striking sword. Lion used it in his past life, but this one consumes a lot of mana, so the boy did not want to use it before. The tycoon saw this, got scared and shouted that there was a man, took his legs in his hands and ran away. He ran up to the bound fairies and demanded that they save him, and in addition called them helpless losers. No one rushes to his aid, and Rude wastes no time and throws the ropes on him. The tycoon is lying tightly bound, and the boy wants to talk to him some more, because he has several questions. And he adds that it won't be long because there is another man impatiently waiting for his turn. Rude asks about the elf they made a chimera out of. He wonders how they managed to catch him, because this elf is quite strong. Hylian immediately tells about the black market of Ibris, and about the people in white robes and masks, resembling the head of a dragon with whom he conducted trade. The boy thought for a moment who it could be and remembered the Dragon Church, a very strange organization whose members dream of dragons ruling the world. And they could very well destroy the Nastia tribe and catch their guardian heart. This nit begs to be let go because he has told everything he knows and offers Rudd all his treasures. And he adds that the boy can take his slaves and do whatever he wants with them. Some are already rotting, but some are still fresh. Ruth listens to him carefully and tries to understand what nonsense this idiot is talking about. All these requests and bribes made the guy laugh a lot, and he asks if Gillian is joking like that. Rude mockingly asks him if those treasures behind him think the same. The fairies who were his slaves want revenge. They approach him and are ready to develop their tyrant with their hands. All scratched and covered in his own blood, the tortured Hellion sits in the corner of the room. A girl approaches him and he desperately begs Renee to save him. She stands with a knife next to him, and the tycoon says that his beloved circle would not want to see her like this, and adds that Renee's mother protected her with all her love. The mention of her mother upset the girl. She held up the knife and said she was sure her mother wouldn't want to see her like this. She came closer to the bound tycoon and tells what she plans to do with him. Frowning his eyebrows, Renee tells that he will make small holes in his body, and then he will start letting air through them. She casts a spell and explains that the air will pass slowly through his veins to his eyes, organs, and eventually reach his brain. Hillian groans in pain as his veins are already swollen and will burst from the pressure. She wants his soul to never rest, because all the elves will curse him for as long as they live, which could be hundreds of years. Renee turns to him with a smile on her face and declares that it will be fair. Ruth is a little surprised by this behavior of the girl, because at first she seemed kinder, but the King of Spirits praises Ruth because he taught the girl what is good. The guild arrived at Hylian's estate and were, to say the least, surprised by what they saw there. One pervert who abused the Fey slaves as he was kept in the estate illegally, and the other is a dark sorcerer who has been conducting illegal experiments and creating a chimera. These two definitely deserve to be punished. But even if it was done to save the slaves, there are too many mercenaries killed here to just turn a blind eye to it. Avel seems to have figured out how to solve this situation and shares the plan with her ward. He suggests that those who killed all the mercenaries turned out to be a chimera who could not distinguish between an enemy and an ally. His charge explains that even though they are a guild based in Ibris, they shouldn't be so worried about this incident. The leader explains that in any case, the imperial family will be interested in this situation because there is an illegal slave trade and also dark magic. And he does not want the boy involved in this to get hurt in any way, but the ward notes that he is incredibly cruel for his age. Avel explains that nowadays being a normal child is a privilege. He has good skills, and considering that he will join the guild in the future, it is necessary to make sure that his reputation is clean. They stand in the yard, evaluate what the guy did, and conclude that he actually uses people in his interests. Ruth is calmly chewing an apple in the house, and the girl is calmly lying next to him and reading a book. The guy says he's only been here for a week, and Abel's guild is so poor that even after a few months of existence, it can't provide such basic help. But the manager is angry because Rude doesn't even understand how long he's been trying to fix things after what he did. But Ruth, in his defense, declares that he was not even the one who killed the pig so cruelly. A girl lying cutely on the sofa with a book in her hands draws attention to herself, but the boy does not want her to brag about it. He turns to Abel and explains that he should take the rescued elves to Vernick tomorrow, and he himself will go to Parma and asks that he not miss him too much. But Avalyu does not understand, and he is very curious about why elves should be introduced in Vernick. He adds that there are many forests where they can live peacefully and prosper. The girl carefully watches their conversation, and Rude explains that there is no other country that worships the spirit and treats elves as well as Veronica does. Since now is not a bad time to repay the debt to the lady on duty, the king asks if Rude is talking about the same red lady who is the great spirit that made the contract with the spirit king. The boy will understand that sooner or later they will have to visit Vernick, so it will be good to make a reputation for himself. Rude knows that even on a mana-powered train, it will take a long time to get to Vernick, but he can arrange a tour for himself and asks that his brother take care of the girl. Abel thinks that he didn't get any respect from these children. He angrily turns around and leaves, and the girl still wanted to ask Rudd something, but it was difficult for her to find the right words, so as a result, she didn't say anything. She abruptly got up from the couch and ran after Abel, and Rudu explained that she didn't want to say anything important. Feldrua declares that the boy is heartless, but Ruth in her excuse explains that they agreed this way from the beginning. He has a lot of plans. He needs to go to Parma to check out subspace, learn more magic, and he also needs to deal with the Dragon Church, so he doesn't have time to drag a child with him. The king asks why then Rude allowed himself to stay here for a whole week, and he adds, it's because he wanted to save the elves and leave here with them. It seems Rudd himself does not know and does not understand why he did it. For him it remains a mystery. The fairies are already sitting on the train and are ready to go to a place where they can live peacefully. Avel and Renee are sitting opposite each other in the same carriage. They are silent, and it seems uncomfortable for the boy. He begins the conversation by noting that it seems like Renee and Rude never said goodbye, and adds that this guy is so cold for no reason. She agrees with him, understands that he also thinks so, and calls Abel grandfather. He is shocked to be called a grandfather. He is too young to be one, but the girl ignores it and continues to talk about Rude. She says that they were together for a little more than a month, during which time they learned a lot and laughed a lot, and explains that she wants to be as strong as Rude and be able to fight on her own. She wants no one else to be her master and adds, if only she were strong enough. Perhaps in that case Rude would take her with him. She would really like it. Renee is angry with him for leaving her and says that he is stupid, ugly, and bald. But in response to this, she hears how someone answers her that these words are too rude. It is Ruth who stands in the doorway and complains that he gave her clothes and food, and she speaks so badly of him, even calling him bald. Renee asks with surprise why he is here. Abel is no less surprised than the girl and is interested in the same question. Rude understood their surprised expressions and looked like he would have to explain. He angrily explains to his friends that he got lost. It's so similar to him. The girl with big eyes asks how he could get lost, and then adds that he was able to get here. The fake excuses didn't cut it, so he tells the real reason, that he wanted to make a cool farewell to her, but because he was so miserable, he couldn't do it. Ruth shouts that she will pay back every last fish that he spent on her, even if it takes years. He adds that Renee can work, become a great magician, let him do what he wants, but she will pay him back. This attracted the attention of all the elves who were in the car. He threatens her not to even think about running away from him because he will chase her across the continent. He gives her his hand and shouts that if she understood him, then it's time for them to leave here. Renee listened to him carefully, gets up from her seat and says that he is a jerk. She quickly approaches the boy and says that if he continues in this spirit, he will definitely remain bald. The girl calls him stupid Uncle Rudd and runs into him with all her might. The boy did not expect this, so he fell to the ground, and Aval explains that if they do not get off the train now, they will definitely go to Vernica. They quickly leave the train, and the girl says that it is his own fault. If he had told earlier, then he would not have had to come here. Ruth excuses herself by the fact that she disappeared and did not tell him anything, and you breathe a sigh of relief, and he is glad that the situation was resolved so well. And the boy and the girl run along the train in order to have time to get off it before it leaves. After some time, they arrived in the magical kingdom of Parma to Hafley's residence. Hennis fell asleep at her desk between papers, probably tired from studying. The servant is about to knock on her door, but someone stops him and asks him not to. Sliga saw that it was the Countess, and she explained that Hennis was still asleep and should not wake her. Iris Hafley, the owner of the Red Tower, explains that this girl completed the entire second-year curriculum during the winter break, so she asked for a leave of absence and is now researching mana fever. The servant notes that the younger sister has an innocent and big heart, who loves her older sister very much. But the Countess explains with a smile that she would like the Hennesses to worry about themselves at least a little. Iris remembers something and asks what happened in Hennis, and the servant explains that someone called from the station using communication magic. And he adds that apparently someone is looking for the girl, and maybe there will be guests soon. At the station, Rudd is sitting sipping his coffee, and the girl is enjoying a delicious ice cream. There are magical towers everywhere in the city, which look simply incredible. You can see how many rare tools that are created with the help of magic translation work. That incredible ice cream, which reflects the power of human magic and the beauty of the magical kingdom. The girl jumps with joy, because they found themselves in Parma, and it is simply incredible here, completely different from the forest village. But the boy wonders how an elf could like such a city at all. He thought that elves love nature. Renee explains that she is very fond of magic and will one day become a strong enough wizard to help him, Uncle Rudo. The guy says that most of the magicians he knows have a bad character, and he warns the girl not to become like them. Renee remembered that Rude told her about a certain witch, and the girl now asks who she is. Someone approaches them from afar and asks if they sometimes discuss her here. Happy Hens walks up to them with a smooth gait and says that they have not seen each other for a long time. But Rude meets her with acclaim and asks why the girl took so long, because they were already waiting for her. She doesn't understand his complaints and says that he came early and she hasn't heard from him at all since the two of them took a vacation. She was very surprised when the guy called her, but then she turned her attention to Renee and asked what kind of young girl was with him. The girl bowed and said hello and said her name was Renee Nastia, and she decided to make a joke saying that she is Uncle Rudd's secret daughter, and she hopes that her new mother will take care of her. The boy explains that she is just a little elf he met in a tuna and she owes him, but the girl turns to Hennis as her new mother. For Hennis, this girl seemed quite cute, but she asks not to call her mother, but simply aunt will be enough. The girl says that she has a beautiful and kind aunt, and she also ate ice cream for the first time today, so today is the best day of her life. A friend asks why he bought ice cream for a child on such a cold day. He would rather buy warm cocoa, and someone is watching their conversation from afar. Through the scope of a crossbow, someone is watching Hennis's sweet conversation with his friend. Ivan explains that Hennis is grown up and dating and has a boyfriend, and that's perfectly normal at her age. But the Countess doesn't agree with that at all. She, as a mother, has already thought about it, and you know that Hennis's goal is to cure Lila, but she also hopes that the girl will enjoy life. She is always talking about some guy who is the next hero, and today she painted herself, although she usually does not do this, so she has no choice but to simply eliminate him. Ivan thinks that the Countess has somehow gone too far, so he tries to take the crossbow, but the Countess shouts that it is just some scumbag with a child, and these screams have attracted the attention of his friends. Hennis turns at the sound and realizes that it is her mother, which is why the girl is angry with her. Her mother tries to take the crossbow from the servant and feels very uncomfortable because her daughter noticed her. They all sit in the living room in the Red Tower and sweetly drink tea and cake, as if nothing had happened. The Countess takes a sip of tea and asks why he is being called the next hero. The guy finds the situation rather awkward, but he announces that his name is Rude Donetos. And she asks why the boy came to Parma. Is it to test the space barrier according to his task? Iris Halfley loudly puts his cup of tea on the plate and says that he came here for nothing. The subspace was still in the final stages of verification, so she needed another week and she could tell him over the communicator so he wouldn't contact her daughter. And coldly adds that he can go back. But Hennis can't believe that her mother says that. The guy does not understand why she is so angry with him, but he has the courage to explain that he wanted to ask her for something else. And he adds that he would like to learn magic from her, because she is the master of the Crimson Tower. She accepts this with a smile and considers the boy quite self-confident because he knows that he has a title. But it sounds rather strange when an ordinary second circle mage wants to learn from a great wizard. The Countess of the Red Tower, with a smug smile, refuses Rod to teach him. Renee is very surprised. What she just saw made her show her delight. It's hard for her to believe that Iris tested his magic circles with just a wave of her hand, and it was just incredible. But Countess Harpulia is surprised by such a reaction and says that these are just some trifles. Renee explains that she taught herself magic, so she has flaws, but she wants to be like the Countess, so she asks her to teach her and Uncle Rude magic. Iris scornfully asks if this kid really thinks that the Countess herself will teach her and Rude. But the girl made great points and asks a lot because she has a great desire to learn. With such a sweet expression, the girl melted the hearts of Countess Harpulia and her daughter Hennis. Iris explains that if the girl has nowhere to go, she can let her live in one of her rooms for a while, but she can't take in a few random students. Renee says that if the Countess thinks they lack the skills to become her apprentices, she can do something similar to entrance exams. The Countess liked this idea, so she proposes such a solution. She will ask one question, and depending on their answer, she will decide whether they will pass the entrance exam or not. Jeans was surprised to hear such a decision of her mother, and she is very interested in what she was up to. Countess Iris Halfley, with a devious smile, asks her question, "What is magic?" Ruth begins to speak and first explains the definition of magic that he has come across in books. They say that magic is the miracle of the fulfillment of a person's will through the use of his mana. But he adds that in real life, this is the result of imitating the dragon's powers in order to kill it. Hennis's eyes widened at such an answer from the boy, and her mother says that this is a rather unconventional answer and a proud wizard would never express himself in such a way. But he still agrees that ancient magic was at the disposal of dragons only, and the magic of our days is activated only by will and spells. She explains that we focus on efficient spells with limited mana and conjure with a narrow imagination. She created magic circles with ease and explains that after all, human magic is capable of suppressing and suppressing dragon magic. The Countess explains that sometimes growth starts with facing reality rather than reckless confidence, but Rude doesn't look like a complete idiot. The guy watches her carefully and is very surprised how the Countess creates teleportation magic with just one wave of her hand, and even on such a large scale. She replies that his answer is worthy, because as she promised, he can try to pass the entrance exam, and suggests going to the burning volcano. Rude looked at what was waiting for him and could not say anything. He was confused and did not expect this. He wonders if this is all going to happen right now and right here. He doesn't even have a chance to prepare. The Countess does not plan to provide housing and food to someone who cannot even become her student, so she does not want to postpone what can be done by a busy person. Hennis defends his friend and explains to his mother that he needs to prepare for such an exam. But the mother explains to her daughter that she already said that the dignity of a nobleman begins with how he refuses. Rude gets up from the table and explains that everything is fine. He is ready and asks what the exam is about. The portal in front of him leads to the Elfile volcano near the eastern part of Parma. Its name means God's grace, and as he could already tell, a large amount of mana flows through the veins of this volcano. Iris explains that Elfile is the base of the magical kingdom and a special research area with an incredible amount of resources and secrets yet to be explored. However, in places where there is an excess of mana, it is clear that various life forms are gathering, and Rude understands that the task will not be easy. As you know from their research, which is done by the explorer camp, this place is constantly attacked by dragons, especially flying ones. Since he is a student of Eratium, he probably knows a lot about dragons and knows that winter has already passed, and the mating season of flying dragons has begun. And he adds that individually they are not a threat, but they multiply endlessly until their leader dies, and Rudd's task is to catch the leader of the flying dragons, who is hiding near the volcano. Countess Harpulia gives him a week to complete this task. If he catches the dragon during this time, she will allow him to become her apprentice. Although this task is incredibly difficult, the boy agrees, but warns that Iris should also keep her word. Iris calmly explains to Rude that the Witch of the Tower never lies. The guy just realized that only he will pass this exam, so he wonders if this girl also wants to become his student. Doesn't she have to pass the task? The Countess asks if he really wants her to send this cute girl into a raging volcano, but the boy explains that he is actually much younger than her. She worries about the girl, and whether Renee will learn magic from her or not will depend only on Rude's success. The boy is confused and says that it is not fair, and the girl adds that he is right and she is still devoted to him, so she will have to go with him. Hennis offers Renee more sweets, and then the girl cheerfully waves her hand at the boy and wishes to return quickly. The guy gets angry and doesn't understand how his girlfriend can trade for a piece of sugar, but the Countess says that he talks too much, as for a future hero, and pushes him into the portal. Ruth falls down, and the Countess yells after him to remind him that he only has a week. She cheerfully waves to him, and the girls are a little confused and even scared. They are worried about their friend. The guy fell on the empty, volcano-scorched earth and cannot believe that he was sent there with nothing at all, even without water and food. After him, one small cookie landed on the ground. The guy looked at everything around him and at this cookie and screams with disappointment. Are they just making fun of him? He examines everything around, stands by the river from a bench and complains that it is not fair at all. He would like this task to be at least a little easier, and at the very least she could tell him where the nest is. King notes that it's hot in here, and suggests that Rude hurry up and get it over with. But the boy complains that the king likes it when it's cold, but gets nervous when it's hot. Feldwa notes that despite the fact that this area is called God's Grace, it is a rather desolate place, and Rude adds that it is not grace at all. Mana comes here from a completely different source, from the flaming dragon Amit, the veins that issue from him sealed deep within the crater. And then the boy corrects himself and adds that this is not a dragon vein, but a very large vein. Since Rude is so knowledgeable about this, the Spirit King suspects that the subspace is not the only reason for coming to Parma, and the boy explains that he wanted to get here, but not in this way. The king tries to comfort the boy and explain that the trip here did not take him 3 years ago, all is for the best. Inruda walks along the river and remembers that in his past life a burning dragon will appear in 3 years. This is exactly where the guys set up base, but Rude remembers that the future can change, so he thinks it's worth preparing for it anyway. The boy calmly walks and does not suspect anything, but suddenly a stone falls on him from the sky. He looked up and was startled at first as he thought he had found the leader of the flying dragons so quickly. He sighed with relief and explained that they are just small dragons that do not pose any threat. One dragon noticed the boy and flew straight at him, baring its big and sharp teeth. But Ruth does not fuss and calmly steps aside with her hands in her pockets and adds that these dragons are slow. A dragon flies into the boy's back with an open mouth, but he only thinks about whether their scales are strong. Rude is unarmed and strikes the dragon with only his hand, and it seems that this is enough for them because it leads to their complete destruction. He used the Steros technique, and now he does not understand how Bellac manages to use this technique with such ease, because his hand has become numb. Feldrua is surprised that Root concentrated his blows Steros style and blasted the dragon. It seems that he can deal with them without using a sword. The boy raises his head and realizes that this skill creates a strong vibration in the air, so soon there will be a lot of dragons here. After all, they move based on vibration, and do not pay attention to different sounds at all. Between the small dragons flies one noticeably larger and much stronger. It has large horns and long whiskers. Ruth, with a happy expression on her face, notices him and declares that the leader has appeared. The guy was waiting for him. This dragon is big and strong. It has glowing eyes and big wings. It doesn't wait and immediately uses magic against the boy. Rod had to create a protective mana shield to avoid being hurt by the attack. He is surprised that the dragon immediately started with the charms. He remembers how, in his past life, Hennis told him not to fight with flying dragons, and if he can't use magic, then let him start with earth dragons. Ruda looks at the scary dragon and cheerfully declares that it can now fly. He's standing in a protective dome, being showered with tons of dragon mana, but he adds that he won't need the ability to fly anyway. The guy is trying to find exactly the weapon he needs in his subspace. With a strong grip, he caught exactly what he needed and was ready to start the battle. The boy chose a spear for the fight with the leader of the flying dragons, and he is confident in his abilities. He pointed the point of his blade burning with mana at the dragons and invited them to descend closer to him. The flying dragon formed many vortices around the ore, and the small dragons flew next to them. The girls calmly walk around the grounds of the estate, and Hennis apologizes that her mother is annoying Renee, but she is happy to spend time with her mother because the Countess is kind and gave her a tour of the kingdom. Hennis remembers how 2 hours ago her mother ordered her to dress well and the room to be clean, because it must correspond to the Halfley family. And she explains to the girl that her mother Iris could not resist Renee's cute face. They stopped and Hens asks if the girl really wanted to go with Rude, because fighting with dragons is dangerous. She agrees and sadly adds that for now she will only bother him. The kid turns his head to Hennis and asks if Uncle Ruda has always been this strong. Janez says that during the induction ceremony, he almost got into a fight with the president of the student council. Later, he was flagged down by as many as 4 professors, and one girl even broke his hand. The child is ready to defend his uncle and shouts angrily who this girl is, but Hennis calmly informs that her name is Lion and she is their classmate. They continued to chat cheerfully and sweetly, and at that time the sky was already red from the setting sun. Hennis seems to have told a lot, because the girl is very surprised by what she heard and asks how Rude can be so heartless, and when she meets him, we will fight with him. The girl tries to divert their conversation from gossip and says that she wanted to explain only one thing to her. Renee shouldn't worry about him, because this guy is strong enough to defeat a dragon of 1,000 forms. And he adds that although he doesn't want to admit it, anyone who knows him sees him as a warrior. The weapon Rude uses is an assault spear, an ancient weapon that has the power to summon storms, and in a past life the boy dreamed of using it. Ancient weapons use incredible amounts of mana, and this spear even more. And in his past life he wouldn't have been able to use it even if he really wanted to. The Spirit King notes that Rude is using such a weapon for the sake of some flying dragons out there. His behavior is that of a 17-year-old rather than someone who has returned to the past. The guy notes that it doesn't matter how old people are. They are still children at heart, and if you have a cool weapon, you should use its potential even if you are fighting mosquitoes. He raised his spear, but then something happened that was completely unexpected for the boy. The boy fell to the ground, and the Spirit King, surprised, asked the boy what had happened to him. This great warrior declares that he has run out of mana and seems a little ashamed of it. He roasts the hunted food over a fire and explains that, as expected, it is too difficult for a quad circle. Feldrua states that he only used the ancient weapon because it's cool, and now that he's eating stinking dragon meat, it's obvious that his intelligence level has decreased along with his mana. Rude does not want to listen to this and tells the Spirit King to stop mocking him because he thought that he should have enough strength to at least walk. What worries him more is that there is no way he can pass to the 5th circle, and it has been quite a while since he became a 4th mage, and it cannot be due to a lack of skills. Therefore, the boy plans to work on his heavenly spirit, because his mana will still take a long time to recover, and it seems to him that training externally is enough. Therefore, he must look inside to find the key to the transition to the 5th circle. The boy is sitting on the ground, and the magic of the heavenly spirit hovers around him, and he is immersed in it. The boy opens his eyes and finds himself in a magical heavenly place, and it has been a year since he was last here. Now it is not so difficult for him to maintain his consciousness compared to how it was before, and the boy is interested in how the real personal emerges on the spiritual one. But he doesn't think about it for a long time, says that it is not so important, and takes his first steps. His every step leaves footprints behind, and the boy thinks about the fact that it is very quiet here. He asks Feldrua if in his past life, when he made the contract with the Vanar, he was also in those blue skies. But the connection with him has been lost, and the boy thinks that if a heavenly spirit were to be admitted here, then the spirits of other masters would also have to be seen here. Suddenly the boy saw something that surprised and even frightened him. He saw an incredibly large and tall door and wondered where it could lead. He tries to push the door with his hand to open it, but declares that he will have to go further. It all looks very strange, because the door is on the edge of the cliff and it is not clear how to get through it. Rude doesn't seem to notice, so he takes a careless step and falls headfirst off the cliff. He lands on solid ground and feels pain in all his muscles. The poor guy moans in pain. He does not understand how there can be a precipice right outside the door, and it freaks him out. But then the boy noticed that his sword had gone somewhere. He is even more angry about everything because he does not understand what is happening here and how it all works. The guy unexpectedly finds himself in the library and does not understand how she ended up here at the bottom of the cliff. He sees a book with the inscription, Memories of Rude Donatos at the age of 6 inches, and such a find cannot help but surprise. The guy comes closer, carefully reads the inscription, and does not understand if it is really his name. As soon as he touched the book, some kind of magic happened. Different pictures entered his head. The boy sees many different frames as if in a movie and examines them carefully. Everything is very familiar to him. There is no doubt that these are all his memories from a past life, but the boy has no idea why his memories are here in the blue sky. Rude assumes that this is the place where his inner self is reflected in the blue skies, but he notices something. This place is not just his memories. He raises his head and concludes that this place is too big to hold the memories of just one person. He drew attention to a bookshelf, which is different in color from all the others, and on this book it is written that these are the memories of Lion Claire, 24 years old. Ruth read this inscription from afar and became curious about the memories this book holds. The boy does not think for a long time and quickly runs to the book while it is still there and has not magically disappeared. He quickly opens the book and dives into his girlfriend's unknown memories. Rude sees himself through her eyes. Lion barely opens his eyes, does not hear anything. Although the boy shouts something to her, she is in pain, and she is already so tired. Her eyes close again. She doesn't have the strength to keep them open. Lion doesn't understand why Rude is screaming like that. She raises her hand and examines it, thinking that Rudy is still the same until the very end. She takes her last breath, thinking Rude really is a damn bastard. The memory has ended, and the boy with horror in his eyes does not understand what is happening here. His hands are shaking from these memories and not understanding what is happening here. But suddenly, he sees the next book of memories. It is the book of Hennis Halfley in his 20s. He immediately notices another open book. It is the memoirs of Bellac at the age of 26. Next to it is a book with memories of Lenia Selkit at the age of 23. Rude looked at all this, and there is only one question in his mind. Why are the memories of his companions from the past life here? This is a library of unknown texts in the infinite sky, and given that the connections between the mental body and the spirits of the teachers are severed, this is probably his personal space. If this is the mental space of the air, then it is clear where his memories came from. But how the memories of his friends ended up here is a question that worries Rudy a lot. The boy became alert because he heard some noise, so he is not alone here, but who could be here? This thought makes him very angry, because the boy does not like the place he got into, but even more does not like the fact that someone else is needed here. He walks confidently towards the place where he heard some noises and says that when he is caught, he will be finished. The guy heard something strange around the corner and runs there so as not to lose track. When he ran to the place, he saw his sword there, which had disappeared from him, and this quite confused the boy. He looks at him with fear and does not understand how his sword ended up here and what kind of games are going on here. He turns his head and notices something quite strange and incomprehensible behind his back. The shelves where the memories of Rudo Donatos at the age of 13 are supposed to be are completely empty, and this surprises the boy very much. Suddenly, unexpectedly for the young man, someone behind him says that it seems that someone has already come to him. Rudd did not expect to see anyone here, and this person greets him and calls him Nine. The boy is met by a beautiful girl with fair hair and a pleasant appearance. She smiles pleasantly and calls herself Charlotte Ural and explains that she is the sixth heir to the heavenly immortal sword. Rude does not understand who she is, and it confuses the girl. He has never heard of the Golden Rose Charlotte Ural, the great craftswoman of the heavens. Ruth explains that he has seen her mentioned in historical texts, and he knows that she was the master of the heavenly sword, and it is an honor for him to see an heir, but he is somewhat confused. The girl understands that Ruth can think that she sees a ghost because she has long since died, but Charlotte explains to him that when the heir dies, his body and soul return to heaven in the form of a mental body. She is this very mental body and appeared here to help the young ninth heir. But the girl comes closer to Rudd and examines him carefully. She declares that he is not so young anymore and asks what happened out there. The boy emphatically states that he is Rude Donatos and asks the girl what this place is, why he lost contact with spirits and other masters, and where he is now. The girl notes that the boy is so funny and prickly and explains, of course, that the ties are broken because this is only his heaven. The boy listened carefully to the girl and could not believe his ears because Charlotte said that this was his heaven. All divine heavens are divided into 8 parts, including outer and inner. Outer is subspace, and inner is mental space. All 4 parts of the heavens, in which he has already been, appear to be external, and starting from the 5th part, these are the internal heavens. The girl explains that there is a physical body, a mental body, and a spirit. And there is also a place where spiritual information is stored that corresponds to a certain spiritual body. Only the spirit of the heir can enter there. So it is clear that the ties have been broken. Simply put, this place is the personal space of the heir in heaven. Until his death, all the stories and memories of his life will be recorded in his heavens. But Rude doesn't understand something, so he asks why other people's memories are recorded here, not just his. The girl was surprised by such a question, because she cannot know this, since she is only a mental body of the endless heavens, but suggests that it may be due to some external factor. Ruth thought for a moment and pointed down with his hand and suggested asking his friend. Charlotte picked up the sword from the ground, examined it closely, and declared that it was quite interesting. She studied him carefully and informs Rudd that he has a very interesting personality, but if he knows something, he definitely won't tell them. The guy picked up the sword and didn't even think that the weapon could have a character, and the girl asks him where he got this sword from. He explains to her that it is Demios, the sword used by the founder, the first slayer of dragons, and he is surprised that she does not know this. Charlotte quite directly says that this is the first time she has heard of such a thing, but the main thing is that he has a blade, and that is enough to fulfill what she came here for. A sword appeared in her hands, and she orders the ninth heir to reveal his weapon. Rude can't believe she wants to fight him, and Charlotte tells him to prove himself worthy of looking beyond fifth heaven. She tells that all of his predecessors, including his master, took this test to raise their level. Charlotte explains the conditions. Only one blow with the sword is enough, which will be delivered with all the force. If this blow touches her even a little, then consider that the test has been passed. Rude assumed that there were some special conditions for reaching the fifth heaven. Since the girl was the first to draw the sword, the boy guesses that everything will not be very simple. The sixth heiress tells that this is his heaven, and dying here does not mean death, but he must give his best and not hold back. Without further preludes, she begins the fight and tells him to be persistent, otherwise he will die. Rude can't keep up with her sword speed. It's like a celestial sword, or even slightly better. Of course, Charlotte joked, he wouldn't die. But his spirit would feel the pain directly. But she can praise him, because she was aiming for his neck, and despite the fact that she was moving very quickly, he still managed to dodge. Rude gets angry and says that it's kind of too strong for a first strike, because he wasn't ready for it yet. The girl says that this is an ancient tradition, and in her time she died about 100 times trying to pass this test. because it is not often that she gets the chance to strike. Trying to kill someone, especially someone older than your rank, can be intimidating, but after you die a few times that feeling goes away. She suggests that he treat it like training. Without Feldrua, using magic is useless, and the only weapon he has is Demios, as the girl said. The ideal option is to strike using all the magic of his body. Once everything has come to this, he puts himself into this attack to the fullest, and declares that there is no such thing as training. The girl sighs cheerfully and wonders how interesting young people are now, but she agrees that training does not exist. Charlotte strongly advises the boy to show everything he has. Otherwise, he will not be able to cross this barrier. The guy is very serious and thinks about what he has and what he can show. In addition to his experience, he also has experience that belonged to his brother, the strongest war. He holds the sword firmly in his hand and thinks about the fact that he has a weapon that belonged to his brother in a past life. He so blindly imitated and idolized his brother that as a result, he absorbed everything that belonged to him and almost became him. The boy poured everything he had, everything he knew, all his strength and mana into this sword, and directed a furious blow at his opponent. This super powerful blow completely shattered her barrier. It flew into small pieces. But this attack really exhausted the boy. He really wanted to win the first time. The sixth heiress is actually in shock. She didn't expect this young man to be so strong. He exceeded her expectations. She didn't expect him to be able to break through her barrier the first time, much less attack with a larger contour. But despite everything, she keeps him under the blade's sights. She swings her sword and asks the boy not to take it to heart because it is like a tradition. She strikes the redhead with all her might on the neck with the blade of her sword, but declares that he, the ninth heir, has passed the task. The boy holds his hand on his neck and feels intense pain because his head has just been cut off. Rude can barely speak and says that this tradition is disgusting, and a fifth wing has already appeared on his hand. The Spirit King asks if Rude is okay, as he felt a strong wave of mental resonance the moment he returned. The boy says that he is fine and that these are small things compared to the dragon of 1,000 forms. Since the connection with the Spirit King was broken there, he asks what Rude was doing in the blue sky. But the guy is a man of few words and said only that he developed and learned a lot of new things. He thought a little and adds that he saw some strange and incomprehensible things, and apparently, during the return, some memories from his previous life were mixed up, and some are not there at all. The boy pulls his sword out of subspace and remembers Charlotte remarking that this sword has a terrible temper, so he wonders what that could mean. So he asks Feldrua about the sword, explains that the sixth heir Charlotte Uril said she never saw the sword, and if Benar really used it. The king explains that it is the same sword, but he has never seen this sword able to absorb power like this, only seeing it cut through the streams of mana. He speculates that perhaps something has given him powers, something that Benar has sealed in this sword without his knowledge, but the boy does not understand what could be sealed there. The king explains that Demios has two powers, slicing mana and sealing, so Benar used it to seal the Dragon King, not to engage in duels. Given that his power had changed, it was possible that the seal could affect it, but if Benar chose to seal it away, it could be dangerous. Therefore, without hesitation, Ruth thinks that she can just throw this sword into the lava and they move on, because he has already recovered his mana due to reaching the fifth heaven. Since he has already completed the entrance exam, he can now do what he came here for. He is looking for the dragon cult. In these dark and monotonous regions, they used special signs to navigate, and they also patrolled to anticipate the attack of enemies. Rude believes that the search will take a very long time, so he decided to destroy everything in sight, and then they will go out on their own. A girl in a dragon mask and all in white saw something in the magic ball and turns to a certain Sir Miles. He asks Myrta what happened, and she explains that the future hero just destroyed one of their signs. She wonders if he has been able to find out the true nature of the dragon cult, but is reassured that even if he is a dragon slayer, he is still a simple 18-year-old boy. Some speculate that he may have noticed signs of observational magic. Some guy offers to just kill Rude, although the bishop said to avoid conflict, but eliminating a serious threat from the dragon cult will surely please the cardinal. Martha agrees with him and says that the cardinal said that the time has come to spread the teachings of kindness and grace among the innocent lambs. Suddenly the bishop comes in and asks why there is so much noise here, although the members of the dragon cult did not expect to see him at all. The girl bowed her head out of respect for the bishop and explains that they were just watching the future hero and his destructive actions. The bishop turned out to be a very pretty girl, and she became very curious about what this impudent young man was thinking when she decided to come here. She is surprised to be asked if she personally plans to do something with that boy. She explains that she hasn't been training much lately, and something like a snake or a tail is at her feet. Therefore, she plans to go for a walk, and two huge and very nasty and ugly snakes are crawling behind her. Ruth is standing next to the destroyed stone and has already waited, because they should have already appeared here. Feldrua asks what Ruth plans to do, and the boy explains that he will kill all of them and leave only one alive to find their base and the location of the other branches. But Rudd would not want to use this plan, because he believes that it is not the best way to solve this issue. Such a remark pleases the Spirit King, because it means that Rude is capable of development, but he does not like boys like that. The boy knows from his past life that the dragon cult is not one to reveal their information through threats and interrogations, and they were spread across the continent. Feldrua asks the boy what he thinks is important in battle, and he says that it is important to have a steadfast spirit. The king explains that weapons, spiritual power, and skills are not so important, but the most important thing is information, because you have to understand your enemy, and adds that Ruth came from the second life and knows more about them than they know about him, and the correct use of this information will allow to gain an advantage without a drop of blood. The cult of dragons spread across the continent like a plague. Their goal is to return the 7 dragons, and their true purpose was only understood when the continent was devastated. The representatives of the cultures were in favor of smashing the heavens, and there are 3 cardinals who obey the 7 bishops who are stronger than the dragon slayers, and after them come the ordinary priests and the faithful. In this cult, everyone keeps privacy and wears masks to hide their identity, and usually they don't even know each other's names. In short, an absolute hierarchy of submission. The boy needs a bishop who oversees the cult's branch in Elfile, so he'll need the Spirit King's power. But the king says that even after reaching the 5 heavens, his mana will not be enough to use such a power. Rudd suggests to use the winter sword Levantius. He has enough mana for it. But in order for the plan to work, it would be ideal if one of the priests appeared, and suddenly someone approaches him. The bishop of the cult of the dragon stands before him and asks if he really had to destroy someone's front yard like that. The guy thinks that he is lucky because finally at least someone came out to him, and he explains that next time he will ring the doorbell if he sees them. Rude reports that he is pleased to meet one of the 7 bishops of the cult of the dragon, the Grand Mage Griselda Valentine. But the woman is very surprised how an ordinary child can know her because even among the living, few people know her name. But Rude apologizes for the wrong greeting and makes a hand gesture and says, "Let the dragon wings protect her." He says his name is Rud Donatos, and he is the adopted son of Cardinal Adam Migral, and he has come to tell his father something. This information shocked the woman even more, and she asks how he even knows this name. She admits that she is surprised to hear this, but at the same time she releases her enchanted snakes on him. These magical snakes are already around the boy's hands and arms and even around his neck, and the cardinal states that Rude has gathered a lot of information about the dragon cult. But she thinks he overdid it, because pretending to be one of them is a pretty risky trick. But what angered her the most was the fact that he claims to be the adopted son of Adam Migral himself, and she cannot close her eyes to this lie. But Rude asks if she dared to doubt his father's message, if she thinks that the cult could tell a child like him the real name of a great cardinal. But the woman is inexorable and says that the reason will appear when she twists his neck, and did he think that someone will appear from nowhere, start talking nonsense, and they will immediately believe him. She doesn't understand why this guy is so stupid as to come here to provoke them, but considering how much he knows, she can't let him go alive. The snakes clamp down on his throat, but Rude tells her not to do something she'll regret, because he knows how much Griselda loves his dad because she's done so much to live up to his expectations. And he adds that if the bishop had known that she was threatening his son, he would have been very disappointed, but the woman is angry and understands that he would say anything in order to survive. Then the guy says one short phrase about the heavenly debacle 10 years ago, and it makes the woman think. The fact that his father was involved in this is secret information that is not known to everyone in the cult, and Rude explains that his father picked him up in Dysol. The woman was so surprised that she heard that she was at a loss for words and could not say anything. The boy uses magic and neutralizes her magical snakes and says that the home of the enlightened, serving the magnanimous divine dragon. He seems to say some kind of spell or prayer and continues, "Judgments about the world have left the path of life. Owners of the open world, executioners of unbelievers, 7 dragons, such strange words seem to lull snakes." Ruth warns the woman that he is saying for the last time that he is the real adopted son of Cardinal Adam Migrel. Somehow he managed to summon the spirit of the anti-hero Rude Migrel, and with a smug smile he looks at the shocked Griselda. 10 years ago, during the attack of the 1,000-year-old dragon, the guild responsible for the village was destroyed, and a large part of the continent was completely devastated. Dragon Slayer, Archmage of the 8th Circle, Black Star Griselda Valentine was also badly injured in this fight. She learned magic as a child, but only before her death did she understand one important thing. Griselda lies on the grass and thinks that human magic is nothing compared to dragon magic. Someone is standing next to her in a white cloak and says that she is right, and that everything is the will of the dragon, and people should not have gone against the will of their god from the very beginning. Some call her the Black Star Griselda, and explain that her pain is the source of the false judgment that humans are better than dragons. And he adds, "May she be saved by the truth and knowledge that is hidden from the world, because salvation is her only way to begin to shine." Her life was saved by His Majesty. If this guy knows what happened that day, then he is none other than the adopted son of Adam Migrel. After she understood everything, the woman fell to her knees and said that she had committed a mortal sin. She removes her mask and explains that she had not heard anything about him before, and did not expect that the cardinal could have an adopted son in Aratium. But Rude asks if the cardinal is obliged to tell the ordinary follower about everything he does. Surely her devotion is not great enough? Griselda is on her knees and tries to convince the boy that this is not true and that she is loyal. But he declares that he doesn't care if she doubts him. He'll just tell his father what happened here, and adds that he came here to check the progress of the work, so he wants her to take him to the lake. Embarrassed, Griselda modestly stands near the boy and agrees to do what he asked. The guy is surprised that everything worked out for him, but I wonder if it was worth it to flabbergast so much, and at that time the girl is making a portal for him. They appeared in front of the very mouth of the volcano, and she explains that a burning dragon was sealed here, and the boy asks how the unsealing process goes. She explains that things are going well, and at this rate the dragon will be free in 3 years. But the boy looks at her disdainfully and says that she says funny things. Rude realizes that this coincides exactly with the time of the appearance of the burning dragon. But even if he manages to defeat the Thunderer, there will be very little time left to prepare. Therefore, the boy believes that he should somehow use this opportunity and greatly reduce the number of their army. The boy says that the time has come to preach the knowledge of grace to the young lambs, and these words surprised the girl. He explains that he tricked the Heavenly Sword Warrior and earned the title of future hero and will fight the Thunder Dragon. The purpose of this battle is to gather all the best dragon slayers and destroy them all now. So on this day, the best warriors will be standing outside the subspace just in case. One of them will be the heir Prince Alpheus, and he must be eliminated, because he and his ancestors were hostile to the dragon god. The boy explains that while he will fight the dragon slayers in subspace, she will have to lead the believers and kill the prince, because this is his father's order. She asks if that means they have to open themselves up to the world and start an open war. The boy abruptly declares that the prince's guard knights will have to be dealt with, so she will have to gather all her men and kill them. Griselda listened attentively. Rude bowed his head and said that she understood and would carry out his order. Rude is happy and informs that he is already leaving and will definitely tell his father absolutely everything he saw here. At the last moment, the girl gently catches his hand and asks him to wait. He aggressively tells her that she still wants him, and the girl with a cute smile once again apologizes for what happened today. She begs the boy not to tell the cardinal about her mistake, and the girl is even ready to do anything just so that he does not tell. The guy thinks about her proposal and asks if she is really ready for anything. She is ready to serve and asks what he needs, maybe gold or some treasures. He doesn't need the money, but since she is an 8th Circle mage, she can share some useful artifacts with him. The girl happily offers him a chain of fog, and begins to explain that it is impossible that his enemy is not there, but she does not have time to finish. Rude abruptly interrupts her and aggressively asks what she is trying to do now, but the girl does not understand what she did wrong. Then he explains that he wants her to bring him everything she has, and he himself will choose what he likes. Griselda thinks for a bit and says she will show everything, but Rude makes a displeased expression. The girl pulled out all the weapons and artifacts in her possession from her subspace. The guy looks unsatisfied and asks if that's really all, and the girl confirms that she doesn't have any more. He stares at her and tells her not to try to play with him and to give him what she has in her hands. Griselda will not give her staff to the Wing of Darkness for anything, because it increases the supply of mana, and if she does not have it, the effectiveness of her magic will drop sharply. The guy smiles and says she didn't do what she was told to do, and he adds that his father could not bear it any longer and gave him the title at such a young age, and says that they are not doing anything useful here. He still pressures her and scolds her. How could they let some warrior kill the dragon of 1,000 forms? But after receiving the artifact, he can turn a blind eye to it. He questions her if she doesn't want to give it back. If so, does she think Rude is just some kind of fool? Rude is contentedly holding the staff, and the girl is terribly upset about this situation. In return, the Spirit King is surprised by his persistence. The guy says that this is enough for him and asks the girl to open the gate for him. She agrees, although he annoys her a lot. The boy is pleased and thinks he did a good job today and can't wait for the moment when they realize that he is actually their enemy. The Spirit King has somehow changed very strangely, and Rude notices this and asks what happened to him, because he looks a little different now than usual. He explains that something influenced the boy to see a new form revealed in him. It is because the spirit depends on the experience of those with whom it has made a contract, that Rude must be impressed by its majestic appearance. The boy listens to him and explains that it seemed to him that the Spirit King had become a little rounder. But this surprised Feldroy, and he asks if the young man has gone mad. If all goes according to plan, the members of the Dragon Church will attack Parma during the battle with the Thunder Dragon, and although the prince's knights are strong, they are few, and the boy adds that surely he should call them, and Feldroy asks who exactly. And at that moment, 4 of Rudd's friends appear, and of course they quarrel and do not understand how they can find their friend here. The girls argue, and Hennis declares that it is exam time and why Lion is here, but in her defense the girl says that the redhead was not even called with them. Bellac enjoys the pleasant heat, because thanks to his training, even the lava lake turns into thermal springs, and Lenia offers him to climb into them and not get out. Ruth is happy to see them and even seems to miss their constant bickering. Friends saw the guy, waved their hands in a friendly way. They were happy that they finally found their friend. They walk briskly towards him, and Rude greets them and explains that they've arrived here in amazing time. He wants to make a big contribution to the battle with the Thunder Dragon, and that was the only reason he came back with them to the Halfley residence. Now Ruth has officially become a student of the Red Tower and began his training in magic. The guy worked actively without stopping and did not even notice how a whole month had passed. Many people gathered for the ceremony organized before the main battle with the Thunder Dragon. It's a grand party, and it looks like they want to draw the attention of the entire continent to the battle that's about to happen. The event that happened 10 years ago with the Dragon of 1,000 Forms was terrifying, and besides, an 18-year-old boy is in charge of all of this, so this event couldn't help but attract attention. But many people came here just to see the Dragon Slayer Guild leaders. But so far, only one can be seen. She is responsible for the subspace. It is the Countess of the Red Tower. Maybe the heroes are saving their strength for tomorrow, and luckily, here is His Majesty the Prince. Iris entered the room and claims that he is a very lazy student, and at this ceremony he is the main character. The boy is sitting on the couch reading a book, and a Fey baby is sleeping next to him. He explains that he is a little tired and has to worry about Renee, but she reminds him that she is preparing the subspace, and she also received his friends who came unannounced, and he also makes his teacher take responsibility for the banquet. How dare he say he is tired? The boy apologizes, and the Countess says that she will take care of the girl herself, and he has to go show himself to the guests, and adds that it is surprising how much the imperial family supports him. She is impressed by the fact that Rude became a magician of the 4th circle in just a month. Although Renee is also very talented, let her not say the girl does not forget anything, she is incredibly persistent and hard-working. She looks at how sweetly the little girl sleeps, and remembers her daughters when they were so young. The Countess is already leaving with the girl and tells Rude to go show his face to the guests, and adds that his friends are looking for him. He watches as the Countess leaves the room and remembers that in her past life, 5 days after that day, her daughter, Lila Halfley, died. Now, even if Rude tells Hennis all the ingredients for the medicine, only she can get the exact recipe. and he sincerely believes that Hennis can handle it, but the only problem is that the last ingredient is a part of the human dragon's body. He gets up from the sofa and thinks that the schedule will be full, and he will have to get rid of many dragons. Hennis approaches him in an extremely beautiful outfit and claims that she has been trying to find him for a very long time. The guy carefully examined his girlfriend and wonders why she was looking for him. She explains that he is the main character of the party today, but he doesn't show himself, so she was looking for him. She has a glass of wine in her hand and wants to say something before tomorrow's event, but Ruda grabs her hand. They stand together and look intently into each other's eyes, and Hennis blushed and blushed from such a situation. He tells her to look at it, but the girl does not understand what he is talking about and asks. The guy took a glass of wine from her and asks why such a clumsy person like her drinks wine. She gets angry and says that wine is not even considered alcohol, and the guy threatens to tell her mother everything. In a past life, he was very interested in why Hennis became an alcoholic, and it turns out that she was like that from the very beginning. Now he asks the girl why she was looking for him and what she wants to give him. Hennis throws black gloves with an interesting sign on top in his face and declares that he is mad. He examines it carefully, and the girl explains that it is an artifact that she made herself, enchanted them to be resistant to electricity, but it is not known how long they will last against the Thunder Dragon. He didn't even say thank you. He said that it would be useful. But the design is a little stupid, and the girl thinks that this guy makes her heart skip a beat, and this fact annoys her a little. As it turned out, all this nonsense is romantic feelings, but Hennis does not want to lose a friend, and he does not have such feelings for her. This gift reminded Rudo that he also had something for the girl, and it quite surprised her. The guy pulls out an ornament that looks like a shining star and asks her to take it. The girl with big eyes looks at the pendant and asks if it is an earring. She definitely did not expect this. She took it in her hand, and this element released a lot of yellow glowing light. And unexpectedly for the girl, it turned into a staff, and she asks if this is an extremely rare, transforming staff. She knows about this artifact. It increases mana, and also increases the mana pool of these high-level spells. The girl excitedly asks where he got this rare artifact, and Rude explains that he tricked someone. But Rude asks not to worry about it, because it transforms into earrings and will be easy to carry, because he knows that his girlfriend does not like to hold heavy staffs in her hands. She easily transforms it back into earrings and tries them on her ears. The girl is extremely happy. She cannot hide her joy, thanks him, and says that her friend is the best. The guy is happy that his friend liked the gift and remarks that it suits her very well. She cannot contain herself with joy, tries to say something but cannot find the words. She laughs and shines. And then she was very embarrassed, turned around and ran away from Rudd, saying that she was running to brag to her mother. The guy was a little surprised by this behavior. He doesn't understand why his girlfriend is suddenly behaving so strangely. Bellac finds him, points with his hand to the hall full of people and says that everyone is waiting for him there. But Rudd does not want to go there and says that he does not care what is waiting for him there, because he does not know any of them there. His friend explains that now is the time when you can meet a lot of famous people, but Rude doesn't want to and says to let him meet himself. Bellac states that he is already quite famous for his muscles, but Rude is quite skeptical about this. The boy says that he has something for him, and Bellac also receives his gift, a ring. He seems to have misunderstood everything because he is confused and explains that he respects and loves Ruda as a friend. He sadly states that unfortunately, his feelings are different from the redhead's feelings for him, but the boy explains that he misunderstood everything. Ruth explains that this ring is a totem that can protect its owner from mortal wounds for once, and since Bellac is reckless and often does stupid things, let him wear it. He is not going to criticize his friend's fighting style, and also knows that fighters have a lot of pride, so he does not grant him protection, but gives him an artifact that grants a second chance. And in his mind, remembering how strong the boy is, Rude is sure that this will be quite enough for Bellac. The boy examines the gift carefully, and with a beaming expression declares that it is like a friendship ring. He explains that the Steros don't wear armor, but if his close friend insists, he will. But Rudo hates the words about the close friend. Suddenly, someone shouts for them to stop, and the boys turn their heads at the noise at the same time. Lenya enters the room and loudly declares that their engagement is not valid. She goes on to say that if they're going to get married, it's only over her dead body. But the guys are innocently sitting on two different corners of the couch, and Rude asks what the girl is even talking about and what she means. Bellac explains that it's a friendship ring, and it symbolizes how much Rude cares about him. But Rude doesn't like such explanations and calls his friend a duben. The girl sighs with relief and says that she never thought Rude would date such a bully as Bellac, and adds that his father is looking for him. But the boy knows that Lenia saw everything and does not understand why she was joking so strangely. She asks how he knew, because her specialty is hiding her presence, but the guy explains that he smelled her and she jokes that Ruth is like a dog. The guy firmly says no, but she strokes his head sweetly and says that he is not a dog at all because he looks more like a prickly porcupine. After these preludes, she says that she has a gift for such a good boy. And he takes off a necklace with a blue pendant from his neck and gives it to the boy, and it surprises him a little, because the boy did not expect to receive a gift. It is a spirit stone and spirits can live in it, but for now it is empty and nothing more than a decoration. The boy examines his gift and asks if it is something like witchcraft. The friend explains that soon there will be a tough battle, and if he dies, he can settle in this stone, and then they would be able to live together happily ever after. The boy was very worried by such an answer, but Lenia reassures him that she was partly joking after all. But the guy is not ready to take this gift, because he knows how important this stone is to his girlfriend. Lenia does not understand how Rudu knows this information and asks if Dad told him this. Rude is embarrassed to confirm this, but he knows from his past life that this is a memorial gift from her mother. Lenia says that it is her decision, and he can take it. Lenia wants to ask another small favor, if it is not too much for him. The guy is a little surprised and asks what she means and what service it is about. She knows that Rude respects her, but Lenia would like to become a reliable friend for him, like Hennis, Bellac, and Lion. The boy explains to her that she is already his reliable friend, but Lenia wants more. She wants the boy to feel comfortable talking to her as a friend. She looks really cute now, and questions if Rude understands what she's talking about, and if it will be good for him. The guy slowly gets up from the sofa and says that he understands her, and adds in his thoughts that it will be even better for him. The girl invites him to go to the balcony because there is a very beautiful view of the garden, and Rudd does not mind, but suggests going to the hall because dinner will be soon. He heard that the imperial cook had been invited specifically to prepare incredibly delicious meat, but the girl did not listen to him and ran away. But the boy thinks that it would probably be nicer to be in the garden now than here. The boy himself walks around the yard and looks at how beautifully the flowers are planted. He thinks that the flowers must be artificially supported in some way, because they bloom all year round. It is strange to him, because why spend magic and money on such things? Because flowers can grow in their natural way, and someone seems to be watching him in the garden. Lenia falls from the tree right into his hands. She is happy, because finally he has come. She, for a reason unknown to the boy, is sure that he was waiting for her here. She assumes that he was already looking for her everywhere and came here to the garden. It seems that the girl drank a little too much. He doesn't like such conversations. He declares that he wasn't looking for her, then he lets her fall to the ground. The girl falls screaming, "Eh." She is sitting on the park path and is angry with her friend, and does not understand why he abandoned her. Ruth sat down next to the girl and seems to be gathering her thoughts to tell her something. She looks at him with big, hopeful eyes and asks if he was really looking for her, but he explains that he just wants to tell her something. He explains that when the battle begins tomorrow, the cult of dragons will attack the entrance to the subspace. She asks if this happened in his past life, but the boy explains that this is his cunning plan, which he arranged himself. The Dragon Balls are preventing them from destroying the 7 dragons, and Rude is trying to get the attention of as many people as possible, so he needs her help. The bishop is an 8th circle mage, and even if all the dragon slayers and imperial knights gather together to defend this place, the battle will still be fierce. Therefore, he asks her to help others until the team arrives, but the girl asks why her. The guy doesn't understand the question, so Lenia explains why he's only telling her about it, because he could tell all his friends. Ruth wants to explain or make excuses and tries to find the right words, but it is difficult for him. He says that the members of the dragon cult are people who have killed magical beasts or dragons, but have never killed a human, so he is sure that they will be in a stupor. But she asks at her expense if he thinks it will be okay for her to kill people. The fact that he saw her future does not mean that he knows everything about her. Maybe in her past life, she was obsessed with revenge and could easily kill, but now she is completely different. And adds that at first she wanted to help only him, and now he asks her to help others. But Rude puts his hand on her head and asks her not to get angry. The guy explains that Lenya is very different from her former self, and now she is much stronger. He knows that she cannot easily commit murder, but the reason why he told her this is not because she is the only one who knows about him, but also because she is the strongest. She's the kind of person who has the ability to defeat her opponent in order to protect those she cares about. But she's still mad at the boy, and says he's just an evil jerk. He looks at his friend, smiles sweetly, and apologizes to her. She asks if this conversation will be pointless if he just destroys the Thunder Dragon and comes back safe and sound. He explains that in his past life he won, but then his brother was with him, and the fact that he is gone now saddens him. The girl looks up, looks at the boy, and explains that this time they have him. But the boy says that he was with them even then. Instead, Lenya asks him to stop humiliating himself, and he thinks that then he was too weak to be useful. The girl takes his face in her hands and explains that he is also much stronger now than he was last time. Although he has returned, he is still much stronger, because he is trying with all his might to find the best solution. And by the way, the girl adds that her mother will also take part in tomorrow's events. With a stern look and a confident voice, the girl says that they will win no matter what. The boy listened and really believed in it, believed that they would win, and the girl sighed with relief and smiled. They are still sitting in the garden. The guy complains that she seems to have knocked out his tooth, but Lenya explains that she just shook him lightly. So the day of the battle with Thunder Dragon came, and many people gathered for the final preparations. The imperial family of Parma has done a lot. They allowed the use of subspace and also organized yesterday's ceremony. They have to do a lot to avoid being criticized. The girls wonder why the prince came to the battlefield since it is dangerous, but Hennis thinks it is because of their family's deep hatred of dragons, or makes the assumption that he just wants to show himself in a good light in front of the press. The prince turned his attention to Rudd and seemed to want to talk to him about something. He cheerfully and nonchalantly tells the boy that today he will become a real hero. But Ruth says that she does not deserve such a title. The prince asks that he not humiliate himself, and the imperial family is very supportive of him. The boy knows that the appointment of the hero falls under the jurisdiction of the Holy See, and he heard that they do not consider anyone without evidence. Ruth talks about the stigmata. This is what was given to the first war after being recognized by the god of light Arnek, and the power of light instantly saves the dying. The prince did not think that Rude believed in this, but the boy explains that the Church of Arnek is the national religion of the Alpheus Empire. And in his thoughts, Rude remembers that he himself witnessed how his brother received it. And the prince puts his hand on the boy's shoulder and says that what the world needs now is not religion, but human strength. And he adds that now is such a time that a sword against a dragon is more important than feeding wounds. Ruth agrees with him, but explains that being recognized as a hero is a completely different matter. The prince reassures him and says that after a successful battle, he himself will talk to the prophet. But the boy doesn't need it. The prince wants him to stay alive so that they can meet again, but the boy mentally calls the prince a jerk. The warriors are ready, and the Countess of the Red Tower announces that she is opening a passage to subspace. She explains that this subspace is connected to Elphile and exists because of her mana. Therefore, it will exist as long as its conjurer exists, and the only condition for removing the seal is the 100% death of the Thunder Dragon. In short, neither retreat nor external support will be possible until the battle ends successfully. And to be honest, this place looks more like a barrier than a seal. Even if the people's strength is annihilated and the Thunder Dragon is still alive, no matter how much mana it has, it will break free sooner or later. And she doesn't have to emphasize once again what a huge disaster can happen if the subspace collapses. So she wishes success to the strongest people who volunteered to do it. They move with a confident step, and everyone who remains outside shouts words of support to them. They approach the teleporter, but the shouting did not stop. Everyone was worried about each of them. So they found themselves inside, and the entrance was closed. There is no going back, only forward into victory. Ain is quite inspired by the upcoming encounter with the dragon and says that the hunt can begin. Lillian concentrates on her spells and finds out why they came here. Thanks to her charms, the seal stone of the Thunder Dragon appears, which she kept safely in herself. She let him go and the stone rose up and created a great movement of wind. Abel and his friend are waiting for what will happen next. They are confident in their abilities. Rude looks very intently at the crystal floating in the air and waits for the dragon to appear. They have a plan, so everyone has confidence in their abilities and in their victory. 2 weeks ago in the room, they had a meeting, where Rude told that he got his hands on a diary of Banar's friend, which recorded their adventures, describe the battles and how to seal the Thunder Dragon. One of them is so surprised by the rarity of this relic that he thinks that if he sells it, there will be a lot of money. But Abel gently asks him to shut up. As you know, the 7 dragons include either the dragon itself or the Draconite. And among the dragons, the Thunder Dragon is the only one that can change form. He is aggressive and cruel, but also intelligent. He can escape, change his appearance if he feels that he is at a disadvantage, so they came up with a cunning plan. The crystal cracked and the wing of an ancient evil and extremely strong dragon appeared from it. And then a huge dragon appeared, who immediately realized that it had been 700 years since he was in the stone and asked who had awakened him. He looks at Rudd from heaven and realizes that he is just an ordinary person and asks what is the name of this fool. But the boy holds the sword tightly in his hand and says that it does not concern him and that he is there to kill him. The dragon bends down to examine the sword and smells something familiar. He asks if the boy is Banar's heir. He taunts the boy and says that Banar didn't look like a human, but he definitely was, and despite that, sealed him for 700 years. The dragon asking if that was the strange place on his right hand. And he adds that such a simple creature as a person is capable of doing something to such a powerful dragon. It will only be enough to cough so that he will fly away from here, and the dragon will now show where he belongs and threaten to destroy his city and make hell on the whole earth, because he is the Thunder Dragon of Harm. He glares at Rude and yells for him to show respect to the dragon and get on his knees. The guy is not going to do this, even though the dragon is trying to knock him down with its power. At the meeting 2 weeks ago, they had discussed that fear was a mental attack technique of the dragon, and all the best warriors could resist it. But one had to be careful. The first objective is to destroy the mana shield, which has lightning properties and is extremely strong. But if you use plane attacks, then the shield's effect is reduced. And in turn, they force the dragon to use planar attacks such as breath. Unlike lightning strike, breath is easier to defend against because it just releases a large amount of mana. If he has to deal with a large number of people, he will most likely use a stronger lightning strike. But if his opponent is only one person, he will definitely lose his vigilance. The dragon says that the boy has lasted too long and makes a huge fireball. He warns the boy that it will all be over now and releases a huge amount of fire with his breathing technique. The boy saw this, and at the top of his voice shouts the command to the other soldiers that now is the time to advance. Thanks to Abel's cloudy skill, everyone except Rude hides behind his shadow, and the moment the dragon uses the breathing technique, their operation begins. Liana will be responsible for the shield from the breathing technique, and they will easily be able to handle it on their own. Liana deftly parries the attack with her shield, and shouts to Master Ain's command that it's time to use the immortal Sky Sword. His task is to make at least a crack in the Thunder Dragon's shield. He pushed hard on the dome and managed to make a rather large crack. Immediately after that, he is thrown back by the force of the shield, and he loudly asks if a crack the size of an arrow will be enough. The archer takes aim and is ready to shoot an arrow into the crack to enter. When the sky archer hits the crack with his arrow, a big explosion will happen. This blast will be so powerful that it can destroy the iron defenses of Karma's dragon. The dragon realizes with surprise that his defenses have been destroyed and scattered into small pieces. The Thunder Dragon is enraged and realizes that this is another nasty heir of Barna's warrior. Now he is quite embittered and shouts for these miserable earth-crawling worms to come out of the shadows. The 6 best warriors bravely stand against the power of the dragon and do not think of giving up. The dragon uses his power of fear against them, but the dragon slayers are ready for it. This giant lizard invites them to show all their pathetic tricks against him. But even so, he will make them feel what the true strength and power of a great dragon means. Liana realizes that the dragon is using a lightning strike, so she quickly made a magical shield. Ain rushes to the aid of his heir and disciple Rudo to counterattack together. They stood together in a stance, drew their swords, and using the contour formula played. Each of them has a role to play in this fight, and they have carefully discussed and prepared everything. Liana watches with amazement how they all cope with such a powerful blow together. They discussed it. Dragon magic is different from human magic, because it is not fixed in form. Therefore, 100 lightnings have a unique structure. Because of this, their dispersal is impossible. Since they cannot dodge, then it is necessary to counterattack, and if you narrow the path of the lightning strike with a wall of white flame, then he and the master will change their trajectory. The sky shield style is perfect for protection, and let those remaining rays be on the sky archer. When they manage to destroy the barrier, they will lower this creature to the ground. It is very careful and focused, using high-level magic. Abel must complete the shadow bond so they can prevent a new shield from forming. But this technique is only able to contain the dragon for a very short time. But if they are lucky, it will be enough, because their target is the arrow of the true shadow sword. Adeline's true shadow sword skill cuts through the target's essence along with its shadows. Abel did his thing and made the connection. Now it's their turn to do their thing. Thorough research, optimization of strategy based on individual characteristics. It's hard to believe that a simple 18-year-old boy could pull this off. They hit the target exactly as planned, but the dragon definitely did not expect this and screams, "How dare they?" And she's still thinking, it's so incredible that everything is going perfectly according to plan. Who is this simple-looking guy, Rud Donatos, really? He is not just an ordinary student. Liana once again uses her protective charms to continue her attack on their enemy. In turn, Rud uses a spear to pierce the defenses of this large lizard. But the Thunder Dragon somehow managed to scratch the spear, and he is very happy about it. This angered him beyond a joke, and he threatens to burn small people to powder, fry them, trample them, and only dust will remain of these 6. 5 of the heroes stand each in their planned place and prepare for a large-scale attack against the enemy. Ruth rose up above the ground with his spear and with shining eyes ready to strike. The dragon doesn't believe that only 6 people can defeat him, but they really pissed him off. Rude walks closer to Thunder Dragon and asks if he wants to know who he is. The boy thrusts the spear into the dragon's eye and proudly proclaims that he is the 9th heir to the Rud Donatos heavenly sword technique. After that, a great whirlwind is created and the dragon plummets down with the dragon slayer. The other combatants are ready to strike each of their blows to finally defeat the dragon. The boy swings and throws his weapon at Ain and yells for his master to catch him. He caught the spear, but he did not like how familiarly the boy addressed him. He instructs the boy that in addition to good weapons, he must not forget to take good manners with him. The archer releases his aiming arrow and Liana casts a magic spell. Adelina rushes to cut the entity with her shadow sword as a multitude of arrows fly at the dragon. She tries to pierce the dragon with her sword, but she doesn't manage to do it deep enough. The mana defense has already recovered. Rude rested his sword against the protective dome and cannot pierce it with any superpowers. The dragon spread its wings and shouts for these vile people to run away from him, but the boy stubbornly does not back down. The power of the dragon pushed the boy away from him. He could not hold on to this lizard. The other participants in the match can barely stay on their feet, but they hold the opposition. The Thunder Dragon is tired of messing with this trifle and puts all his strength into many simultaneous spells. Liana wasn't ready for such a powerful attack, and she wasn't sure if she could withstand it. A powerful force hits the girl, and she falls with her staff, because she does not have the strength to resist. The dragon admits that because he was half awake, he opened a crack in his defenses, and these parasites took advantage of it. In 700 years, not only the dragon has changed, but also people. It seems he underestimated them. But he declares that people should look at what they have achieved by this. It is not progress, but a complete debacle. He looks at them with contempt, because they are extremely simple creatures that can barely live up to 100 years. The dragon is angry, but he knows his power. He is much stronger than these little vermin. The dragon slayers stand ready. They understand that now there will be a tough fight, but they must persevere, and the dragon tells them that they could have thought that they could kill a 700-year-old dragon. Even though they were able to break the 700-year-old dragon's wings, it doesn't mean anything. And it is impossible that they forced him to stand on the same ground on which miserable creatures walk. But this is the maximum that they can achieve, and the Thunder Dragon will surely take revenge on them with the destroyed wing, especially the warrior Rud Donatos, the heir of Benar, because he dared to look down on the Dragon King. The dragon threatens to destroy every life that knows its name, and the boy will watch everything without being able to close his eyes even for a moment. And in his last moments, he will go mad with terror, and the Thunder Dragon will personally chew him up and swallow him, and let it be his honor, because the boy will be his last pleasure. Everyone standing outside the subspace looked at the sky and was surprised that the sky had changed. It turned gray. Unexpectedly for everyone, a huge flock of dragons appeared. It is not known where they came from, but it looks like a trap. People are in a panic. They are waiting for a command. What to do? Such a large number of dragons frightens them terribly. The Countess of the Red Tower shouts for the protective barriers to be raised immediately, but the people are in a panic. Hennis wonders what's going on, because she didn't feel any mana fluctuations, And it's also strange that dragons of such a low level attack in a herd. But suddenly they saw that people in white clothes were flying on dragons. They feel confident with dragons, and next to them, thanks to Mana, their leader moves very gracefully. This is Griselda from the cult of the dragon, and she greets everyone and calls them all pitiful lambs. Prince Alpheus wonders if they were able to tame the dragons. It's simply impossible. They must be mind-controlled. They explain that they are the Dragon Church and follow the great Dragon King and have shown great help to the world when they were underground. The prince asks what kind of nonsense this Dragon Church is. It's a secret society made up of idiots who serve the dragon. After they die, the world will change for the better. Griselda smiles and tells the prince to be a little more careful with his requests. After all, these vulgar words may be the last from a member of the royal family. The royal guard knight drew his sword with aggression. How dare she say that? She easily deflects his attack and cheerfully says that she should not be in such a hurry because she will not forget to kill him too. So she finished with greetings, clicked her fingers, and the dragons flew headlong at the people. The members of the Dragon Church jumped off these animals and went on the offensive, while the king's men prioritized protecting the prince. Although they outnumber them, these people are quite experienced fighters, and everyone wonders where a rebel army of such scale appeared on the continent. The prince looks quite defenseless and easy to attack. He is easy prey. Bellac immediately noticed this and went to protect the prince. It looks as if he is not afraid of anything at all. And the member of the Dragon Church thinks that he never wanted to fight with humans and is a little confused by the current events. And he desperately understands that here either you will kill or they will kill you. And this is a terrible feeling. One girl has been cornered, she is beaten, and a warrior with a sword is ready to finish his job. Bellac suddenly appears. He is ready to fight fiercely in order to save everyone. A fierce battle began. Some shout to destroy those in masks. Others want to kill the prince. Griselda thinks that several warriors are more capable than she expected from the students of Aratum, but their only goal is the prince. So everything else is not important in the future, of course. They will become a hindrance to them, so it is desirable to cut off the problem from the root. She looks at Iris Halfley and realizes that where she is there and the manipulation of subspace. Iris does not stand aside but deals powerful blows to one of the main magicians of the Dragon Church. The Countess explains that she thought Archmage Griselda had died 10 years ago in the Dragon of 1,000 Forms defeat, but now she appears safe and sound. She takes off her mask and says with a smile that she is very pleased to be recognized and asks if Iris wants to join their cult sometime. But the Countess asks her to stop talking nonsense. If she has already survived, she would rather stay in the shadows, because believing that dragons are gods and worshipping them is a shame for all magicians. Instead, Griselda notes that the woman has not changed in any way, although they have not seen each other for a long time, and as a graduate of their academy, she will show everyone how strong she has become. To her, the seventh circle of graphene magic was worthless compared to her black star, and if she hadn't been busy with her family nonsense, she might as well have become an archmage by now. Iris was enraged by this girl's claim that she was engaged in some family nonsense, because family is very important. Griselda receives a powerful attack from her called a magic blast, which tries to break through her protective shield. She wonders how many explosions are planted here, and even her small mistake could be the last one. Only a madman can use such magic. Meanwhile, the Archmage of the Dragon Church notices something very interesting for her from outside. She sees Hennis, another member of the Halfley family, showing a rather powerful power that the Archmage had not expected. Griselda noticed that some wayward girl was using a staff that had once belonged to her. She is surprised and does not understand where this girl got this super powerful artifact. She remembers Rude, and the realization comes to her that she has been wickedly deceived by this piece of scoundrel. She realizes that the existence of the Dragon Church has been revealed, and now that they know it was all set up, they must destroy the subspace. She casts a spell with her staff and says ironically that it was nice to meet them all. She is simply angry and shouts that she will kill this scoundrel and absolutely everyone who is here. Mom quickly saves her daughter and forms a protective barrier against her mana shots. Halfley's mother and daughter magically disappear quickly and without a trace of eye action. But Griselda declares, do they really think they can escape from her? And this is watched by Lion. She is heading somewhere quickly. It seems that this girl knows what she has to do. Somewhere in the middle of the forest, Layla is holding a crying fairy child because Renee wanted to attack the Archmage. The girl screams to be let go and finally manages to break free from the strong hands. She screams in despair. Why is she being interrupted? Because Renee must take revenge. It was this girl who destroyed her tribe, Heart, her mother. She must answer for all this. But Layla tries to calm her down and explain that Renee will die immediately if she tries to attack such a powerful mage. The girl doesn't care that she might die, but Layla holds her hand and asks if she wants Iris Halfley to be in danger because of her. She hugs her tenderly and explains that she understands her anger, but Renee must think of others until she is strong enough to protect others, and adds that Rude will be very upset when he finds out that this girl died. And then Renee had some strange feelings, as if she was missing something. Layla casts an invisibility spell on the fake, so she asks the girl to stay here. She leaves her there and asks the little one not to worry, but to be patient until she gets stronger. Layla emerges from her hiding place and is immediately attacked by 3 Dragon Church warriors. The girl is not bothered by this at all. She uses her magic and adds that she will protect Renee as long as this girl needs it. Leon walks through the forest and tries to understand by his senses where the Countess of the Red Tower is, but it seems that the flow of mana she was following has stopped. She feels that the Black Star has gone in this direction. The girl wanted to attack her by surprise, but Hennis prevented her. Suddenly, a strange sound from a distance attracted the girl's attention. She did not expect it. Hennis ran up to the girl and claims that she saw everything, but did nothing, just shamelessly watched from the side. But Lion declares that she should be the one asking the question why the girl was left here alone, but the redhead can't find the right words and explain. Then Lion asks if her mother left her here, and she adds that it is obvious because her daughter was redundant and did nothing, to be honest. This whole situation is for Hennis to be safe, and instead of fighting, it is better to go look for her mother. Hearing this, Hennis got extremely angry and added that this girl really annoys her. But suddenly, a continuation of mana power appears behind her, which puts the girl into a stupor. The member of the Dragon Church very quietly approached the Khan from behind, but Leon got ahead of him and hit the target with her sword. The girls understand with horror that they are surrounded on all sides by these scumbags in white, but they are not lost for a moment. Jinez felt something on her cheek, touches it with her hand, and realizes that there is the blood of a murdered person. The fact that the warm blood of a person who was alive a second ago was spilled shocks the girl a little. She can't move. She's trying to stop herself, because you can't just stand there like an idiot. But she was a human. How can she kill people so easily? She understands that if she doesn't kill, then they will kill her, but that doesn't help her to move and start doing it. She stands confused, and Lion noticed it and tries to bring the girl to her senses. She goes up to her, slaps her, and declares if she really wants to be killed there. If not, then she can't be distracted. Hennis seemed very confident at first, and Lion says he understands that the red-haired girl was not expecting this turn of events, and adds that if she is going to continue to be a burden, then she should go home, poor girl. These words threw Hennis off balance, and she punched her friend in the face. Lion holds her hand to her cheek and asks her to stop whining. How dare she hit her at all? It looks like some kind of psycho. The girl shouts in fury. Who is she anyway to call her pathetic, and has everyone around her become a beating pair for her? Jinez is grateful that Lion helped her, but there is no need to raise her self-esteem by humiliating others. She will solve her own problems. In her defense, Lion says that a slap would be enough, and there is no need to immediately punch. But Hennis asks her not to act like a child, because she knows that it did not hurt that much. Hennis mentally agrees that she is pathetic. She knows she can't be as strong as Lion, but that won't make killing any easier. But if Lion can do it, she can do it too, and it doesn't matter what happens next. And the girl creates a teleport with her magical powers and moves to another place. Lion stands surprised. She does not understand why this girl went alone and did not take her friend with her. Elsewhere in the forest, her mother, the Countess of the Red Tower, appears with a book of spells. The Archmage is standing in front of her and asks where she hid her fool because she needs to get her wings, and she also needs to kill them and that damned liar. Iris is on the verge of exhaustion. Her opponent is quite strong, and on top of that, the magic circle supporting the subspace still needs her mana. She doesn't know if she can withstand the next attack, but suddenly she hears someone's voice warning her to be careful. She deflects Archmage Griselda's attack, only wondering if it was a voice. Archimachus of the Dragon Church felt the faint spirit of the wind and was very curious about where it came from and why it was here. But she doesn't dwell on it not happening. It doesn't matter as it's time for them to say goodbye, and she launches an extremely powerful attack. But Hennis seems to appear from under the ground, and with the help of a staff, he successfully protects his mother from this powerful blow. Iris Halfley sits on the ground almost exhausted and extremely surprised that her daughter is so strong. Seeing her, Griselda declares that it is very foolish to crawl back, because she will destroy her now, but she does not notice that Lion is behind her. Archimachus realized that someone was behind her only after she was attacked and seriously injured. She realizes with despair that she has a serious injury and is annoyed that she did not foresee this. Lion doesn't stop at one strike and delivers many more attacks to finally finish the job. Griselda tries her best to repel this insane amount of attacks with a protective dome and thinks that this girl is much stronger than the others. This time, on the other hand, she is attacked by Hennis, and this forces the Archmage to defend herself from two sides at the same time. This forces her to go to extreme measures, but she does not see another option to get out of this situation. She forms a large vortex of black magic and shouts for a black star to explode. Let him not get rich and understand that the essence of the magician of the Eighth Circle is huge magic. The Archmage of the Dragon Church rises above the ground with a whirlwind of magic and calls the arcana to appear. Hennis realizes with regret that her magic has been destroyed. Is it this black star that is blocking her mana flows? Unexpectedly, a huge snake appears in front of her face, which has already managed to tear open its mouth and expose its two teeth. The girl has not yet had time to do anything, and someone from the side shouts at her to step aside and immediately pushes her away with a strong flow of mana. It was Lion who appeared so unexpectedly to protect her friend and cuts the snake with a sword. But this turned out to be not enough, because Griselda still has a lot of tricks up her sleeve. But Lion's strength and speed really surprised the woman, and she asks who this girl really is. She is not going to communicate with this monster and continues to continuously repel the attacks. But the last attack turned out to be too strong for the girl, and she was pushed back by this force. Griselda continues to threaten that she will kill everyone anyway, and is just curious to find out what Lion is hiding. Somehow, this viper has blocked their magic, and the girls can't use it to defend and attack. Griselda informs smugly and with a sinister look that these are their last moments. She ponders on the best way to do this. Using arcana against such weak opponents will hurt her pride, so she has another idea. At this moment, Daniel and Claire appear, who says that only she can beat her students. At that time, in subspace, 6 heroes are still trying to defeat the mighty dragon. They have already lost count of how many times they tried to break it without breaking through the defense. And despite their best efforts, this dragon continues to regenerate and doesn't even show any signs of being tired. Abel desperately thinks that he will die here, but then all the attacks they have already made will be in vain. The Heavenly Swordmaster turns to him and asks him not to be a fool. Anyone with a heart will die sooner or later unless he is God. He will not be able to avoid it. Roderick and Adelina make fun of him, ask if he is scared or maybe he is very modest, and this annoys the boy a little. Abel took a potion for recovery and confidence also returned. He thinks that it was definitely not in vain. It was difficult for them to make even the smallest hole in the dragon's armor with all their efforts, but that was before they were able to do it the first time. Rude has no time to despair, and although he has already lost a lot of strength in this fight, he continues. He attacks again and again to break through the armor of this gigantic human-killing machine. Due to this, it became much easier to stick the shield and its thickness became smaller. And the largest amount of mana is concentrated around his neck. Apparently, he protects it so much for a reason. Rudo Donatos is helped by the Spirit King, and the Thunder Dragon, realizing that it is Feldrua, asks if he is still helping people 700 years later. Ain scornfully declares that he doesn't like spirit magic, but Lillian, completely exhausted, adds that they don't have a choice and have to use what they have. Abel asks the boy what their chances of victory are, and Rude reassuringly says that it is 95. He already experienced it in his past life, so he is even 100% sure. Roderick was very pleased with such numbers, because it is almost a victory, but Lillian is already too tired for such bets. In any case, they have only one way out and they can no longer wage a battle of attrition. They give Rude the right to do as he sees fit, because they are risking their lives and have been through so much together. But they are ready to go to the end risking their lives just to win. Each of them gives 100%, uses all their strength because they have no other choice. But the dragon is confident in his abilities, and says that these stupid little people are risking their lives for nothing. The archer draws his arrow and declares that nothing is in vain, because they have as much as 95%. And he adds that if the stake is so high, then he is ready to risk his life for it, and it seems that each of them thinks so. The dragon wags its tail and shouts that there is no way they can defeat it. To hit the dragon's heart, you have to fight it in close combat, but right now, it is extremely attentive. They decide to make a joint attack to make him move, and thus gain access to the heart. When his defense is exhausted, it will be difficult for him to catch their attacks coming from different directions, even if he has high-level magic. Therefore, they will again use the attack on the plane and take advantage of this advantage. Ruth jumps up with 2 swords and teasingly calls the dragon Karma an unfinished bird. He complains to the dragon and asks why he so weakly attacks and risks himself in front of these miserable insects. Rude asks if the big dragon got scared and that made him angry, so he released a huge fireball. But the dragon is not stupid and asks if they think that the same trick will work twice. He adds that these little people will not be able to fool the great thunder dragon again. Liana uses her magic and shouts for everyone to change their course of movement, because there will be a big payoff. She moves extremely fast, and her actions create a wave that greatly surprises Ruda. But the dragon declares that these small people can only run in different directions like cockroaches. Adelina makes another attack on this giant lizard with all the efforts she has. The dragon declares that it doesn't matter how many times they hook him, they still won't do anything. He tries to heal this wound, which was inflicted on him by the power of regeneration, but 4 swords stick out from him. No one stops, even though they are very tired, they must follow the plan clearly. Thanks to their efforts, the regeneration has stopped, and they now have about 30 seconds, though the dragon shouts that their efforts are futile. The dragon still does not let anyone into his heart, and shouts that he will crush them all like flies. Thanks to their efforts, the dragon unknowingly turned to their advantage, and they got a chance. Rude moved closer to the dragon, and his sword was already close enough to its heart. Ruth pierced the dragon's neck, which contains its heart, and asked the archer to shoot faster. He aimed his watchful eye exactly where it should be, and is ready to fire a decisive shot. They attacked him en masse, and a bright light poured from the dragon. He is no longer so confident in himself. The dragon understood that they had caused him irreparable damage, because golden blood flowed from him as hot as iron. Now it's the turn of the explosive blood ball, thanks to which the attack on the dragon will be their chance to win. In a past life, Rude was able to spot the exact spot where his brother struck, where the dragon's heart was. The crystals inside all dragon kings are the source of their power. Unlike normal dragons, the king's heart gives their body great power. But Rude doesn't know exactly how the dragons work, but they won't get a second chance. The warriors are already running low on mana and have done everything they can to pull off this attack, so the strike must be accurate. Therefore, Rude does not think for a long time, and he will simply tear this dragon to pieces and tear out its heart. His comrades saw that the boy had already approached the heart and made the last blow. They were already triumphant. But the boy sees that something is wrong and that this is definitely not the end, and their joy is premature. The boy can still hear the dragon's heartbeat and looks wide-eyed at what is happening. A polymorph appears with the heart of the thunder dragon in his hands, angry that he was disturbed. Rude remembers this moment when his brother did it. Everyone was happy that the thunder dragon was killed, and it was a miracle that a 19-year-old student did it. He became a future hero. Rude fell completely weakened and with many minor injuries and seems no longer fit for battle. The boy with fear in his eyes looks at what awaits him and cannot do anything. Polymorph forms a ball of mana and directs it at the poor guy with words to keep the guy bored. Rude didn't do anything, he didn't dodge, and this blow pierces his chest. With a mad look, the boy realizes what happened. Adelina realizes with horror what happened. She screams and hopes that he will live. Rude falls headlong from a height. He has lost control over his body and can no longer do anything. Adelina caught a mortally wounded boy and in despair does not know how to help him. Over the past 700 years, the heroes have become stronger. The dragon has lost its vigilance. It was the same last time because the threat didn't seem scary. Ain takes on the polymorph attack, but it turned out to be quite difficult, and he can't parry it. Warriors can't help Adelina and Rudo. They have to fight off polymorph attacks, and he in turn understands that he is not ready to make the same mistake, so he uses his power. And with this anger at the people, he attacks with full force and manages to cut off Abel's hand. Everyone understands that they must create a recovery field, because if this continues in the future, they will die here. He looks at Liana and says that her nasty mouth is saying various spells. He approached her so quickly that the girl did not have time to do anything. The polymorph covered her face with his palm. Ain rushes to help the girl with screams, so that this disgusting creature does not touch her. He delivers a powerful blow, but the creature parries it away without hesitation or effort. And at that moment, the archer Roderick fires his precision arrow at the polymorph, hoping to finish him off. But his speed is amazing. He catches an arrow on the move and it never finds its target. The dragon states that, out of respect for them for making it this far, he will treat them as humans would normally treat them. He draws his sword and challenges Ain Brins to a sword duel with him. The Heavenly Swordmaster gritted his teeth and declared that if this creature dared, then let him attack. Adelina looks at the huge wound on Rudd's chest, and with a sympathetic look hopes that everything will be fine. A lightning strike pierced his heart, and at a minimum, it is necessary to carry out resuscitation and point-directed mana. She puts her hands on the boy's chest and tries to save the poor guy with her own strength. As a result of her actions, the boy cries out in terrible pain and coughs up blood, but the wound does not shrink. She can't do anything. Her head is filled with panic, which prevents her from understanding what to do next. And at that time, Ain received a super powerful blow and was thrown back by a huge wave. His chest was pierced by the thunder spear, and the Heavenly Swordmaster could barely bear the pain. Polymorph is extremely happy with this turn of events and declares that their bodies are not as strong as they would like them to be. Ain does not understand what kind of technique it is, and it seems that there are many techniques of wielding a sword that he has not even heard of. The dragon asks him to sit here quietly while he deals with the others, as he plans to kill Ain slowly to enjoy the moment. He looks at Adelina. She is the last one who has not yet suffered from his hands, and he remembers that this girl cut off his leg, so he thinks about what to do with her. She defends herself against his attacks and screams that this piece of shit doesn't come near her. He watches her sword work, and thinks that at first glance it looks like it's just random swings of the sword, but it's not. She looks at this merciless creature in horror and realizes that he has understood her tactics. The dragon understands that this is an amazing technique, because each swing of the sword connects with each other. She also gets hit hard in the stomach, which she was unable to dodge or parry. And the dragon cheerfully adds that, after all, insects are born to crawl on the ground. He looks at her and says that it's time for her to give up, and that the time she spent in training in her life was wasted, and as a result, she was nothing more than food for him. Adelina does not give up. She still has strength and asks if he thinks too much about himself. She takes the sword in her hand and says that to spend her life to kill one dragon king, this will be quite enough for her, and with great effort she gets up and swings her weapon. She linked shadows and aimed for the neck, her sword attack only a diversionary maneuver. With a satisfied expression on her face, she declares that people should not be underestimated by a dumb lizard. Although they are wounded, they manage to surround the dragon from all sides and deliver a thunderous blow. He grabs the woman by the neck and threatens that she will crawl on the ground and beg for salvation. But he will still give her one choice. He will let her choose what her end will be. The dragon lifts her by the neck above the ground and declares that he won't just let her die, he wants to do it in a special way. Rude can't just let it all go. He can't just lie there and die. He can't afford it. The Thunder Dragon noticed that something was happening there, and it alarmed him a little. At this moment, Rudd was shaking desperately, but he managed to gather his strength and rise to his feet. The blue sky mark on his hand glowed, radiating strength and gentle light. The Thunder Dragon did not expect this at all. He was already enjoying his victory. The boy does not know where his strength came from and how he manages to stand with such a wound at all, but he will not leave his friends in trouble. The Spirit King tried to call the boy for a long time, and he finally came to his senses. The Thunder Dragon saw the mark on the boy's arm. It's a stigma, and he can't believe it. He abruptly releases Adelina, and she falls to the hard ground screaming in pain. He didn't get angry for a joke. It shouldn't have happened. So without waiting for anything, he runs at the guy with the sword. The dragon manages to reach Rude and tear off his hand with the blue sky symbol, but this does not calm him down. He looks at the boy and sees something very strange. Ordinary people cannot do this. Thanks to the mana at the wound site, the boy completely restored his missing arm. And the dragon saw this blue light 700 years ago. He cannot forgive himself for not noticing it before. He asks the boy if he is the reincarnation of Banar because that hero had the same power as Rude. But the boy has already said and repeats again that he is not the reincarnation of the first Dragon Slayer. The stigma is a warrior mark that his brother also had in a past life. It uses the wearer's mana to transform it into incredible power. The duration of this mark is about 5 minutes, and when these strokes disappear, then the power will no longer be able to remain the same. so it is necessary to finish with everything up to this point. Ruth says he's in too much of a hurry for foreplay, so let that dumb lizard attack him already. These words angered his opponent even more, and he declared that this insect should show at least some respect to the great dragon. He shouts that Banar has lost. This monster, which did not even look like a human, is already dead, and such a fate awaits Rudd. In his previous life, his brother had a holy spirit that gave protection and life force, and Ruth was constantly faced with lightning strikes, so he had to guess the course of the battle. Now he doesn't need to guess the future shots. Now he just needs to push forward and make no mistake, because he has to finish everything before the lights go out. The boy continues to tease the king by asking how it was that the great dragon king took human form or lost his spirit. This angers him even more, and the irritated polymorph screams for this little person to shut up. He attacks the boy, but Ruth continues her banter and asks if it's fencing or maybe a sword dance. Annoyed and disappointed in his powers, the dragon asks the boy to stop making such stupid jokes. He needs to keep his distance because he wasted his energy while dealing with the rest of the insects. He cannot allow him to come even a step closer to his heart, and he immediately wants to peel the skin off this arrogant face. But retreating back, he receives a blow in the back, which he did not expect, because he did not think that any of these creatures would still be capable of fighting. Behind him is the heavenly swordmaster Ain, ready to provoke a duel. Only this stupid dragon cannot understand what is happening, because all these people have recently been at the point of death. Liana and Abel have also, although not completely, recovered their strength and are ready to attack. Each of them is extremely strong and resilient. They continue their fight, and although it will be brutal, victory will be on their side. If none of them give up and can hold on to the end, then they will get this victory. The dragon screams in desperation for Rude not to approach him and releases a fireball from his mouth. But the boy does not pay attention to the fact that the fire burns his skin. It immediately recovers, and he continues to move closer and closer to the dragon to reach his goal. This creature changes form and with screams transforms back into a thunder dragon. He changed his appearance again, turned into a dragon. Does he want to break through subspace and escape from here? He hits the defensive field with all his strength, tries to break it. He wants to break through it, so that at least a small crack appears. He does not manage to break through. He scratches with his claws and does not understand what kind of place this is and what kind of mana is so strong. Warriors entangled the dragon's paw in chains and pull it down, closer to themselves. At the other end of the chain, Rude asks with a satisfied look on his face where this rascal has gone. The dragon does not want to die. He declares that fear is his destiny, and he is exactly what people really need. In desperation, he announces that he is only an intermediary in this chaotic world. He is an incredible storm. The guy doesn't want to hear this. He has no time for such nonsense and shouts so that this stupid creature will finally shut up. Rude's power transforms into an animal that bites the dragon's throat as the boy proudly declares that this world doesn't need anything like this dragon. People outside the subspace look at the sky in surprise, as if it is tearing apart. Griselda exclaims with satisfaction that the subspace is destroyed. She is happy, because she believes that the dragon has been released. The warriors who fought the Thunder Dragon Karma returned extremely tired and wounded. When the people looked up, they saw the headless Thunder Dragon, and now they are trying to run away as far as possible. The prince looks at the mountain in surprise and realizes that the dragon is actually dead. The members of the Dragon Church shout that the Thunder Dragon is dead and the ignorant must be destroyed. Griselda cannot believe that this is the end and that they have really lost. She got distracted and was wounded by a spear which she could not dodge. This was done by Rude, and he asks where such a strong archmage is in such a hurry to hide. She recognized him and so wanted revenge for the fact that he made a fool of her. But Griselda did not notice that Lion was behind her. She struck a fatal blow in the chest from behind. Daniel looks at her and realizes that with such a fatal wound, even holy magic will not help her, and she will not live long. And Claire runs with all her might to the warriors who fought the dragon. Hennis and the fairy child Renee are so happy to see the boy alive, albeit injured. All his friends at the Joys come to him, so everyone wants to hug him, help him, and talk. Now the Empire in Parma will take the body of the Thunder Dragon harm for research. Fortunately, the battle is over and a success, but because of these events, the Empire is now in chaos. Embarrassed, Lion approaches Rude and apologizes for missing the chance to kill the Archmage in one hit, but Rude reassures her and explains that what she did was enough. And Rude, rewinding his wounds, adds that now he has become a hero. He seems to like this title. Everyone around was shouting, "Is it true, such a hero as from a legend? No one can believe it and think that he just hit his head." The girl looked at her friend carefully and laughed sincerely, because it is hard to believe. She looks at how his friends are running around him, laughing merrily, and she doesn't think that a hero can be like that. A week after the victory over the Thunder Dragon, the discovery of the Dragon Church, and the second appearance of the hero, all these events were in the newspaper. All these events flooded the entire continent and marked the beginning of the House era. Leaders of various countries are trying with great efforts to get information from Parma and Alpheus, and interest in the participants of the battle with the Thunder Dragon has reached its peak. Although everything went well, but all the participants were seriously injured, and because of this they ended up in Arnek's chambers in the Holy Throne of Light section, where outsiders are strictly prohibited from entering. Adelina and Liana are already recovering in these wards, and this is quite pleasant news. Ruth recently visited them and says that the girl is drinking there, and Roderick says that they are almost healthy. The sacred magic is incredible. She even managed to sew up Abel's severed hand. It's a good thing the Solstice Guild's sacred mages were on hand to administer first aid, but Roderick points out that it's also thanks to him picking up his hand. Ain adds that no matter how good holy magic is, it still can't compare to the true wonder of the stigmata. One of the boys in the room calls Rude an immortal, but he asks not to be called that, because everyone has been laughing at him for the past 2 days. 2 days ago, Rudd was in the Holy Throne, where he was given the orthodox title of the second hero, which is called the Immortal Hero. But the guy doesn't take it seriously and thinks it's just to put on a show. He says that the meeting with the Pope was simple and not as dramatic as he thought. He looked about 20 years old, but most likely he hides his age with magic. An immortal warrior, judging by the terrible titles he gives out, the Pope has a so-so character. Ain asks what's up. Doesn't an immortal warrior sound cool? And Roderick agrees that it sounds cool and sounds cool, but Rude doesn't share their excitement. The boy angrily storms out of the ward, and Roderick promises that he won't laugh at him again, but Ain says that he definitely needs to be alone. Fortunately, thanks to the stigma, recovery is quick, and Rudo is glad to be able to move around freely. A boy walks down a hospital corridor and hopes that his friends will get well soon and feel better. And now they need to stop being so annoying. And there his friends threw a whole party in honor of recognizing the boy as an immortal warrior. But it seems to the boy that they are all mocking him because they did not receive such titles. Rudo had to run away from there and realized that he had nowhere to go. The boy was met by an employee of the hospital and asked what he was doing here, because the procedures were to begin soon. Although his condition is already satisfactory, but they know little about his stigmata, so it is unclear what the side effects might be. Suddenly, someone approaches them and interrupts the boy's conversation with the doctor who works at the Arnek hospital. It's Wilm. He's very happy to finally meet the boy and that Rude looks healthy. But Ruth is not very happy that William crawled here. And he explains that he thought that after the battle with Thunder Dragon, he would be treated in this hospital. And it just so happened that William is also interested in sacred magic, so he applied for training, and the director of the academy wrote a letter of recommendation. Then he unapologetically asks that the doctor leave them alone, because the boys need to discuss something. He agrees and reminds Rude that he needs to come back for some procedures. When the doctor leaves, Rude says that there is nothing to talk to him about, but William ignores this and asks if his ancestors' diary helped them. So the boy would like to help him more. So he researched the Dragon Church and the Light Church. There is not much information about the Dragon Church because they were in the shadows, but the boy has a hypothesis. Ruth goes through the documents and William explains that there may be a connection between the two religions. According to the legend, there was an old evil god. He destroyed the world and persecuted people, but then Arnek, the god of light, gave them redemption. The ancient god from the Church of Light and the dragon god from the Dragon Church could be related. In addition, the Dragon Church had planted its roots deeper than they thought, and considering their scale, it is clear that they could have connections with the Church of Light. I wonder what the connection between these two religions is, because this is only a theory, since there is practically no information about the Dragon Church. Ruth didn't appreciate the boy's effort and asks him if in fact he didn't find anything, but William explains that he has something else to say. After all, the Church of Light also looks quite strange. For example, the priest who came here had a rather unusual aura. This man, if his name was Morin Bertolt, and when he joined the church, he was suspiciously perfect. Everything was perfect, his origin, grades, and path, but still there is a slight sense of discomfort available only to William's gaze. So he suggests watching this strange type and keeping it in your head, but in the end, it's just a theory. Rude remarks that he makes strange investigations about past events, but William explains that it all starts with a hypothesis. Rudy leaves and says that the man just wasted his time, but William explains that he will bring more information next time. He asks Feldrua what he thinks of the priest, but the Spirit King asks why Rude behaved like that. After all, he suspected something. The king suspects that the source of this strange feeling is his mana, and such things are more easily sensed by humans than by spirits. Rude is angry and says that he doesn't know in one word. He could have said so right away. And at this time, the guy meets Renee in the corridor, who explains that everyone has been looking for him for a long time. She complains to him about Lion, that she ate all his donuts, but the girl excuses herself for taking only one. But Rude doesn't pay attention to this and asks if they need to go home already because visiting time has already ended. Lion says goodbye and says that he is going to the next room to his mother. All other friends also say goodbye and go home. But when he was in his room, he saw Hennis and asked if everyone thought it was a passing yard, and the girl explained that she was just worried about him. Despite everything, he says that it's time for her to go home too, and the girl says that Rude is very rude. But suddenly he remembers something and asks if she knows anything about sacred magic or about Arnek's chambers, which are at the Church of Light. But the girl explains that this is a very general question and asks what he wants to know specifically. Then Ruth asks about the priests. And then she clarifies even more specifically, maybe she knows something about the priest Marvin Beltholt. But the girl does not understand what Ruth is talking about, so he asks her not to pay attention to it, but now she is even more worried. Ruth insistently asks the girl to leave as soon as possible, so she leaves the hospital. But she cannot forget the boy's words and thinks about the name she heard from the boy. And he mentions that the family, which is known by the surname Berthal, is known for its sacred magic. Then Hennis remembered that last time she exchanged contacts with a girl at a social club. The girl thinks that it is already quite late and the wards are empty, but in such a large institution there must be some devices for magical communication. The girl looked around the area and found a door with a yellow glow of mana coming out of it. She went there and dialed a number on the machine and contacted Haley Bertholt. She explains that they recently met at a social club and Hennis has a small request and wants to meet her. But they say from the phone that she is not comfortable talking now, and can she call back later? That is why she just found out about her uncle's death. And he adds that 3 days have passed since his death, but no one knew about it until his body was found. And the girl calls him Uncle Marvin, and then Hennis will understand who she is talking about. At that moment, the same Uncle Marvin Bertholt appeared behind her, and Hennis's eyes showed fear. Rude is lying in a hospital bed and can't sleep, with his trusty sword lying next to him. But suddenly something happened. He suddenly gets up from the bed and immediately grabs the sword in his hands. Ruth explains that someone has just cut off his mana flow. The Spirit King explains that the space around them is blocked by someone else. Maybe it's a barrier, but it doesn't look like magic. This establishment has increased security, but someone still sneaked in unnoticed. Besides, a very strange aura is felt. It is probably not an ordinary person. Ruth stands with her sword at the ready and speaks to the one hiding behind the door. He says, "Let this creature come out." A voice is heard outside the door saying that he is upset and addressing him as my not real son. A man enters the room holding Hennis by the neck and says that Rude called him father, even though he didn't even recognize him. But Rude is furious and asks how he could recognize him if this bastard keeps changing his identity. The girl looks at the boy with a frightened look and sighs heavily. She does not like this situation at all. Rude watches as this man tightens his grip on his girlfriend's throat and calls out his name, Adam Migrel. The one with a satisfied expression on his face takes off his mask and shows his true self. Now he doesn't hide behind another identity, and cheerfully declares that of course Rude knows who he is. The boy holds his sword firmly in his hands, and in his mind, he understands that this is the worst that can happen now. The cardinal of the dragon cult, Adam Migrel, appears without warning and leaves no traces. He can change his appearance at will. In his past life, he rarely appeared but spilled blood wherever his foot stepped. Although his brother won, he himself said that it was due to a lucky chance. That's how strong this cardinal is. And even Lion could not understand who he really is. She said that it is something that pretends to be a person. The Spirit King says he can't say he's fully human, but not a dragon either. It's more like a chimera. Rude can't start a fight, because this creature has captured Hennis, which means that he has something to say. and the boy will try to save his girlfriend for starters, as soon as he sees the opportunity. The boy holds the sword firmly in his hands and tells the Dragon King that even if he is at the point of death, let him protect Hennis at all costs, and this is his order according to their contract. Adam looks at him and asks if Rude is sure he wants to draw his sword. Maybe he'll think a little before he does. He explains that a person who has deceived someone like Griselda with a lie must be able to estimate the strength of the opponent. The boy leaves his sword on the ground and asks if it is normal for such an idiot to perform the duties of a bishop, and did she tell him everything, even though she knew she would burn with shame. Adam casually states that this is why he killed her, as she had lost many followers and failed to secure the Thunder Dragon's protection. And he adds that he was deeply disappointed when he realized that the time he spent in the calm snows was wasted, but Rude aggressively declares that he does not even know what disappointment is. After all, he only plays the role of a person and pretends that he has some feelings, and it is very easy to talk about what is completely indifferent, but this being declares that he has learned everything about Rudd. He survived the incident with the Dragon of 1,000 Forms, an orphan. This is the beginning of a typical hero story, but it doesn't matter. It just doesn't add up. Isn't it too simple for a boy who was a mercenary to suddenly develop such a talent in just 2 years and become a person who can challenge the Dragon Kings? And he turns to the girl asking if she also thought about this, that something is wrong with this guy. But the girl gathers all her strength into a fist and asks why the oldest guy in this room is saying some nonsense. She swings her fist at him and screams for the creature to die, but he is not at all surprised by this reaction. To Adam, this girl seemed calmer, but it turns out that she was casting a spell all this time, and adds that the wings of darkness are like a spear in the hands of a child. He looks intently at the girl and calmly declares that he will get back what belongs to him. But at that moment, Rude snatches the girl from his arms and shouts for Feldrua to carry out his part of the plan. The Spirit King is in the sword and forms a dome with ice magic, and the girl will be hidden in it until it is safe to be around. The challenger explains that from what he can see, Rude is indeed a hero, but apparently his stigma hasn't fully recovered yet. He holds the boy's severed hand and says with a smile that to risk his life and lose his hand for her, this girl must be really important to him. It seems to him that if Rude leaves her, it will greatly increase his chances of survival, but the boy replies that the scumbag should watch his tongue and get closer to the case. He did come to talk. He wondered where Rude got the information about him, and how he found out about the incident with the Dragon of 1,000 Forms. But the boy continues to tease him, and with a smirk says that his dad told him, as if he deliberately wants to anger this creature. And it seems he succeeded, because Adam uses his power and casts some kind of spell against the boy. Hennis watches this from the middle of the dome with great fear in her eyes. She wants to get out of there and help her friend. Adam is still acting pretty nonchalant and asks how the boy found the Thunder Dragon's seal stone. Rude stands without both hands, but he doesn't give up and briefly replies that he just picked it up. His rival explains that the Thunder Dragon shouldn't have died such a useless death, and it would be great if he appeared in the academy, just like what happened to the Dragon of 1,000 Forms. The boy remembers that a lightning strike broke the seal, and that day more than half of the students were destroyed, so all the tragedies in his past life happened because of this jerk. It's like he read the guy's mind and asks who Rude is, because he's angry about the disaster that never happened. At first he thought the boy was the reincarnation of Benar, but it didn't look like much, so he realized that Rude was a regressor. The boy is shocked to be revealed, and his opponent continues to ask if he was a Hera before he regressed, or if he killed the 7 dragons, the dragon god and him. He looks into Rude's eyes and says that a year ago, the connection with the floating island was broken, and the place of the void dragon was vacant. I wonder if this happened when Rude entered the academy. Migral realized that Rude was the toy of the Genesis dragon Kurna, and the boy finally heard the dragon's name for the first time. The dragon god of Genesis Kern is the father of all dragons, including the 7 dragon kings. He is the god of creation. Don't you have to be at least a god to be able to turn back time? Migral adds that Rudd seems to like this god. Now it's clear who the dragon cult worships, but Rudo doesn't care if he's a god or some other jerk. The guy gathers all his will and declares with incredible aggression that this time he will destroy him. But his executioner mockingly explains that it will be impossible for an immortal warrior to do this with only one leg. He pats the boy on the groin and declares that since he found out that Rud is a toy of the god Kurna, unfortunately he cannot kill him here. He says that he has satisfied his curiosity and asks the boy not to be so abrupt next time because it will be problematic to talk to him if he dies. But Rude doesn't stop being rude. He spits blood and says that the next time they see each other, he will destroy him. His eyes darken, but he still hears Miguel's voice saying that she wishes him success in this. Denial knocks on the door of his teacher, the heavenly swordmaster, and asks if he can come in. He comes in and reports that the knights have already left, and Ein complains that he was forced to participate in the investigation, which lasted for 3 whole days. He is tired of it. Denial explains that the attack happened right after he was named a hero, and the increased security did not help. Apparently, they are conducting an internal investigation so that this information does not get into the newspapers and destroy the reputation of the Imperial Knights and the Church. The boy had already woken up thanks to the high-ranking priest, and since he had a stigma, he would get better even before his mana recovered. It was surprising that he was quite calm, unlike the others. Ein doesn't understand how the Dragon Church attacked him and left no trace, since they can be considered to have declared war on them and attack whenever they want. It can't go on like this. Denial suggests that they may be able to remove the dragon seal sooner than they thought. And he adds that he couldn't talk properly with Rude because the captain of the Black Wolves came to him to ask a few questions about the incident, but Ein calls him a petty scumbag. An interrogation is taking place in Ruda's chamber. The knights cannot believe that all this happened right under their noses. The guy is already angry. He has already repeated many times that during the attack he was quietly singing to himself in bed. The captain reminds that the security of his ward was tripled that day, and the boy says that someone got inside and got out of here unnoticed, but it doesn't sound believable. The guy gets angry because it turns out that he feels sorry for weak subordinates, although he is the victim here, and asks if one of the knights has any injuries, and he himself answers no. He repeats that this person knows how to change appearances and he should not be blamed for not being able to do their job properly. The captain speaks disparagingly to Rude and believes that he does not understand the importance of this case, because if society finds out about it, then the prince and the Holy Throne will become a laughing stock. He doesn't understand how he was given the title of hero. He couldn't kill the dragon, because he can't even protect his body. Probably the heads of the guilds did all the work, and this snitch took the title for himself. And he adds, how can such an infantile dove and former mercenary say such things? But Rude, in his defense, says that he hears these words from someone who was in the next room with him. These words made him extremely angry, and the captain uses mana and attacks the boy. But Ruth didn't move even a millimeter. Instead, he shook his head and immediately created a protective shield. The captain saw that his shot was instantly blocked, and he planned to show the boy what he was capable of, and states that Rude should not overestimate himself just because he has the stigma with these words. He creates another magical attack. This time the attack hit the boy a little, and he felt blood on his cheek, and in my mind I think that it cannot be that someone like him could defeat the boy. Meanwhile, the captain proudly declares that Rude now understands what true skill and experience means, and immediately receives a blow to the jaw so strong that his teeth almost fell out. This was done by his knight, who tried to cool the ardor of his captain because he saw that he was doing wrong. Rude comes closer and asks how dare he attack the patient and what will happen next is self-defense. The captain of the knights flew away after the first strike. If they find out, the whole knight order will be in trouble, and his knight tries to apologize for his captain's behavior. But Rude says, can't he see that this scum was aiming for his eyes? It's a death blow for a sick person like him. But the knight again apologizes and is ready to do anything, as long as he does not get angry and does not tell anyone about this event. And he adds that people who have a high position in society rarely pay attention to their subordinates. But Rude does not want to listen to this fool and asks to be told the specific reason why he should let them go. The boy then says that he is ready to give Rude Donatos his own artifact. He received it as a gift from His Majesty and says that it is made of the tree of the believer's peace. And he adds that the effect of the artifact is quite insignificant and he cannot guarantee that it is really made of the tree of peace, but the fact that it is a gift from His Majesty makes it valuable. Groose thought for a while and said that this time he will let them go and they can go. The boy is happy to have settled this situation, takes his captain and they leave the ward. The Spirit King takes a look and is convinced that it is indeed made of the peace tree and that these people must be crazy if they made a weapon from the sacred peace tree. Groud mentions that the person who used it in the new life was a complete psycho. The king asks who this ominous creature was. Herod answers without hesitation that it was his daughter Lenia. Since the Tree of Peace does not resonate with the artifact, it is no more than an ordinary branch, and it is even unbelievable that she could use it. Someone knocked on the guy again. He opens the door and says angrily, "What kind of scum is this?" But it was Hennis who came to him. He asks how she got here because visitors are prohibited here, and the girl explains that she was called for an investigation because she was there. She heard that the boy woke up and wanted to look at him, because all this happened because of her. He doesn't understand what she is talking about, but the girl brought a black star and wants to give it back and explains that it is too much for her. Rudd does not take anything from her, takes her hand and asks her to walk with him. They sat down on a bench in the hospital yard, and Rudd explains that it's not her fault. They're both alive and well, and that's enough. You don't have to blame yourself. The girl, with sadness in her voice and almost crying, says that her friend almost died because of her. But Rudd tries to explain that it was just a misunderstanding and he won't die because there is still a lot of work to be done. And to change the subject, he asks if she cut her hair. But the girl does not want to change the subject and says that if it were Lion instead of her, Rudd would probably have fewer wounds. But the guy does not understand what the girl is talking about, and she continues that she is trying very hard, and while he was not there, she trained with all her might and constantly suffered from exhaustion. She slept only a few hours a night. The rest of the time was spent in the laboratory or swinging a dagger. But no matter how hard she tried, she was still a burden to him. And when she thinks that she has finally caught up with everyone, it turns out that everyone is already far ahead of her. And in reality, she doesn't manage to catch up with them. She only delays them all, so she doesn't deserve the wings of darkness that he gave her. She calls herself miserable and helpless and thinks it would be better if she didn't exist at all. But the guy says if he cuts off the part of his body that is holding him back, it will grow back because he is an immortal warrior. The girl asks him to stop joking because she is serious, but Ruth explains that it suits him that way, and adds that she can delay him as long as she wants. Besides, no one is born perfect, and there are no people who remain perfect until their death. Everyone lives at their own pace, and everyone is miserable and helpless. He tries to say that his girlfriend has value just for being herself. He explains that no one can become her, as she cannot become someone, and he will need her very much in future affairs. So let her stop it. She just needs to keep trying her best, keep investing until I get my reward, that's fine. He left her alone in the park, and says that if she understood him, then she should stop crying and come back to him. But bowing her head, she asks if she can hold him for a second. The boy stopped and waited with interest to see what Hennis wanted to say to him. Still with wet cheeks, she sits on the bench, looks up and says that she likes him. Lion happened to be in the park. She was standing behind a tree and heard these words, and seemed to be very upset. She happily wipes away her tears and says that she always thought that confessing while crying was the most amazing thing you could do, and never thought that it could happen to her. Looks at the developed guy and asks if it is perhaps untimely, but she does not expect a direct answer from him, and adds that this is just what her heart says, but the guy does not show any emotions on his face. He stands motionless and looks at the poor girl sitting on the bench and talks so sweetly about her feelings. He remained silent for a little while, and then, looking at the girl who is his friend, he said, "Please." But she is not upset and repeats that he does not have to answer, and in any case, she did not expect him to accept her confession, because he is too sensitive about such things. Lion is still standing behind the tree. She can't move and is very sad to hear everything Hennis is saying, and she asks the guy if he is pushing her away because of Lion, and this question drives him into a stupor. Rude blushed a little. He didn't know what to say. He was very uncomfortable with this conversation. And then he explains that for him they are all just friends and he does not feel any romantic feelings. He adds that you should not play with their emotions, because they live in such a time when they can die literally any day. And he adds, to be honest, Lion's romantic feelings for him strain the boy a little. After hearing this, the girl does not want to hear anything more. She has had enough and runs away. Rude seems to know she's there and thinks that should be enough. Hennis gets up from the bench and says she thinks she understands what the boy is trying to say, but she has more to add. She smiles sweetly at him and says a famous phrase she once heard, that love blossoms even in times of war. She says she was embarrassed, but now she's relieved and glad she even has a small chance. But Rude doesn't understand what chance she's talking about. And now she's ready to go and continue to do her best to get better, so she offers to meet as soon as he is released from the hospital and not to mention this conversation. The girl has already left, and Rude says let her come home safe and sound. Feldroit remarks that the boy said no to 2 women at the same time, so he will definitely go to hell after death. The guy explains that in a past life, they were also his friends, and they behave like this because they misunderstood his behavior as a regressor. Spirit King says that even though he has regressed, the time he is in now is real, and can the boy really ignore these feelings just because he saw the future? But Rude has no time to think about such things now, because there are more serious matters. Adam Migral is one of the 3 cardinals of the Dragon Church who realized that Rude had regressed. And the boy found out that the one who turned back time and made his regression real is the King of Dragons, the father and creator of all dragons. But he is interested in the question of how he got the attention of the dragon god, and why he said that Rudd's death would be an inconvenience. Feldrua wants to say something, but Ruth precedes him and realizes that this oath does not allow him to say anything. Now the more important person is Adam, although he is a cardinal, but he actually knows a lot, although there is no trace of true faith in his words and actions. So Rudd has a theory. Since he guessed so easily, maybe Adam Grell had also regressed at some point. Like Rude before his aggression, not a single person on the entire continent could believe that such magic existed, whereas Adam Migrell was able to suspect this guy so easily. But still, his relationship to the dragon god and his incredible power are somewhat inconsistent. If beings that are not human or mana beasts are actually the result of regression, and even though Rude didn't try to resist that night, his extreme sense turned on. The boy couldn't read his grunts, but there weren't any jumps or distortions characteristic of spatial magic. The boy felt as if time had stopped, and Feldrua asks if Rude thinks that this man can control time like the dragon god. Everyone knows that only the gods can control time, but Rude suggests that Adam could have made something like a deal with Kurna. The guy adds that in any case, this is just a theory and she still needs to prove it in practice. He has reached the 5th heaven, but he still lacks strength. He cannot just sit and wait for his friends to develop, and if nothing changes, the result of their next meeting will not be better. And from now on, he cannot fully trust his experience from his previous life, and now he needs to find ways to become stronger as soon as possible to be ready for anything. He meets his teacher, a heavenly sword warrior, in the stairwell, who wants to talk to the boy. They are sitting in the library, and the teacher says that the Imperial investigators continue to pursue the Dragon Church, but warns not to expect much from them. It doesn't matter how powerful Alpheus is. They won't be able to bypass the autonomy of other kingdoms to investigate, and all they can do is ask the guild for help. The boy explains that he did not plan to fully rely on them and wants to act independently. Explains that in the 3rd year of study, he will undergo an internship in the guild. He will try to do everything in his power, including using his position as a hero appointed by the imperial family. He just needs time. The teacher notes that since Ruth has reached the 5th heaven, it means that he has already been in the inner heaven and most likely passed the test to enter it. Although it depends on the character, some of the heirs stay with him as spirits to monitor the passing of the test, and he asks who administered his exam. Rude says that it was the 6th heir, Charlotte Ervil. She must have been Ain's teacher since he is the 7th. He looked at her with a surprised look. It seems he would like to see her and asks how she looked. And Rude explains that she looked like she was having a good time and chopped his head off pretty vigorously. His teacher smiled. He remembered what his teacher was like. He probably misses her. He recalls with a smile how she had a good time with her student. Apparently, he also received many blows from her. And he explains that time flies faster for spirits than for humans, so he advises the boy to train in the inner heavens. This will help him with future opponents. Rude wonders if An wants him to ask her for help with training. The Heavenly Swordmaster says that she would love to help him and was a very good teacher. Before leaving the room, he adds that he couldn't be even a little bit like her. The boy reflects on the fact that the future will definitely be different from his past life. And that's a good thing, because he doesn't know who will be able to remove the seals from the dragon next. This place can be called an imaginary place of spirits. But the pain you feel is very real, and real fights will help him much more than simple training. His next goal is the 6th heaven, which his professor Daniel has achieved, so he's ready to go. He is already ready to go to this world with the idea that dying about 365 times will help him become stronger. He is already fighting with the 6th master in his blue sky using a spear. But Charlotte certainly does not lag behind and trains the boy well. She carries out attack after attack. Rudd uses his strength, takes the sword, and quickly finds himself behind the girl and attacks. He created a mad vortex of mana and headed towards the girl with incredible speed. It impresses her. He keeps his mental calm despite the pain, and he also has an increased level of magic, and if he uses stigmato, he has a chance to win. Rude pulls the mayor out of his heart and explains that ultimately technique should not become a common skill. Charlotte explains that she likes that Rude spends so much time in the Sky Realm, but shouldn't he do an internship at the guild? He explains that he is almost done with his assignment, so she cannot worry. She sighs with relief, and it seems to her that he came to heaven to train with her just yesterday. She feels proud watching his progress, though it was hard for her to kill her little student so many times, but Rude reminds her that today she also skewered his heart. Charlotte explains that this is her style of teaching, although it is difficult, but she is a strict teacher. Since she is so strong, Rudo wondered how she died, because the history books say that she retired peacefully. She is extremely happy to receive such a question. It has been a whole year, and he is finally interested in something other than killing her. She agrees to tell him everything, and it all started with a request to tame the dragons on Morin. At this time, dragons managed to cross the mountain range on the rocks, but she quickly finished her task and was already going back, but on the way she noticed a dungeon. She talks about an ancient frozen labyrinth, treasures from a mythological era. It was a dangerous area with dragons, so no one had gone there before, but she couldn't pass. But to be more precise, it was not a dungeon. It was a passage that had its own way out. It was a shortcut across a large mountain range leading to the snowy plains where the dragons live. Rude can't believe that the Draconids made a passage through the entire mountain range. It was not very happy news. So she was about to return but was caught off guard. It was a very brutal battle, but quite exciting, until the leader of the Draconids appeared. He was incredibly strong, and for the first time in her life, she thought that she would not be able to win. Therefore, the only thing left for her was to destroy the passage, because if they went through it, it would be a disaster. That's how she died, and if the records say that she simply withdrew from business, then Ain did everything as she asked. Charlotte explains that the death was very dramatic, and Rudo wonders if she wanted revenge. She tells about her student Ain, how she raised and taught him since he was a small, snotty boy. The teacher remembers that he was a big crier. He was very gentle with a kind soul. If she asked to avenge her, what ridiculous things he might do, she didn't want his life to be consumed by it. Besides, he would never refuse her a request. But the guy says it's selfish, and Charlotte suggests he kill her for it next time. She asks if she satisfied his curiosity. The guy coldly thanks her for telling him, and now it's time for him to go. The last thing she asks him is that he should not dedicate his life to revenge, just because he is used to death. He nonchalantly turns around and says he'll mean it, but he doesn't seem to think so. Charlotte adds that those who will be left behind, they made this decision themselves and should not be blamed for anything. The boy returned to normal life, and it turns out that he stayed in the blue sky for about 4 hours. Rude rubs his neck with his hand and complains that his whole body aches after such grueling training. Adelina enters his room. She has been looking for him for a long time, because she wants to tell some information about their task. She apologizes for asking him this right after the previous task, but the dragons around the kingdom seem to be going crazy lately, but Rude is happy to help. The girl explains that it makes her sad to think that his internship will soon end, and she asks him to stay in the Dead Dragon Guild for another year. Rude can't, as he has already agreed with Abel. He looks at the letter and asks if the task is new in the Wildlands. In turn, Adelina asks if it will be his first time there. Officially, the Wildlands are the western part of the Kingdom of Ribble, but in practice, no one considers them part of the kingdom, as it is almost a desert, with only one city, Sebamel. It's home to refugees, bandits, monsters, and dragons. Before the Dead Dragon Guild took over Lion, it was her hometown. Rude wants to go on his own to explore what interests him. She explains that his companion got sick after the last task, but she's a little worried that the boy will be alone and suggests that he bring someone with him. Ta unexpectedly asks the boy if he has not reconciled with Lion yet, and adds that she just asked. But this question confused the boy a little, and I suggest to Adelina to meet again before his departure tomorrow, and now let him rest a little. Since the day Hennis confessed to him, Lion has completely ignored the boy, and as a result, all of Helia has a dead dragon tiptoeing around them. He deliberately said all this, knowing that she was there and somehow got what he wanted. But maybe it was too rude, and he didn't think that she wouldn't talk to him for a whole year. Of course, he tried to make up for his guilt, but she doesn't want to listen to him. and plus Ruth is too busy training to pay attention to it, and it's even more convenient. Lion leaves one of the rooms and sees Rudo in the corridor. Their eyes met. She walks in the opposite direction, but Ruth follows the girl and asks how her assignment went, and asks her not to ignore him. But the girl explains that she is not ignoring him, she is just very busy and offers to talk to him later. He has already heard this many times, and wants to apologize for his rude words, and explains that months have passed since then. He wants to solve this situation, but it's impossible because the girl won't even talk to him, and the whole guild feels uncomfortable because of them, and they need to communicate to fight together. He reminds the girl of how she said she would help, that they would become allies, and he questions her if she wants to go back on her words. The girl explains that this is not the case, apologizes, and explains that she will be more careful in the future. The guy looks at her with a sad look. He is not sure if it is true but does not want to press. He then tells her not to worry about it and to go rest, and explains that his internship at the guild will end soon, so he just needs to be patient a little. It seems that he wants to say something more but does not dare, so he falls silent for half a word. They are ready to go to opposite sides of the guild, and the guy lets his girlfriend take care of herself. She remains standing alone in the corridor and says that she planned to protect herself. Ruth had already set off on his mission and found himself in the wild lands of the western part of the Ribble Kingdom. It is very disgusting here, and even near the volcano it was nicer, and judging by what the map says, there must be a shelter somewhere. The Spirit King reminds Rude that he does not know how to use the map, and tells him to give it back, but the boy is sure that he is going in the right direction. Phaedrua then asks why he was given a return stone that can transport him to the guild house. It's so that the search party doesn't have to look for him when he gets lost. The guy asks Angelina if she has ever been to these lands, and she explains that it is a shelter for criminals and refugees, but for her this place is special. After all, she met Little Lion in these lands, and Rudd thinks that it is difficult for a small child to survive in such an environment. After a few minutes of searching, they still found shelter, so it was not yet time to return. The guy came closer to this house, opened the door, and went inside. There are several people sitting there and looking intently at the guy. They don't know him, so they treat him with caution. One of those guys stares at the new face and asks if he's a mercenary. The guy cleared his throat a little and explains that he is not a mercenary but a dragon slayer. He has remarked that he looks too young for a dragon slayer, is asked if he is not some kind of criminal, and Rude excuses himself by saying that he is on an internship. Someone approaches this man, grabs him by the shoulder and asks him to stop, even though he doesn't like it. This man apologizes to the Seminole Rangers and explains that in the wildlands there are no special connections with the outside world, and lately they have been restless here. Ruth says that he is a dead dragon from the guild, and the man remembers that there are also flying dragons everywhere near the kingdom and warns the boy to be careful here. Rainder is about to leave, the man calls everyone, and wishes the boy to have a good time here. Rude wanted to ask them something else, but they left very quickly, and the bartender explains that the Rangers are quite smart and careful, and adds that the sandstorm will end after noon. Rude sits down at the bar and asks for coffee, but if they don't have any, then just water. The Savage Lands were the beginning of the fall of the Ribble Kingdom, and it was about 6 months until the day the illusion dragon attacked Siren in his past life. A crazy amount of dragon attacks also started around the same time. If everything goes according to the script, it will happen like in the past. The boy found out that the raids of the dragons in the past life were a response to the mana of the Dragon of Illusions, and at this time it must have already begun to awaken. But Rude doesn't understand why nothing has happened in the last 6 months, and he already has a lot of theories, but the most obvious one is that she hasn't reached her best form yet. So she could have used those 6 months to regain her strength after the seal was broken. But that's all just a theory, and all Rude knows is that she's somewhere in the wildlands. Someone went into the shelter, and Rude heard their conversation. This boy says that the sun never rises in the forest. All the dragons are said to come out of that forest, and even vampires roam there. Adults warn to stay away from this part of the wildlands. They remember that adults call this forest the Forest of Darkness, and Rudd approaches the children and asks where it is. But he did it so suddenly and unexpectedly for them that the kids were scared, but Rudy explains that he just wanted to ask. The children are used to the fact that it is dangerous to communicate with strangers here, so they ask who he is and threaten that the Collins family will not let him go just like that if he does something to them. The guy doesn't seem to know how to communicate with children at all. knocks the young man on the head, and explains that they shouldn't be proud of belonging to a gang of robbers. With this, he scared them even more and the girl ran away, and Rude repeats that he just wanted to know where the forest was. The boy stands in front of him and cries, but the Dragon Slayer says he only hit him lightly. Lenia enters the shack shouting that she will not forgive the abuse of these poor children. And the next moment he realizes that it is Rude and asks him what he is doing here, but the boy is too surprised to answer immediately. She put the children on the horse and they go somewhere together. These two are very surprised that they met each other in this place. The friend explains that she's interning at the Bells of Radiance. They're in Althea, but she's here to broaden her horizons. But Rude thinks maybe she just caused some trouble there. He asks what is at the expense of her mentor because he should be with her, but the girl explains that they lost each other when they entered the Wildlands. And he adds that he's probably fine, he'll be fine, but Rude is very surprised by this answer. He asks how lost she is, working for the robbers and still following their children, but they call her their sister and say she joined a week ago. Lion says that she met the children when she was doing tasks for merchants and took them home because it is very dangerous outside, and they treated her to a very tasty meal. The Spirit King remarks that his daughter has a sincere heart, and the children point to the camp. They arrive at the Collins family home and it looks pretty run down. She explains that she does not know why he came here last year, but if it is related to the Wildlands, then the head of the family should know about it. Children happily run around the territory and shout to someone that they have guests. He is met by an old woman and a grandmother and a young man who was left without an arm. They look tired. When the young man saw the two of them in the yard, he asked who had come and assumed that it was Lenia's friend. Behind them, the boss of the Collins family, Eddie Collins, comes out and looks at the boy as if he recognizes him. He asks what brought such a strong warrior to the Wildlands and even visiting the Collins family. But Rude is a little confused that the man knows him. And this one explains that people in the Wildlands have access to the news and explains that they are not just thieves, but in fact they only steal from criminals. But Rude doesn't want to listen to excuses, because he didn't come here for that. He just wanted to ask for directions, and he'll pay for the service. The head of the Collins family asks where the boy wants to go, and he says that he needs to go to the dark forest. Ruth from Lenia and the head of the family rode a horse to this dark forest, which until recently was ordinary. It is explained to him that about a month ago, darkness began to envelop these trees. This means that the sun does not rise in this forest and it is under the influence of mana. Perhaps because of this, dragons roam there and even ghouls have appeared, so the man offers to gather more people before he goes there. But as soon as he said that, Rudd and Lenia jumped off the cliff and are heading for this forest right now. The girl waved at him asking him not to worry and go to his family because they need a boss. And Rudd explains that they don't have much time because they got here all day. The man also tells them to come to his house when they return. He will treat them to dinner. Rudd does not understand why this man speaks like that because he has many hungry years, and Lenia, in turn, will look forward to meeting him. She tells Rudd that it is very nice to have a family, and with them you can find warmth and food. She notes that the boy gave them a rather large sum for the usual escort. When they got closer to the forest, they saw a terrible picture that should have dissuaded them from going further. The entrance to the forest is very terrifying from what I saw. The blood runs cold. There must be some monsters living there. Lenia calmly looks at this and thinks that the wounds do not look like those from dragons, and that these people are probably soldiers from Seminel. Unannounced, the boy heads further into the forest, and the girl asks him to wait for her. But Rude asks if she's sure she wants to go with him, to which the girl says yes. The guy is sure that this mana coming from the forest belongs to the Dragon of Illusions, so its seal is 100% broken. But why is it so quiet in the forest? He looks off into the distance and thinks it looks like someone has already killed all the enemies before them. The girl feels uncomfortable in the forest. Everything is sleeping in it and there are no signs of life. Suddenly, she hears some noise from afar and realizes with fear that someone is coming towards them. Suddenly, a pack of terrible monsters comes out from behind the bushes. They are heading straight for Rudd and Lenia. They are ghouls. There are many of them. They thrust at the only living creatures that are in this forest, at the boy and girl standing in front of them. Lenia watches with delight and says that the rumors turned out to be true. She has met many monsters, but she is seeing ghouls for the first time. But it is very strange for the boy, because there is nothing to be happy about here. Ghouls are monsters that eat carrion, and the more he eats, the more he looks like a person, and these creatures appeared here because of the Dragon of Illusion, although they are usually used in dungeons. The boy gives Lenia a blue artifact and explains that it is a weapon made of spiritual water. She looks at it and does not understand how it can be a weapon, and the boy suggests that she resonate with the object. The girl took the crystal in her hand, concentrated, and tried to do as Rude told her. Magically, this necklace has turned into a wonderful spear, and Lenia is delighted with it. She turns to Rude and happily says that she's going to chop them all up with this thing, but the guy explains that he's already done it himself. She's upset that he didn't even give her a chance, and Rude thinks that's strange, since ghouls don't usually go in groups, due to competition for food. But suddenly he noticed a sign of magic on one of these creatures, and immediately understood that these were not ghouls. He explains to his friend that it is a runny nose, and this information extremely surprises and shocks the girl. She knows that the undead are the creation of necromancers, forbidden magic that combines souls and corpses. Is there really someone here who is capable of such a thing? He remembers a certain puppeteer and realizes that this terrifying look he's been feeling since they entered the forest must belong to him. Ruth confidently walks further into the forest. The girl asks if he suspects anyone. The boy explains that he seems to have guessed who it is, so let her go back. But his answer upset the girl, and she does not understand why she should return. The guy gives her a stone on which the coordinates of the siren are set. He suggests that she use it, and then he will go himself. But the girl does not want to hear this. She quite categorically answers her friend no, she will not leave him. The guy says that she will only interfere and insists that she leave here. But she sharply waved the boy away, threw away the stone he gave her, and categorically assures that she will not go anywhere. She looks very angry and asks her friend why he is so desperate to die alone. Lenia asks the boy if he even imagines how they felt a year ago when he fought the dragon. She mentions that Bellac, Leon, and Hennis, for some reason, also behave like that. The guy calmly lifts the stone and asks the girl to stop, because she doesn't even understand how much power the Dragon Lord has. He explains that it will be difficult for them to deal with the bishop of the Dragon Church, but there is nothing the girl can do now. The girl clutches her spear in her hand and asks if this puppeteer, whom he suspects, is the bishop of the Dragon Church. She explains to him that if there is such a strong opponent, then he needs her help all the more. A man appears behind them and asks if this is a quarrel between lovers, and it is not worth discussing your personal affairs in someone else's yard. This creature without humans immediately attacked his friends and screamed that he would tear them to pieces. But Ruda had no problem using magic right away and destroyed this monster in seconds. The boy put his sword behind his back and calls on the one who hid behind the corpses to come out and show himself at last. After his words, Black Star Griselda comes out of the forest with a contemptuous smile. Lenia asks if this is really a black star. She thought that this woman is no longer alive, but Rudd explains that it is her corpse. This is the second bishop of the Dragon Church, Albert Riddle. He is an inadequate necromancer who lives by splitting his soul and inhabiting other people. Albert is surprised that this guy knows about him and suspects that this idiot told about him. He can't believe that such a fool had the rank of bishop. Rude says that this Albert is the same piece of shit as the previous owner of this body, while he makes a hand sign for Lenia. And he adds that he is like a larva that sometimes parasitizes on the remains without a true form, and why does he think that he is somehow better? Albert does not know what brought Rude to this forest of darkness, but for this parasite it is only a plus, because such an opportunity does not always arise. He uses his mana to summon many ghouls and a dragon to make a doll out of the hero. Lenia knows what to do. She uses her artifact to mow down her attackers. Apparently, Adam Migral did not tell about his regression. The boy does not know why, but while it is in his hand, he remembers that in the past life it was difficult to kill a creature without a physical form. But if this forest is with his base, then it will be even better. Maybe he is here to awaken the dragon. Since he is here, it could mean that the dragon has not yet awakened, and Ruth is interfering with Albert's plans by coming here. In this case, the guy has hope and a chance to do everything right, and he swings his axe to attack. He smashes many stones nearby with great noise and force and says, which will turn his plans upside down. But Albert is shocked by what the boy did. He shouts that Rude is a psycho and you can't do that. He exclaims with horror that Ruth does not know what is in this forest, and here you can't blow up everything as you want. They start a fight. Albert dismissively calls Rude a hero, wondering what he can do. The boy swung his axe and came very close to chopping off his opponent's head, but Albert barely managed to dodge the blow. He did not expect that his opponent was so strong. From the other side, Lenia immediately attacked. It was strong and unexpected as they had planned. He falls to the ground in Griselda's body, and now understands that this girl is not just a burden. But there is something more important. If a dragon wakes up now because of this commotion, it will be a huge disaster. Albert still doesn't have enough time to be able to reincarnate, so his big plan needs at least half a year. Rude explains that if he feels cornered, he will move into another body, so the body must be destroyed so that he cannot use it again. The second bishop now wants even more to get the body of the hero. Because it is strong, he killed the dragon. He's up to something, begins to cast a spell and thinks that it's impossible to make an even bigger mess. So he has to call a sentinel and something very powerful begins to happen, so Rude and Lenia retreat back. An extremely strong and huge explosion occurs, which illuminated a large part of the forest with its glow. A guard appears and says that for a hero, it is not fair to fight 2 against 1. Seeing this creature coming towards him, Rudy is shocked to say the least, and doesn't understand how this could actually be. After all, the body of Charlotte's 6th heavenly warrior appears in front of him, and declares that it is worth playing the honorable one. Forgotten character. Charlotte Ervil is the perfect body for the role of the guard, and Albert admits that it is priceless in his collection. Rude can't believe his eyes. He aggressively shouts at Albert and asks where he got it. Albert asks if he recognized this woman who died more than 100 years ago, and adds that he heard about the connection between the heirs of the Heavenly Sword. In order to get involved in a fight, Rudo does not need to be asked twice. He instantly attacks and angrily asks again where he got this body. Albert is satisfied that he managed to get such a reaction from the boy and repels his attacks without problems. Rude fights with this body with great fervor, but so far there are no positive results. The bishop says that the person who gave him this body broke the connection between the body and the heavenly spirit, and he is very sorry for that. He could not do anything about it. Lenia is about to attack Griselda's body, and Albert says that he is glad to see the boy's aggressive reaction because he is interested in the boy's body. He says that he has made a lot of dolls of different famous personalities, but he has not had a hero yet. He is wondering if he will be able to use the ore stigma when he takes his body. Rude drew his blood-exploding sword and slashed his arm. This causes a lot of small explosions, and Rude is ready to tackle his opponent and use his sword on him. Albert continues to talk about his passion and says that the higher the quality of the body, the less it is necessary to make changes. The soul of this body returned to the blue sky, and since he had to fill these shortcomings with his own soul, he uses demonic energy instead of the body's mana. But he can perfectly reproduce various techniques that have remained as memories in this body. He uses the slash technique and he asks Rude if he likes his teacher's perfectly executed technique. Since it is only a doll, it can be unlimited by the limits of the physical body and is now much stronger than when she was alive. He boasts that it is the result of long research and is the pinnacle of soul transfer, but Rude disagrees that it is flawless. The boy uses his explosive sword and throws his body up in a mad whirlwind of force. He smiles with satisfaction and says that she doesn't even look like the 6th sword master. At this time, Griselda's body was fighting with Lenia, and she was satisfied with having an advantage over the girl. She gets down on one knee and tries to protect with containment spells. The girl thinks about how to win in this situation and seems to have come up with a plan. Lenia takes her weapon in her hands and wants to try to use this thing to the maximum. She remembers how in training, Rude and Lion explained to her how to properly handle weapons. So the girl now takes her scythe-like weapon and uses the power of the sword to strike. And although it was not ideal and even far from ideal, but she succeeds in everything, she has potential. Albert uses his magic. He casts a spell to strike back at his opponent. It was a strong attack and Lenia was thrown back by a powerful wave that she screamed in pain. It is difficult for the girl to get up, and the opponent says that her attacks were absurd and does not understand why she would use spirit magic and throw herself with a scythe. Albert in Griselda's body is already celebrating the victory and says that it was easy to deal with the girl and it would be better for her to hide somewhere and wait for the hero to save her. But the girl, using the remains of her mana, directs it at her opponent and says that only he would do that. Suddenly her weapon rises, 3 scythes appear and they move at the will of the girl. One of them plunges into Griselda's body and causes a rather large wound in the abdomen. But Albert says that such a weak attack is not an obstacle for him, although he thought that the girl was special and knew how to use spirit magic. He further searches for information about Lenia and finally finds out that she is the daughter of Ella Selkit. She is the child of a woman and an elf, although she does not have the typical pointed ears that all elves have. But the girl looks a lot like her mother if you don't pay attention to her glass eyes, which are very annoying. The girl tries to calm herself, and she has to wait for the right moment to take back her white bird, but she is very worried about how he knows her mother's name. The second bishop says with genuine joy that Ella Selkett was his student. He just taught her his soul magic in exchange for something. He wondered how she would use that knowledge with spirit magic. It doesn't matter how close they are by blood. Lenia looks too much like her mother, as if she extracted her soul and cloned her. The girl is listening to this delusion. It is hard for her to believe it. It cannot be true. It is just some kind of delusion. But he continues to put pressure on her and says extremely cruel words that Lenia is Ella Selkett's doll. And at that moment something very strange happened, as if the heavens were split by a blue force. This is the result of Rudo's fierce struggle with the body of the sixth heiress of the heavenly sword, which this scoundrel appropriated. The hero raised his sword and did what his opponent was most afraid of. He tore the sky apart. Albert was madly frightened. He saw the sky with cries of panic and shouted, "Is the guard going to lose this battle?" Lenia does not seem to fully understand what just happened, and her opponent teleported away shouting that this cannot be. Albert seems to be trying to do something with the sky, somehow fix it or preserve at least what is there. Rude explains that he was only aiming roughly in that direction, and who knew he would take the hit with his body. The second bishop in Charlotte's body shouts insulting words at the boy and wants to attack him. He shouts that Rude has ruined everything. The plan he's been working on all his life is now ruined, and he only has 6 months to wait. He explains to Rudo that in just 6 months, the soul in the main body would be forever pushed into the subconscious, and he could become the strongest being in the world. He conducted these studies for 100 years. He turned his body to dust and tore his soul into pieces and barely restrained its awakening. But with that explosion, Root ruined the whole plan and did it. The boy woke up the dragon. But the boy can't believe that this psycho planned and tried to steal the dragon's body. The dragon of illusion has woken up, and I feel quite carefree and still a little tired. The boy remembers what this forest was like in his past life, how Lion did not want him to go with her. She explains that she can easily kill the illusion dragon in her current weakened state, and Rude will only be a distraction. The boy insisted that he does not want to return, and even if he dies, it is his right, and the girl explains that it will be a useless death. They felt the mana of the illusion dragon, and it is so powerfully filled with power that even at such a great distance, it can already be felt, and it is difficult to understand its location. The girl turns to the boy and asks if he now understands what he should do. Rude listened to her carefully, and with a serious expression on his face, said that he understood well what had to be done. Then he pretends to be brave, smiles, and says that the girl wants him to cover her. And now Rude realizes that he was acting brave then, but to be honest, he almost threw up due to the effect of the illusion dragon's mana. But now he is much stronger. But now the intensity of mana is felt at a completely different level than it was in the past life. Although he has not yet encountered it, but it feels much stronger than the thunder dragon. In addition, Lenia is almost out of mana, and it will be difficult for her to withstand even the presence of the illusion dragon. And Rude is very tired of big techniques. He understands that if they face her now, they will not survive in any case, so he explains to Lenia that they need to retreat. Albert doesn't want to let them go after they've made such a mess here. He wants Rude to pay for everything he's ruined. He threatens the boy that he will tear him apart, and how dare he say such a thing when he destroyed his dear forest and such a desired dream. The illusion dragon approaches Albert and asks when the owner of this forest changed. She takes him in her strong arms and explains with a smile that the illusion dragon cannot allow such a thing. Lenia saw it and couldn't believe her eyes. Was it really the real dragon of Lausia's illusion? The dragon read his shadow and realized that it was Albert Riddle, the bishop of the Dragon Church, and adds that it is a fun religion. There have always been people who worshipped dragons. But it's not about him, because Albert joined the church only because of the desire to become immortal, and he stole the body from the heiress of Banar. But you can't steal from people. And he also told her very interesting things while she slept, for which he should be scolded. But the cunning bishop wants to turn the arrows on Rudd. He says that the boy is the second hero and the heir of Banar. He has cursed the enemy of dragons, so he must be destroyed right now. Albert continues that he was the one who killed the thunder dragon while she slept, and for the sake of the god of dragons, they must kill him. During the battle and him, The boy lost a lot of mana, so the illusion dragon will be able to finish him off easily. She kisses him on the cheek and says that the bad kids must be punished first, and he is happy that he managed to save himself and frame Rudd. But these were vain hopes of Albert, because the illusion dragon Lauzia is not to be trusted. In place of the bishop, she created a huge whirlwind that rose above the trees. And all that was left of Charlotte's sixth heavenly sword warrior's body was a weapon sticking out of the ground. She looks sweetly at the boy and says that now it's his turn and asks what his name is. The dragon's breath has a lot of destructive power, but it is not enough to destroy the bishop in an instant. It does not show any desire to kill. There is something wrong here, and her expression is very different from what he saw in his past life. And if Albert carried out his plan, then they killed the dragon under his influence. So this is the real Lauzia, and she asks the boy what his name is again. Lenia is hiding now, and Rudd does not feel the dragon's ugliness, so he wants to take a chance. He decided to play along with her and a little tensely says that his name is Rude Donatos. She says he has a cute name, better than Benar. She feels his soul, which has experienced many adventures but remained pure. She likes that. The illusion dragon asks if he wants to share fascinating stories and memories with her. She makes an attack, but it was quite light and the guy easily coped with it and asks her not to interrupt because they just met. Lucia asks if he's afraid she'll kill him and tells him not to worry, she won't. The dragon explains that if she wanted to, she would have destroyed that girl enjoying the game of hide-and-seek a long time ago, but she doesn't move her because she's his friend. Rude states sharply that he does not want and will not trust the dragon, which is the cause of all the troubles. She tells that the god of dragons instructed them to control people with the help of disasters. But not all dragons are the same, and she is not as ignorant as Harm the Thunder Dragon. Lucia loves people, so she does not want them to be hurt. She just wants them to see happy dreams and swim forever in an endless ocean of delusions. The illusion dragon approaches the boy and convinces him that this will make them very happy. She tempts him, offers to see a sweet dream with her, but Rude does not succumb to persuasion. He abruptly moves away from her, tells her not to come near, and that everything will be better when she dies. She is tall and beautiful, standing in the middle of the forest, and says that he would rather not challenge her. Lauzia states that it is not necessary to destroy a lot to reach the population threshold. She does not want to take too many lives right now. And now the dragon releases Rude and tells him to take his loved ones and run away quickly. Lauzia removed Lenia's spell with just one move, and the girl is almost out of mana. She warns that she will destroy the city near the forest, so she suggests that they run away from here as far as possible. But Ruth gets angry and attacks her and yells that she's going to destroy everyone anyway. Why pretend to give them a chance? The dragon calmly says that the boy is probably too young to understand her generosity. She does not want to die, and since she has already woken up, the work must be done. She warns the boy to lower his sword or else she will have no choice but to just wish him good night. The dragon aimed its magic at the girl, and Lenia is horrified and begs her father for help. The only chance to survive and save her is to connect the King of Spirits with the soul of his daughter Lenia. There is a resonance of their souls, and the girl found herself enveloped in blue spiritual magic. The guy rushes to his girlfriend, shouts her name, and gives her his hand. To save, Lenia extends her hand to her friend and says that she will hold on to him reliably. And the illusion dragon releases its magic ball at Rudd and Lenia, who are holding together. She saw that they disappeared in an instant, and said that these children should run away from her, as they did with mine. The boy used the stone and they both teleported to the guild yard, powerless and terrified. Adelina talks to the doctor, apologizes for bothering her on the day off, but she needed his help. He says that there are no days off in the hospital ward, and says that the girl's body has been poisoned by magic, so it is difficult for her to move, but her life is not in danger. The girl will regain consciousness in a few days, but it will take time for the mana pathways damaged by the poison to recover, and until then, she will not be able to use mana. He asks if this girl is also a trainee of the Dead Dragon Guild, and Adelina explains that she is from the Bells of Light and needs to contact the leader of this guild. Renee enters the ward and informs that Ruth is waiting for the businesswoman in her office. Adelina completely forgot about the time, and the girl explains that she can take care of Lenia, and it will not be difficult for her, but even pleasant. The commander says that she is very proud of her, and they leave Lenia in her hands and warn her to call someone who is not there when the girl wakes up. The girl from FE's was left alone in the ward and is carefully watching how Lenia rests. In the office, Ruth said that the dragon of illusion had awakened in the forest of darkness and would destroy Seminel in 2 months. And he adds that since this is the only city near the forest of darkness, he thinks that it will be its target. Adelina is shocked by the information she heard. She understands that Rude is not joking and all this is real. But even if she tells the continent about all this now, no country will be able to cope with it. Wildlands is an abandoned territory, and there are countries that not only did not recognize it as a city, they also declared trade with this territory illegal. And what's more, the rival kingdom, where the dead dragon guild hails from, has long hoped that Seminel would fall. Officially, the Wildlands are part of Ribble, so this city is a bit of a thorn in their side, but Rude hopes that the prince will support him, just like Ain and Daniel. He explains that it is the same situation as the Thunder Dragon, and instead of sacrificing a large number of soldiers, it is better to gather a small number of experienced people. The Illusion Dragon uses psychic spells, so she's not as aggressive as the Thunder Dragon, and still has to figure out what happens if her plans are thwarted. And they also need to deal with the second bishop of the Dragon Church, the puppeteer Albert Riddle, as soon as possible. He lost quite a lot of strength, and even though he disappeared during the attack, but the boy is sure that he is still alive, and now he will either stay with the Illusion Dragon to survive or act on his own. The Sentinel is made from the body of the 6th heiress of the sword technique, and he will be a tough opponent if he continues to recover his strength using the hundreds of souls he has sealed away in his heart. Also, they should be prepared for a lot of undead. But Adelina wonders how it was that he was fighting the members of the Dragon Church and accidentally ran into an illusion dragon. But she remembers the promise she made to him when they first met, so she won't ask him anything, and will just take his word for it. Adelina questions whether he is sure of the nature of the illusion dragon and that it will attack the city in 2 months. The guy says that he is absolutely sure, the dragon told him herself, and she never lies because lies are only for the weak. The commander stands up and says that in this case, they do not have to waste a moment. As soon as the news reaches the kingdom of Ribble, they will not be silent. Things can become much more problematic, so the Dead Dragon Guild needs to act independently and suggests going to Seminel now. She asks how he feels, because he hasn't slept a minute since he came back, so she suggests going tomorrow so they can spend a little more time with Lenia. But the guy says that everything is fine with him, and the situation is developing much faster than one could think. Lenia remembers how she was little, wrapped in warmth and playing hide-and-seek outside in the winter. The girl was playing with her mother and smiling cheerfully when she found her, and now it's her mother's turn to hide. But Mom says that it's enough to play, because it will get dark soon, so they better go back and not wander around here. The girl cheerfully goes with her mother by the hand and says that next time she will hide much better, and that her mother will not find her so soon. Suddenly, little Lenia saw something very interesting in front of her, so she came closer. She reached out to some magical substance, to the light that beckoned the child to her. But when she already touched it, the mother, horrified, began to shout for the girl not to do this, but it was already too late. These are memories from her childhood, and they are very clear, although before they were blurred and as if under snow, but she cannot remember what happened next and what she saw there. Suddenly she heard a voice in her head that she was just Ella Selket's doll, and at that moment the girl opened her eyes. She woke up confused, sat on her bed, and it is difficult for her to understand what it was and where she is now. She puts her hand on her chest and calls her father, says that she wants to talk to him about something, but suddenly she feels a terrible pain in her head, which overshadows everything around her and prevents her from thinking. The fairy child Renee enters the ward and looks with surprise at the girl sitting on the bed. She is surprised that the girl has already woken up and asks if everything is okay with Lenia. Renee explains that she is in the Dead Dragon Guild and was unconscious for 3 days, and the priest said that she should rest for at least a month and not use mana if possible. Poor Lenia looked at the girl with sadness in her eyes and said that she understood everything. The child continues to speak and says that he was very surprised to see her in such a difficult condition, and Ruth left again without even saying goodbye, and Dania asks where he went. Renee explains that he went to Seminel and said he was going to prepare for a big battle, but sadly says that he could at least take a day off. Lenia bowed her head and sadly says that she has become a burden for many people. Lion enters the ward and is glad to see that Lenia has already woken up and informs that she came shortly before leaving. She brought things to help her recover. Bellac and Hennis sent them for her, and most of the guild went to Seminel. and adds that they have already contacted the leaders of her guild so she can stay here with this little thug. Lenya asks Leon to do her a favor and talk to Rudo when he finds himself in the Seminole. The girl wants her friend to convey her apology to the boy, and Lion sympathized with her. And then she gets mad and shouts whether these people all seriously think that she will be a messenger for someone. She explains that she should apologize to him in person when they get back and why make her do it. Lion left and the two girls remained in the ward, and it seems that Renee wants to ask Lenya something. She offers her to go to dinner together, because in order to recover faster, you need to eat deliciously, and Lenya asks if she needs help with anything, and the girl says that she should rest. Lion left the guild house where the guards are standing, and she explains to them that she is leaving the mansion for their protection. The guard thinks that this is the first time that so many members of the Helium have left the house at the same time. Something very serious must have happened. Another guard approaches him and says that he will replace him, and the boy happily hands over the guard to him. But this is not just a guard. He has a mark on his neck that was in the undead that was created by the second bishop of the Dragon Church. Ruth is on the phone with Renee in the tavern, and Adelina is having a nice conversation with someone. She complains to him why he never calls first, and she always has to contact him. He says that he has to go, and when he comes back he will buy her something delicious. The girl explains that she wants some tasty popular thing from the capital, but the girl didn't have time to finish because Rude hung up on her. Adelina explains that they are not in such a hurry, and there was no need to end the conversation so abruptly, but the boy explains that she can talk like that all day. They leave the warehouse, and Adelina explains that the swordmaster has already arrived at the city gates, and the boy is surprised that there was a telephone in the tavern, and Seminole is a little different than it seems at first glance. It is said that the first people in the wildlands came together to build this castle and city and created an organization of rangers to maintain at least a modicum of order and discipline. Although they had a good start, the town began to decline rather quickly, their wariness of strangers growing as the number of refugees that arrived increased. Because of this, Adelina was worried whether the door would be opened for them. But it seems that the Lulud are hopeful that they will be helped to cope with the dragon's activity. On the street, they are met by a trio of newly arrived swordsmen, Ain, and teachers Daniel and Claire. Daniel is happy to see Rude. He notices that the boy has grown, but they will have to fight to find out how much stronger the boy has become since their last meeting. Ain is somehow standing aloof from everyone, and one gets the impression that he is thinking about something. Then he turns to Daniel and Rude and suggests that they don't waste time and head for the castle. He seems to have some conflicted feelings about the puppeteer. Even Ruda had a hard time seeing Charlotte's body in Albert's arms. Ain would probably have a harder time. The castle guard apologizes for keeping them waiting and informs them that the Lord is ready to meet them. A man with long hair is happy to welcome the guests and says that he is the Lord of the city of Seminel Mikkelgeist. He explains that it is the first time he meets strangers as guests in his castle, so he asks that his hospitality not be judged strictly. Adelina explains that they told everything in the letter, and whether the fact that they were allowed into the city can be considered a sign of readiness to cooperate with them. Miguel says that the leader of the Dead Dragon Guild has recognized him as the lord of this city, although everyone else considers him only the head of a criminal organization. He explains that the protection of this city is his direct duty. The villages around the city were emptied due to frequent attacks by dragons and various creatures, and he sheltered the refugees in his castle. Fortunately, Seminel still has enough resources thanks to mines with magical stones. But the dragons are constantly making terrible raids on the city from the eastern forests, and if this continues, they will run out of resources. They also lost contact with the rangers, who were sent to the eastern forest for development. So the situation in the city is very difficult, so they had to welcome their guests with open arms. He is glad that they will be helped by a guild with the strongest dragon slayers in the entire empire, and a hero who has been officially recognized by the imperial family. But the cause of all the problems is this creature that hides in the eastern forest, and he assumes that this is why they came here. Without any preludes and unnecessary conversations, the words seem to be left in his face that in 2 months the Dragon of Illusions will attack their city. Everyone present is shocked to hear such information. The Lord specifies that he wants to attack one of the 7 Dragon Kings, and he adds that they appear to be following the destructive path of Caliban, instead of heading in a completely different direction. He did not think for a long time and says that he will cooperate with them and gives them access to the entire territory of the city. and allows them to settle in the castle to be able to take part in the battle against the Dragon of Illusion. Therefore, if they need it, he will provide them with military supplies and supplies. The lord of the city, Seminel, pleads with these best warriors to defeat the dragon and save the city from decay. Adelina explains that there's no need to go that far, and Rude adds that that's not even the point. The lords seem to have misunderstood something and think that killing the royal dragon is very easy, and Rude asks if he thinks they are here for Seminel. Their target is the Dragon of Illusion, and if that was the only target, they would not care about Seminel's well-being at all, and they would head into the Forest of Darkness to prepare for battle. They have come here to ask for their ridiculous participation, because no country on the continent has any business with Seminel, and perhaps they even hope that the city will fall. In this case, if they do not have support from other states, they will make the defense of the city their priority goal. So, officially, they are here to protect the city first and kill the dragon second. So Rude believes that they should be asked for cooperation. The leadership of Alpheus issued an unashamedly generous reward for defeating the Thunder Dragon, and now a whole squad of aliens wants to fight to the death, and you're acting like you're doing us a favor. The people around Geist are outraged by such an insult, but the Lord himself understands that the boy is telling the truth, and asks what they want from him then. Now Rudo likes the way this man talks to them, and now their conversation will go completely differently. They have already finished their meeting and left the building, and the Lord's people cannot believe that such a scoundrel has become the hero of our generation. One of the rangers says that she understands the argument about magic stones, because they are quite an expensive commodity, but it is unclear what they want to achieve by recruiting thieves as troops. Lord Geist says that they have no other option, so they have to do as they say, and adds that we will see if this hero can protect Seminel. Claire praises Rude for fooling the Lord so well, but Daniel says he was just asking for fair pay for our work, and Rude adds that people see the heroes as unpaid laborers. Adelina says that he is really good and you should take what you deserve, but he should have told her about it earlier because she was very nervous there. And now that the negotiations are over, we just need to start the preparations, because they only have 2 months left. And until then, we don't know what to expect from the puppeteer. Ruth agrees and adds that this man is a member of the Dragon Church, and he definitely won't go up against an illusion dragon, so be careful. Ain and Denial decided to go around the castle and inspect the walls, as well as get rid of some pests. Claire invites Adelina to go to a bar for a drink, but she declines the offer and asks where Ruth is going. He explains that he will go to Parma to pick up a weapon that was made especially for him, and half a day will be enough for him if he returns to Siren with the help of a stone. The Spirit King agrees that such stones are very convenient, and human magical engineering is progressing quickly, but he does not understand why not move to Parma immediately. Returning the stone possesses the magic of space, and the further you want to send, the larger the stone must be. That is why in each capital there is a large portal warp gate with magical stones. The king declares that Rude had chosen the time to be born very well. If he had been born 100 years earlier, he would have most likely died tragically in a volcanic eruption. Ruth found himself in Serena without any problems in a matter of seconds, and says that although these stones are expensive, they are very effective. Without thinking for a long time, he went down the street in order to get to the gate he needed. Suddenly he remembered something, since he is in Serena. You can look at one more place. He'll go to the Dead Dragon's guild base, maybe buy some sweets for Renee, and the Spirit King taunts the boy and says he's become a typical father now. Ruth chooses sweets for the girls at the bazaar and can't understand what they found so good in this sugar. But the girls are now preoccupied with completely different things. They are not at all into sweets. They are not safe. Lenya is standing by the window and cannot believe that this has happened to her. She cannot even summon the smallest spirits of the wind. If her recovery takes too long, then the girl will not be able to participate in the battle against the illusion dragon. Lenya remembers that day. The dragon could have just killed them, but for some reason poisoned only her so that the girl could not fight. He said that Lenya is her mother's doll, but she was never able to talk about it either with Rudd or with her father. And suddenly the girl hears an ominous voice behind her, which says that he has finally found Ella's doll. This is a warrior who is Albert's doll. He drags the soldier's body behind him and says that he found the girl by smell. He knows well the smell of the illusion dragon mana that poured into her. He has been under that smell for centuries. He will be able to hear him even across the ocean and offers the girl to go with him quietly. She immediately knows who the man is and asks if he has come to kill her. He explains, in a sense, yes, but not completely. His heart longs to see her lifeless body considering how many of his dolls she destroyed. And because of that, he needs a lot more new bodies. But if she's really the one who stole a part of Ella's soul, then it's worth all the effort he's put into getting in here. He holds out his hands to her and ominously says that whoever picks up the doll first owns it. Suddenly, Renee runs in, shouts at the girl to run away, and makes an explosion that was unexpected for Albert. And she grabs Lenia tightly and tries to protect her from the attacker and from the explosion. The blast wave completely breaks the glass and throws the girls through the window into the courtyard of the estate. Lenia asks Renee to run away, but she in turn demands that the girl not try to use mana, because it will make her condition worse. They land in the yard, and Renee asks if Lenia can stand, and she pushes her because she should run away from here faster. But suddenly a soldier appears, Albert's puppet, and he is not going to give them a chance to escape. Screaming that she is a terrible girl, he swings the ball and Renee is hit. Renee did not expect a blow. She immediately falls to the ground. Her fresh wound is bleeding. Albert aggressively declares how dare the elven girl raise her hand to him. Lenya screams with horror that this creature does not dare to move the girl, and in her mind she begs that at least someone will answer her call. Renee can't get up, and the soldier yells at her to shut up because this heroic jerk has ruined everything. Albert says that although he was wounded by the blow of the illusion dragon, it is even indecent to attack the great Albert Riddle like that, and he will not allow some girl to do so. Rana sits on the ground and angrily declares that if he is so ashamed of it, then let him go and die. He shouts at the girl that she is a piece of garbage and is almost dead and kicks him hard. He approaches Lenia and says that he does not know if she will be as useful as Griselda, but he will agree to revenge. He grabs her hair and says he can't wait to meet this hero when he's in her body. Maybe if she said she was her mother's doll, Rude would have predicted that. And now he drags her somewhere and says that she can say goodbye to her fake soul. Rana lies wounded on the grass, and she has only one thing in her mind, that she is not afraid to die. She remembers Rudd's words. He said that he was afraid of being left alone after not being able to protect those he loved. The girl doesn't want to cry helplessly because she doesn't have enough strength. That's why she trained for so long and tried to become stronger. To become as strong as Rude, she takes all her will into a fist and becomes grass. She approaches Albert at breakneck speed and screams for him to take his hands off her. He abruptly lets go of the girl and pushes her away from him, causing Lenia to fall and scream in pain. He turns to her and says that this mouse cannot possibly understand that she is not equal to him. He points his sword at her and shouts for her to disappear as soon as possible. The girl cunningly bypasses the sword and plunges her dagger into the body of this creature. On her deathbed, the husband declares that she is Slovak, and how could she even dare to do such a thing to him? He wounds the girl in the back several times with his sword, but Renee does not let him go and persistently makes him an even bigger wound. He can no longer do anything, but continues to shout that she will die, because he cannot believe that a simple FE's child did it. Albert re-raises Les to land another blow in the hope that she's already unhooked. Lenia looks at it with horror. She can't do anything and screams for him to stop. Suddenly, an incomprehensible wave of mana appears, which pierces Albert with its sharp swords and bypasses the girls. The body in which Albert settled crumbles to pieces, as if heated by a strong fire. Rude appeared. He immediately picks up the exhausted Renee and holds them in his strong arms. Albert squeezes out the last words. He asks what Rudy is doing here and how he found out. He declares that this is not the end, and he will definitely return. He will find Rudd and take revenge on him. But the boy, without hesitation and without another word, stands on the remains of this creature and crushes him. Lenia tries with all her might to get closer to the boy. She asks him to contact her dad. Rude tries to heal the child's body, but Feldrua says that her soul is wounded, and it is impossible to heal her body now. The guy doesn't understand why Albert came for Lenia, because he wanted the hero's body. Rude chastises himself that leaving them alone shouldn't have caused Renee trouble. It's his fault. Lenia approaches him and tells him to take out the spiritual stone she gave him. He must try everything, otherwise he may lose her. She explains that he used the stone as a medium to hold Renee's soul until she went to the spirit world. The Spirit King appears. He says that he understands how Rude and Lenia feel, but this action will be against all laws of nature. Lenia tells that there is a passage between the real world and the spirit world, and she, as the daughter of the Spirit King, can enter this passage and return Renee's soul with the help of this stone. But the boy asks if the girl really wants to turn into a spirit and go through this passage. And if she gets lost there, she won't be able to get back, and time there goes completely differently. Lenya explains that the family must stay together, and they cannot be separated under any circumstances. Rude questions if she's sure she can do it, but the Spirit King seems to deny it. She is confident, and asks that her father also believes in her strength, and does not object to it. He then says if the two of them really want it, then he has no choice but to help to the best of his ability. He opened a subspace rift, and the girl can enter. If she feels that her soul is escaping from her, then the girl must return. She understands all this and promises that she will definitely make every effort to bring Renee back. She will definitely be back as soon as she can, and asks that Rude punish this man for them and apologizes for not being able to fight with him. And the two of them disappear, and Rudy is on his knees. He too is very sorry that things turned out this way. It's been a month now, and Lenya sends short messages through Feldrua at intervals. Fortunately, her journey is going quite smoothly, but even the Spirit King can't say exactly how long it will take. After that day, Albert completely disappeared as if gathering strength before a big battle, and the number of dragons and mana beasts around increased due to the illusion dragon. The attack on Seminel should be in a month, so they have to start preparing and focus on specific things. They could only trust Lenya and wait for their return, and now they went to the Guildhammer workshop in Asenia, the capital of the Kingdom of Parma. Guild leader Valdemard, with beautiful golden hair, greets Rude and is happy that he has finally arrived. He asks why the guy drove him so, but he himself came so late he demands payment first, because the leader himself made the order. The Spirit King remarks that it is not for nothing that dwarves are considered fools who are only interested in gold and steel. Rude hands him the sack, but Valdemard is unhappy that the sack is half empty. But when he opened it, he realized that they were not gold coins, but magic stones. And Rude explains that this should be enough, since they are worth about 500,000 ribles. The dwarf looks at the stones and says that his work is worth at least 100,000, because it was not easy to make weapons from the Dragon King. Rude is ready to pay more because money is not important to him. He wants to look at the weapon as soon as possible. As payment, the boy gives his sky sword, but advises not to move it because it absorbs mana. Valdemard took up a weapon, and this sword clearly alienates its new owner. The dwarf put the weapon on the table and assumes that this sword is from the Golden Age, because it has character. And he adds that people also call it mythical. Then the ancient evil gods took up the work, and it was then that they created weapons of degender rank. But before that, there is something sealed in the sword, and the absorption of mana. The additional effect is related to this. The guy has no idea what it might be inside. He has never given it much thought. The dragon has the ability to absorb mana in 1,000 forms, and maybe before the boy thought it was unimportant, but he pierced the dragon's heart with this sword. Looks like it really played an important role, and that thing inside the sword repels anyone but the boy. The boy remembers that his brother didn't talk about it, but he could freely use the ability to absorb and release mana. So inside this sword, this thing existed in his past life as well, and it awakened after coming into contact with the heart of the 1,000-form dragon. The dwarf is still examining the sword, and he would like to know what it is made of, but he cannot even touch it. And he gives the weapon he promised to make. He boasts that it is his masterpiece made from the heart, bones, and skin of a thunder dragon. It is a large bow with the power of lightning, and Valdemard named it Harma after the dragon. The guy remarked that the name was not very original, and took the weapon to examine. The dwarf says that he made weapons from the body of the Dragon King for the first time. It was very difficult, but he had a good time. And after that, it seems to him that all his other works are just garbage. He tells Rudd to take it and leave here, because his heart bleeds when he sees his child leaving him. Ruth jokes and says that he really doesn't have a wife, so let's pretend he's married to his instruments. The boy plans to immediately return to Seminel, because every day the attacks and dragons will be stronger and stronger, and there is no time to rest. Since that day, Rude has destroyed every Albert doll he has come across, but he has never been a sentinel, so the boy believes that he is going to appear in that body on the day of the battle. The hero accidentally meets Lion on the outskirts of the city, and she says that she wants to talk to him. The guy didn't expect her to start the conversation herself and ask what brought her here. She asks if he's had at least one proper rest since returning from the wild lands because he doesn't look well. The young man asks if the girl has come all the way to Parma to ask him about this. She explains that she understands how he feels. Now the situation is special, and she understands why other countries do not want to help and why he did not tell Hennis and Bellac. Lenia was seriously injured when she accompanied him, and now that a similar situation has happened to Renee, she understands that he may feel guilty about it. She asks him, because that's why he asked her mom to kick her out of the guild. The guy thought about the answer for a moment and said that it was the most rational decision. But it is difficult for the girl. She tries with all her might to understand why he made this particular decision. She stares at the boy and asks who she is to him. Rudy doesn't say anything, just stares. She recalls that he once told her that they should communicate, that they should fight shoulder to shoulder as friends. And does he really think she's going to shut up and let him protect her and watch him get hurt? And if he was going to talk to her like that, why did he talk about the regression at all? She asks why he is so obsessed with their safety, why he is so stubborn about sacrificing his life to protect them. The guy has nothing to answer her, but the girl insists she wants to hear at least a few words from him. He released his emotions and his feelings and shouts that everything is his fault, because he was very worried about them, and it's a pity that it all turned out like this. But he doesn't expect any nonsense from them, and he never told them to stop fighting. He just asked them to stay safe while they gained experience so he wouldn't have to worry anymore. He says that a girl can try again and again with all her might even for a whole year, but it will all be in vain when she dies, because she still lacks experience. With a smile on her face, she asks him if he is afraid, but the boy does not understand the question. She explains to him that he is afraid that they will all die and his lousy life will repeat itself again. The feeling of helplessness when you watch in despair as a loved one suffers and is on the verge of death. And also the feeling of guilt that your skills are not enough to help as needed. She explains that the boy has already made his friends feel this way many times. Lon admits that they are not yet experienced enough, too weak and young. She's said it before, but she says it again that she's not Lion Claire, who died protecting him. Therefore, the girl slaps the boy hard and shouts that he is stuck in the past. The friend explains that she is in the past, and the real Lion Klein is here in front of him now, not someone else's potential. She is not going to tolerate this attitude anymore and asks that the boy stop judging them and leading them, because she herself will decide to go to battle or not. After all these words, she adds, if he wants to stay in the past, then he can do so. And adding that she will go forward into the future, the girl turns around and leaves the boy alone. Rude now has a nice bruise on his cheek and a busted lip, and thinks that Leon must have been practicing his jab. Now he is in terrible pain, and he thinks about the fact that she usually slaps him instead of punching him. The Spirit King also says that his daughter thinks more strongly than the boy. Of course he is worried as a father, but still you shouldn't dwell on it. Rude knows that they've all gotten a lot stronger over the past year. If they keep it up, they'll soon reach their prime and be stronger than they were in their past lives. Rude did not expect that the girl would calmly do what he said. He has no right to do so, and no one should obey his order. Nothing goes the way Rude planned, and Lion with tears in his eyes looks at his hand, which is covered in wounds. Apparently it trains a lot. Meanwhile, something very strange and unusual is happening in the wild lands of the cemetery. Albert is in the body of the sixth heiress. He barely managed to heal this body, and he wants to hurry before the Dragon King destroys everything around. During this time, he has managed to accumulate so much anger that he wants to kill this cursed hero with his own hands. He had already managed to accumulate a large number of souls, but it still did not compare to how many he had lost. If he had more time, he would have done something, but now it was too late, and anyway, this body would not participate in battles, so he had nothing to worry about. In the forest, Albert in the girl's body tells the Dragon King that the time has come, and she will soon reward those fools with death. She is surprised that he is here again, so persistent, but the time has indeed come. An army of corpses and countless other rumors await the order, and the invasion of the city is happening right now with Her Majesty's permission. Albert wants to clear her way to the city, and even, if she wishes, he will gladly destroy the whole city. The dragon looks at him carefully and notices that he is trying hard to please her. She approaches him and asks when she asked him to do something she didn't order. Albert was very scared. He is trying to somehow justify himself and explain why he is doing this. But the dragon put her hand on his head and told him not to be afraid, because she was just joking. She walks away from him and says that, to be honest, she doesn't care, and all those who wanted to escape are long gone. And in fact, she does not want to destroy the city of people, because the endless flow of ideas, which is born from an inner desire, has always interested her. It is something like stories formed by the interaction of their curious feelings. The city is like a small, beautiful flower bed where all the flowers are gathered together. But she was born to be a disaster. Her role in the world is more important than her interests, and she cannot be free until she breaks those chains. She thought for a while and turned again to Albert, who was standing behind her on his knees. She says that he can do as he wants, and she, the Dragon Queen, is in no hurry. Immediately after that, Milady began her transformation, because she no longer wanted to talk to the young man. However, the boy is only happy for such an opportunity, and he can't wait to take revenge on Rudd before complete destruction. The city was attacked by dragons. The people shouted that the second defense was about to fall, and they had to take back the outpost as soon as possible. Someone shouts that they need reinforcements on one of the towers. 300 wyverns fly this way. Another reports that the celestial sword is on its way, and that the focus should be on the opponent on Earth. The Earth dragons gather in the west, and Claire thinks about how tired she is and how much longer they have to fight. And she already has some strange thoughts that something strange is happening on the battlefield. It seems to her that the more they kill, the more enemies there are on the battlefield. Ordinary citizens of the city are fighting on the battlefield. They tell Claire that the bells are about to end and that she should go help others. But the warriors are quite frightened, because they do not have such good training and great strength. The boy asks why he has to participate in this battle, because he has no experience. But Rude convinces him that it is for his sake and his family's sake, and as long as he has 2 arms and 2 legs, he will go to fight. They bravely fight a large crowd of earth dragons, do not retreat, but attack without hesitation. The boy wounded the dragon, and in his thoughts he convinces himself that he must prove what he is worth. The front line, which the soldiers are trying to hold with their lives, is pushed back. The Lord stands on the tower and asks him to hide, because it is dangerous here. But he says that his citizens are fighting to protect the city, and he, the Lord of this city, cannot hide. And while the dragon warriors are actively engaged and fighting on all 4 fronts, it is only a matter of time before they are exhausted from the endless attacks. Suddenly, the Lord sees darkness approaching, and with it even more dragons, and he explains that the real battle is just beginning. Daniel says that they seem to have started moving, and Rude notes that they attacked earlier than the illusion dragon promised. As they thought the main army of the puppet master was hidden somewhere else, surely he himself is hiding somewhere nearby to rule them all. Rude adds that rather the opposite, he hides as far away as the limits of his magic allow. In his past life, Albert liked to enjoy the show from a distance. But it doesn't matter how strong he is, because it's impossible to control all those monsters by yourself. Most likely he hid some items around the battlefield to maintain his magic and to be aware of everything. Ain proudly declares, so he will have to show them how to destroy these objects. Claire finds stones in her bones and cheerfully asks if that's what they talk about sometimes. She explains that her student has already found one and adds that she has a very comprehensive view. Ain explains that if everything works out, they won't even have to fight all these monsters. And he adds that if his soldiers have already warmed up, now the real battle will begin. The dragon slayers stand each in their positions and wait for the command to start destroying. They attacked at the same time, and the people of the city were surprised by such a force as if a wave had appeared. Each of the warriors are giving their all and putting in a lot of effort to win this battle. These monsters no longer held together as an army. They held together thanks to magical transmitters. A dragon under the influence of a dragon king cannot independently distinguish between people and dolls. It may be a large army, but really it's just a bunch of uncontrolled savages tearing their own. Albert rummages in his hiding place and already realizes that something is not going as he planned. He realizes that he is losing his magic transmission sensors very quickly, and he can't believe that they guessed and found them. If this continues, his magic grid will collapse and everything will end in chaos. He plans to go into battle and set up new transmitters, though he didn't want to leave so early. Albert wonders if they have someone who has sensed where the transmitters are, then they can find his location, even though they are probably busy right now. Suddenly, Albert is kissed by a strong blast of mana and is thrown far away to another place. Rude uses his new and special bow to attack and announces that he has finally found this worm. He can grant his bow a wish. The dwarf said that runes are a unique magical technique of dwarves. They are the embodiment of their faith, will, prayers, and wishes. Their work can only be completed when Rude grants the bow his will depending on what he wants from the weapon. Spirit King says that he just discovered his mana. Rude is ready to shoot and asks Feldrua to help him. The boy releases an arrow from the bow, or rather lightning, which cuts the sky and shines, uses a high-speed skill that teleports him to the coordinates of his target. Rude finds himself where he needs to be without any further problems and delays, and is happy to have such an opportunity. Albert is struck by lightning right in the heart and cries out in pain and frustration. He sees Rudo Donatos, the hero and heir of the blue sky, with a proud expression and a confident bearing. Albert thinks that he is also a mage and can use search spells, but he doesn't understand how he was able to make such a leap in space so quickly. As Rude lands another punch, Albert is surprised to recognize the Thunder Dragon's power. He's sure of it. As he hears the traces of her magic tearing through space, he realizes Rude was using the target's coordinates to move with her. But how is it even possible to use such a complex technique in just seconds? He cannot understand this, but Rudo does not show his surprise. Albert states that Rude's title as a hero is too big to come back twice and ruin his plan again. But Rudd says that Albert is talking nonsense because you don't need to ask permission from a leaky bucket to throw it in the garbage. Such statements make Albert very angry. He is generally very nervous about this hero Rudd, who has a very high opinion of himself. The bishop of the Dragon Church declares that Rude is thinking of continuing to shoot at such respectable people. And even with the weapons that the Thunder Dragon made, the ignorance of this so-called hero knows no bounds. He tells that it took him almost 100 years to understand the illusion dragon's mana, and he knows very well how much mana is needed to use even a part of the Dragon King's skills. Bishop doesn't care how many times his body is destroyed. He can always restore it with a new soul. So he says that Rude can shoot as much as he wants, and he has hundreds of souls in the bush. But Rude knows that this scumbag just got scared, so he tries to talk Rude out of it. And the boy adds that he didn't say that he came alone. Suddenly, Ayn and Daniel appear. They ended up right behind the bishop, and he didn't expect it at all, and thought it would be easy. They all attacked him at once and created a huge storm to destroy him completely. Daniel says that it was the first time he used the power of lightning to move, and now everything hurts. But Ayn is not sorry, and adds that Rude can go as they agreed. Only Albert does not want to let him go and calls him a nasty son of a bitch who is going to run away. He swings his sword, uses his holy power, and shouts that he won't let him go that easily. But he is stopped by the swordsman Ayn, who says that he has spent half his life searching every mountain range, but has not been able to find even a trace. But now he realized that he had found absolutely nothing because of him, because of this puppeteer Albert. And after these words, he delivers an even more powerful blow and creates a huge wave of mana. But Albert just smiles mischievously and says that now he has no need to hide. He humiliates them by calling them poor creatures and asks if they really think that an ordinary person without a stigma can compare to him. And he adds that until now, he had let them do their own thing because his hands were tied by the orders of the Dragon King. But now that the time has come, he will no longer restrain himself. These humiliations that he suffered will not happen again, and he will show them the true power of necromancy. And suddenly his new dolls appear on the battlefield. Adelina cannot understand why there are only 3 of them, but after looking closely, she realizes that these dolls are much stronger than the others. She calls for help from Lion and Claire. The girls immediately accept a fight with a strong opponent. One of his dolls is a woman who has reached the pinnacle of mastery with a spear. Another is a swordswoman who was way ahead of her time, as well as a mage who stood shoulder to shoulder with Halfley. These are special specimens of his collection. Albert proudly declares that all the warriors who are here and all the inhabitants of the city, and especially Rude, will worship him. But while he was giving his speech, the swordsman approached and struck him in the face. He jokes that this creature has too big a tongue for a walking funeral parlor. Such a sudden and strong attack makes this arrogant creature very angry. He cannot understand how they dare to do this to him. In a fit of rage, Vid exclaims how dare they interrupt him in the middle of his speech. Denial noted that this man had begun to spread his mana, and as soon as they received a signal from the Heavenly Spirit, they would immediately begin to act. Heavenly Sword Warrior Ayn understood and will try to open the core as much as he can. Denial carefully watches his opponent so as not to miss important things. Meanwhile, this piece of shit is screaming for them all to die, and doesn't even realize that his rivals have a plan. Albert convinces himself that his opponent is an ordinary person, without a stigma or a magical mana-absorbing sword. He is sure that this piece of iron will not be able to remove even 1 layer of the soul, and he has 100 of them. That's why Denial is not even worth his attention, but another monster is worth looking at. After all, this 7th heir of the Heavenly Sword is the strongest dragon slayer to date. Albert snidely declares that Ayn couldn't surpass her teacher while she was still alive, which is why sad souls seek immortality. Ayn considers his Teravini delusional, and declares that these charms with souls are nothing special, and offers to teach this ignorant ignoramus 2 techniques of penetrating the heavens, The swordmaster made a mad whirlwind of mana and absorbed the mana of that scumbag Albert. Thanks to the purified mana, he took some of the opponent's mana, materialized it, and put it into his sword. This is starting to annoy him, and at this time Ain uses the first attack. It is an attack from the rear, and Daniel appears from behind, who carries out an attack called Destroy the Predecessor. He swings his sword and is ready to drive it into the back of this crazy scumbag. But Puppeteer Albert didn't even feel the hit, so he mocks these underheroes. He is happy and snidely declares that he doesn't even have a scratch on his body after their allegedly violent attacks, and continues to scoff at what a scumbag like him can do if he didn't even manage to break through his mana. But suddenly he realizes that something is wrong. He doesn't understand what this Daniel has just done, but he also doesn't see that Ain is behind him making his final attack on him. The swordmaster drives his weapon into the back of this mad puppeteer with all his might. He lies wounded on the ground and screams, "Why should a person who can cut souls appear at this time?" He watches as something flows from his chest and explains that he tried for so long to collect them all in this body. The warriors stand proudly in front of their opponent, and Ain explains that if Albert Riddle's soul is broken, it will be the end. Only this scum can't believe it. He refuses to believe in this delusion. The guy was disappointed that everything turned out like this and shouts that they do not make him laugh and convinces that this is not the end. He declares that he will be saved, and do they really think that such geniuses as him are often born into the world, even so high-minded Adam Megrel needed him? The young man is sure that his life is worth much more than theirs combined, and they do not understand how valuable and useful his work is for humanity. The boys are tired of listening to these boring speeches, and Ain asks Daniel to stop this scum. And in the last moments of his life, Albert calls for the Dragon of Illusion to come and save him. He does not lose hope and calls Adam that he came and saved his immortal friend. But Daniel was done with it, and the core of his soul was broken. Even if he had a soul and a body left, he would not be able to keep his self. This battle could have been much longer, but thanks to their teamwork, they easily handled him. When your abilities and skills reach their peak, when your life is happy in our limited life, these moments last only a brief second. Due to the fact that these moments are short and fleeting, they can be called the golden time of your life, so don't live only for the future, but enjoy life itself. Ain hugs his teacher's body and says that he is very sorry and she was right. His golden time was when they were together, and it lasted very little indeed. The Dragon Queen in the forest reflects on the fact that in the past 2 months she has seen many amazing things. The people and their stories have become even more interesting. Therefore, she is very sad and heartbroken because she will have to destroy everything with her own hands. She looks at Rude and explains that she feels very tired, and therefore asks if maybe he will not make it and go into a peaceful sleep of oblivion. But the boy asks with a smug smile if she's finished her Terravini yet. He places his sword on his shoulder and tells the illusion dragon to prepare to die at his hands. Instead, the queen says that those with short lives who act like this all the time always jump headlong into the fire, and that makes them so beautiful that she wants to kill them.